Another day, another two series on LPL English coming your way. Both of them today in Group Ascend. Starting things off with Top Esports against Anyone's Legend, a battle of the top four teams in the LPL. Welcome everybody to another day of LPL English. We are deep into week number 4, and as we get towards the weekend, we got a 3-day festivity in Xi'an starting off today with, of course, these two teams here. And then afterwards, we have Invictus Gaming debuting a new mid laner in their matchup, I believe, against Weibo. So make sure you stay tuned for that. My name is Grapes, joined alongside Alk for this first series. And Alk, take a look at the standings. All of a sudden, this is again a matchup between heavy hitters. AL were struggling at the start of this split, but they have come back with a vengeance.
They have really started to rally around, and guess who gave them that win? WE! Everyone please give them a big round of applause for jump-starting AL. Now, if you want to kind of, one guy me in chat, you can say, well, then they lost to BLG afterwards, but a lot of teams have done that so far this year, so not too surprising to see that result, but to see AL slowly start to climb, I think it brings faith back to some of our viewers that were watching last year. However, I'm not quite sold, Grapes. I don't know if this team is going to be reaching the finals that we were looking at from them just last year.
Hey, the recent stretch of good gameplay is better than what we saw throughout the first few series and maybe during the playoffs of split number 1. So if we can continue to build that momentum, perhaps this is an opportunity against a top esports team that is also reeling after a 2-0 loss to Weibo in what was a bit of an upset. We had our 2 Nirvana series yesterday. We had some fun with the titles of the graphics and the themes of some 80s rock, but now we're getting back to the nitty-gritty, the top teams
the real games
in the league. Well, I didn't want to say that, but you did. So we'll go ahead and do that for us here. Let's take a look at our starting lineups for the teams playing today, beginning with Top Esports. Had their 12-game win streak snapped just a few short days ago against Weibo Gaming. We had this new roster come in, look very impressive during their stretch, but in that matchup a few days ago, Alk, we saw some cracks in the system, specifically from the top side. Zoyan and TN probably had their worst series of the split so far.
This is your fault, man. You and Melvin were casting that series, and I was like, Top Esports, take the win. Of course I'm not going to believe in Weibo Gaming. I keep doing it, and I keep getting hurt. And then what do? They take a win and break not only the winning streak, but also hand them their second series loss since the very beginning of the split. This Top Esports team were on a roll, and like you were kind of mentioning, and kind of as we'll get through with some further kind of talk and discussion, I really feel like this was probably the one game, or the one series, I should say, where Tan did not look like top 3 player in the league.
Yeah, we were talking about it a lot during that show on Wednesday, of just like what are different things that we were seeing from Tien throughout that run that many of us were ready to crown him the mid-season MVP. It was a lot of invading, a lot of going into the enemy jungle and harassing, partly with the help of Cream. And then in the first game, they draft Azir into Ryze and really don't allow Tien to do anything with it. So certainly some things to look forward to in terms of improvement from Top Esports. We were saying that it's probably good that they got a loss like this out of the way, because if they just keep going on these win streaks and never really are met with any sort of pushback, they won't be able to adapt, they won't be able to adjust. Maybe this is now their time to take a step back, figure out exactly how to play around this set of 5 players. Some of them are very young, some of them are very experienced, and really rework their playstyle a little bit for the rest of the year. Because when you take a look at some of the opponents that they'll be facing up against down the line, there's definitely some heavy hitters that are starting to look a little bit better, like their opponents today in Anyone's Legend. Again, the team that started off a little bit slower after getting surprisingly knocked out by Weibo again in the Split 1 playoffs. But over these last few weeks, over these last few days, specifically I'd say the mid-jungle and Tarzan and Shanks have really stepped up to the plate.
Yeah, I've been a bit worried, not only with the loss of lane swaps, but just where top lane was looking after first stand. I think that AL were probably the most vulnerable top-level team we had coming into Split 2. And while they've taken a little bit of time to find what they want to be able to do, I think that we are starting to see new shades of this team. Specifically, I think that with jungle right now, Tarzan typically is a player who likes to do a lot of full clears. I've actually been really, really excited about what this team can do. If we know Flandra is going to lose lane with Grace, bring him over certain level 1s. Bring him to try to influence the jungle matchups. We sit here on the Nocturne. I will note, if we see Nocturne today for Tarzan, that is probably the most likely I am going to feel Top Esports are going to win just from draft. Because I think his Nocturne hasn't looked incredible. We also saw it in that series versus BLG, which we'll get to later. This game and this series was very close to going to 3, and it took small moments from specifically Flandra on this Rumble to kind of bring them back from the brink.
Yeah, Flandra, always a player that is very up and down in terms of both his play and also the community's perception of him. A lot of the times people are like, oh wow, he's the weak side GOAT, and then other times it looks like it doesn't even, it's incomprehensible some of the things that he's able to do. But you know, when he's online for this team, it really creates a good environment for them to end up finding success. And specifically when he's on some of these counter picks, like what we're seeing here, the Vayne, certain other ranged top laners that he's played throughout his career as well. I mean, he's had so much experience on so many different champions that he always seems to have an answer for things, especially when changes start to come into the meta. I don't think we're on the new patch just yet,
No.
but that certainly will be something to keep an eye on as we go throughout the end of this season.
Yeah, this entire sequence, I was like, yes, okay, AL, we're going to come back. And then we step a little too far. Him and Hope ended up making a few mistakes. And that was kind of the narrative for this team for the first half of the split. It was, okay, Shanks and Tarzan are performing well, but Hope and Kyle are creating scenarios that lose them games, like we see here. And from this sequence, BLG then go on to take Baron and the Soul, or put them on Soul Point, and they win the game from here. Just a lot of confusing moments that I really wish for AL that they would kind of take a step back, but that's what the regular season is for, right? Test yourself, push your limits, see where you can find, and when you talk about unique counters for Flandra, we saw this when he brought out Rek'Sai, and when it was one of the premier Rek'Sais early on into last year. That took a lot of individual practice for him. I wonder how much solo queue he is actually like spamming and which champions he's prioritizing, because that I think is going to give us a better indicator as to not only his current form, but what he is going to tailor for his team going into playoffs and some of these bigger best of fives.
Yeah, these two teams going up against each other for the last couple of years. It was Flandra versus 369. Now Zweon is coming in. How will he be able to bounce back and be able to perform against one of those highly experienced top laners will be interesting. But since this AL roster has fully come together with Flandra, with Tarzan, it seems like they always run into the roadblock that is TES, right? You remember at the start of the year, it was Demacia Cup, it was the spring finals that these two teams faced off against each other. And while they have not necessarily been at that top form since then, specifically on Top Esports' side, although now they're starting to look better, it really has been TES dominating the table when these two teams have specifically taken to the Rift since this iteration of AL has been formed.
It's been funny. We actually haven't seen too many best of fives between these two teams just last year. Obviously, we had the finals like you were mentioning, but even Split 3, we didn't see these two teams play, and a lot of this is best of threes. Now, last year, Top Esports, regular season kings. Them brothers were the GOATs if we were just regular season. As long as the title of the tournament doesn't have playoffs or is an international, Top Esports are the GOATs, all right? Them brothers got hands. But once you started to get a best of fives, I think AL's depth really started to come through, and Top Esports weren't able to kind of run over their... I just am still flabbergasted that Top Esports were able to win a series playing Silas jungle. That was an incredible performance from Kanavi. I miss that brother. I wish he would come back, but we'll see. We'll see how the year treats him over on HLE.
You know, fingers crossed we get to run cross paths with him as LPL teams down the line when we get towards internationals. But yeah, for now, he's doing his own thing over in Korea. We got Tien, we got Tarzan here. Still a great matchup in the jungle role. Yeah, well, it's not the worst thing. Interesting you say that about AL, though, because they really kind of like Top Esports was last year. This year, or at least in Split 1 of this year, were really the regular season team themselves, right? They ended up 8-2, first place in the regular season, going to be the favorites to return to internationals at first stand, and then they end up fumbling in the playoffs during those best of fives. You wonder if some of the coaching changes ended up becoming a factor there.
True.
With Tabe moving on in 2025 to 2026. But it seems like they found their groove again. And a lot of that, I think, based off of the experience that they have on this lineup as well. Some, of course, names that you can always think about when you think about the LPL, like Hope. You got Shanks, who's been here for a number of years. Tarzan, ever since, moving over from Griffin. But the big name here on AL, as we've been mentioning, is Flandre. And his just experience level compared to some of the other players that we have on top esports is pretty incredible. We threw in Zweon here, but really comparing him to these rookies that are on this TES lineup, 1,142 games played. That's over 13 times the amount of these two rookies combined. And so when you look at the experience gap specifically around the top side of the map, but you can take into account Feng Yue as well, this is going to be a really fun thing to continue to watch and observe as we go throughout the series.
Yeah, Feng Yue is the one that actually has the most amount of these games. Obviously, for Swayon, came into Split 2 and also did play very briefly on Invictus Gaming in 2024. But aside from that, it is a staggering amount of games. And I think when we take into consideration the last series that we saw from Swayon, where him versus Zika, it felt like Zika completely bodied him in a lot of these different matchups, whether it was tanks or into more like range carries. I think the Jace game, I think, was game 1. Swayon has had, I think, a much better split outside of that series. He has been one of the best top laners, I think top 3 for sure, and it's going to come down to his consistency. We can have these really high highs, but as long as your gameplay and he can consistently bring these super flashy picks like the Lee Sin top and kind of style on your opponents, it's going to be games and series like that, like I said online, that are going to potentially make or break whether or not he's on this team for Split 3 and going forward. Because if 369 decides, I don't want a positional coach anymore, I want to play, I assume Top Esports are going to give him that spot unless Swayon basically carries this team to an international.
And I would say, like, until looking at last week's game or this week's game against Weibo, you'd probably be willing to keep Swayon around, right? I mean, he's been incredible. If you are just ranking the performances so far of these top laners, Swayon is probably first, if not second best, in the LPL at this point for his play this split. Until, of course, he ran into Zika, who is, again, an experienced top laner in his own right. How will this rookie or this younger player be able to adjust, adapt, kind of be able to learn from the tough series that he had going forward into this one? We'll have to wait and see, because that is really the true marker of what it means to be a solid player in the LPL for consistent amounts of years. We see flashes from certain people throughout their early goings of things, but it's how they're able to adjust and continue to adapt to whatever meta or whatever adjustments in playstyle other players are making that really set apart the superstars from the average folk here in this league.
Yeah, I just think it's really cool because I think for Top Esports, if they had not got off to a winning streak, I think this team would definitely be a lot worse. And that's maybe a little reductive to say, but if you don't have that initial set of games to say, okay, we are a good enough team where I can trust my fairly inexperienced top laner to pick up Lee Sin top, to play Vayne into Bin, I think without that confidence and without the set of games to say, like, we can lean on you to do this and the trust that's there, I think that this team is probably in a lot different a position, maybe kind of fighting in that same spot that we see Invictus Gaming and NIP. Who knows? But whether or not Swayon continues on this roster, I think it is really exciting to see a team that, or an organization that has very much kind of ran on older talent. 2024, we had Jackie Love, Mako, Cream being the only like kind of novice player in consideration with TN and 369, and then last year Kanavi, Jackie Love, and then we're running with a couple of different supports, and that was kind of where we were pushing our newer players. I'm wondering what they're going to be looking for in terms of like, how can we build these players? I mean, it's unfortunate obviously with what happened to Nayo, so we got to keep building. We have to keep building with Feng Yue and our new top laner. With these graphics though, something tells me we are on season 2.
This could be just a kickoff. It'd be nice to have some of this information ahead of time, right? To get to talk about the patch. It has been, what, 4 days or something like that?
Yeah.
3 days on the patch? We will see. We'll know sooner rather than later, as the festivities for Pandemonium in Season 2 have begun here in Xi'an. Again, a 3-day weekend down in the southern portion of China. We have course, the home team in WE playing tomorrow against JD Gaming. And then the 4 teams that we see here today, Top, AL, Weibo, and IG, will all flip-flop each other in some matchups to round out the day tomorrow, our last triple header of the LPL Split 2 regular season. Here's anyone's legend. Again, you mentioned with some of these teams like NIP and IG that had these starts, strong starts, beginning to flounder a little bit in the standings. They've really been able to take advantage, and right now both of these teams in positions to lock up a spot in the top 4, which again gets you a guaranteed berth into the postseason.
You were talking about the fact that we got to see kind of a revitalization of AL. This weekend is probably going to make or break a lot of the community sentiment around this team. Already taking a fairly dominant, and I say dominant, it was a little shaky, that second game versus IG, but if they can take a series versus Top Esports and then beat IG again tomorrow, that's a 3-game set, and suddenly you're going maybe 6-0, 6-2 maybe? That's a convincing enough record to suddenly now put you at 7-3.
You'll take that, given how the start of the season ended up going for AL. Top Esports, on the other hand, wanting to avoid being 6-3, 7-3, and the like. If they lose this series, they will be tied in games in series score with AL, but they will still have the head-to-head advantage in terms of game score. So they will have a slight advantage over them in the standings. We see our captains in the middle of our stage, fist bumping before we head back, getting ready for draft of game number 1. I will say, remember the graphic that we just showed of Feng Yue and Leon? Lore accurate in terms of the size of those guys here on the walkouts. But it always surprises me how tall Feng Yue is. That guy's huge.
That brother should be playing with Luca right now.
That brother should be that brother's in the wrong league right now. He should be in the CBA.
He should have been going to say hi when Harden and everybody kind of came over and they do their trips over to China. They're like, "Who's this? Get him over here. Let's run some drills. Let's run some drills with Feng Yue."
The most Giga Chad player in the LPL, locking Lulu Seraphine every game. So
he is, by the way, I think a huge sweetheart. We've gotten a ton of interviews, both post-game and some individual ones, and every time he's like a gentle giant is kind of the way that I would describe him. He kind of comes off as kind of aloof a little bit, but Jackie Love, he noted in an interview that when Jackie Love gives him critique, he's just like, "Hey, that was really bad. Like, you should not have done this, and like, here's how we can do this." And he's like, "Yes, I want to learn." And that's a really important kind of mindset to have, especially for such a legendary player, not just in his role, but across the league, to be able to learn from that kind of player.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very different situation just a split ago. You had Jachi down there, you had Nayo in the jungle, so having those 2 positions be replaced by players with such high pedigree, these world champions in Jackie Love and TN, certainly is a great time for a player like Feng Yue down there in the support position, ready to absorb all of this information and try to take his game to the next level. We've been kind of waiting to see this guy in Tier 1 for a number of splits at this point, just based off of how he's been playing whenever he got a chance up on the big team, whether it was like in a Demacia Cup or just his play in the LDL. And it was a bit of a shaky start in Split 1, I think that is fair to say. But going into this split, a lot of the wins are coming through the bottom lane. Jackie Love and Feng Yue have found something and found some sort of rhythm. They're playing a lot of dominant lanes. They're playing a lot of enchanters alongside these hyper carries, and that has been a strategy that has worked for Top Esports so far. We'll see if we are on the new patch how that affects the rest of the meta here. But we'll take a look now as we get ready for picks and bans.
I see new draft graphics. Something is telling me we are on Season 2 of League, which is going to change a lot of the prep that some of our casters have and a lot of the ways we're going to talk about this season. We'll have to wait. As soon as we get into game, we're going to get a notification. We'll let everybody know in chat. Top Esports did choose in first selection. They chose first pick, so we'll see what their priority is going to be. Right now, things that are left open, Pantheon immediately, TN's most played in this split, and I think probably the most dangerous jungle to be giving over. But Karma also is, I think, probably the premier support.
Yeah, number of things you can go alongside this pick. Ooh, look at the full screen.
What? We got a full screen of that?
Very cool. I was going to say the Ezreal would make a lot of sense alongside it, but I going to be taken away by Hope instead. Get paired alongside the Pantheon here for Tarzan. Some point-and-click CC. Very helpful in the jungle, and also one of TN's most played in his return to gameplay in 2026.
This might be one of my worst casts of the year. I'm going to be way too distracted. There's going to be insane visuals, and I'm just going to have to keep calling on them. But Ezreal Pantheon, I think a good takeaway. Also, one of Tarzan's best champions we've seen so far this split. So breaking up the Ezreal Karma pair makes sense, but I need to see a little bit more. This is a rather flexible 1-2 coming in from AL. That does give them different options that they can move into. Top Esports, though, if this is a Caitlyn lock-in, Jackie Love Karma with Caitlyn, that sounds like a lane I want to sign up and watch.
A lot of ability to push, to shove, to harass when you have these two champions on your side, but it will be the Xin Zhao instead. Getting that champion alongside an enchanter in the Karma certainly makes a lot of sense for Tian. Hopefully turn him into a bit of a hyper carry alongside this Annie, which is always a great mid jungle as well.
So Xin Zhao with Karma Annie. This might be a game where Tian actually gets to completely smurf. I mean, you have so much setup now. Didn't opt for the Caitlyn, and now there will be probably a lot more focus towards the bot lane. For Top Esports, I think the focus now is making sure that Zweon gets a favorable matchup. It is likely that he is going to have to blind, considering AL are going to be going for, they will have counter pick at the end of the day. And so, I'm thinking of things that you would probably want to set up. I do think Corki starts to kind of come into focus. Corki and Karma can definitely be a very dangerous duo. And right now for AL, it is about playing the map very wide, which I think with a Ryze and a Pantheon, that makes me a little bit worried for a player like Cream.
Still a lot of options on the table. Banning away the Anivia, not just against Shanks, but also something that Flandra in the top lane could whip out. Our producer Ilya said that he's also been spamming the Anivia in solo queue in the top lane. So we talked about how flexible this guy is, how much experience he has on all these different champions. Another wrinkle put into the system here as bot lanes will be targeted. Those the Caitlyn that was hovered and the Sivir that potentially could work alongside this Karma as well.
Like the Anivia ban, just making sure you don't have to play against it if you're playing this bot lane, which to me does scream that we kind of want to go towards some of those other lanes. It sucks to see for Jackie Love that Sivir and Caitlyn are already banned. So I wonder, are we just going to prioritize Corki? Because Corki into some of the lower range here can be good, but might be a little less playable when you're going into things like the Ryze later on when he's sitting on 2 and 3 items with that completed Rod of Ages and Seraphs.
As we get to the second phase, what will the rest of this draft hold? The Ashe not available, but the Seraphine is, and so we're going to see Kyle pick that one up, certainly. A strong champion in its own right. We'll see what it looks like alongside this Ezreal. If we are on the new patch, oh man, there's going to be a lot of poke damage there in that bottom lane.
Oh yeah. Now I'm just like, I feel like I've been hoodwinked at the last moment, because the game has changed rather radically. We had like role quest changes, there's new item interactions. I don't want to get too ahead of ourselves before we get into the game, and then it still ends up being 26-8. But Jace blind into Ryze Pantheon. I am worried, Grapes. I wanted to see what it was going to be like a comfortable blind here for Swayon, but with the team comp that Top Esports are going for, it seems like they want to match poke for poke, give the Jhin the Karma, and then you're doing what? Now we're going to have Sion as the answer? I think AL came out much more ahead here, and the ability to attack side lanes versus a Jason and Annie just sounds like free pickings for anyone's legend.
Yeah, there's a very clear identity on Top Esports' side, which is to poke with this Jace and also this bottom lane of the Jhin Karma, but will that end up working against this AL composition that is going to work so well in a front-to-back setting with the Seraphine buffing up the entirety of this front line and just having two massive damage dealers in the back line with Shanks and Hope? We'll have to wait and see. Top Esports are going to have to play a little bit unconventional in this one. They'll have to look for picks. They'll have to look for, you know, hard CC from miles away with the deadly flourishes and the Annie stuns and the like, and working around the side lanes as well. Zweon had a tough time, I should say, against Zika's Jace in their last series against Weibo, but it's also his most played champion in the split, 4-0 on it this season.
Please be the new patch, because if it is, then Jace top versus Sion is significantly more playable. Storm Raider Surge, Deathfire Touch, I'm begging you. LPL, let's bring part of the future into the fold. We're 4 days after the patch. whatever. Just bring me new patch stuff. Yeah, AL, I'm looking at this, and it's just like, if they don't get any of the first dragons, I think you're still happy. Your 2 and 3 item power spike with Ezreal, Rise just sounds way too broken. And Top Esports, I think their damage is a bit front-loaded. Like, you'll have some burst with Annie, and Jhin, if the eventual late-game fantasy. I'm a bit worried, though. I think it's all mistimed and maybe not all together.
These two teams were facing off in the LPL finals a little over a year ago. Now they're in a battle for positioning in the top 4 of Split 2 in 2026. Our first of 3 straight days in Xi'an is underway as game number 1 begins.
All right. We saw it in the bottom left. Thank you to our producer. 26-8.
Phase rush.
Yep. Phase rush, yeah, is in the game. We did see this yesterday, and because of the new patch. Doran's item, the Doran's shield anyway, does have the new version of the icon. So I think it is just like a repository thing, and they just deleted the old version from the game, and so it just picks the new one. But everything's the same, guys. It is not quite the new version of League of Legends that we are going to be getting accustomed to for playoffs and potentially MSI, but that is further away. So we can go back to normal setups. Junglers are starting the opposite side, and already we have some vision to protect for AL's invades. We've been seeing invades be a really big part of the jungle landscape so far in pro play.
Man, we really just got baited, didn't we? We were so excited talking about the new changes. Oh, AP Ezreal maybe coming in for hope, but nope. We're just going to get the same old stuff as we've seen. I wonder if that just means the rest of the weekend is going to be like that as well, because again, this is a 3-day event to kick off Season 2 in Xi'an. Only time will tell. I know some of the other Tier 1 leagues are going over to this new patch this weekend. We'll see if the LPL does end up following, as Tien's going for some early shenanigans here in the mid lane. Clears his top side. Now we'll look for Shanks, who has the wave pushing into him, so likely will not be in any severe danger unless Cream burns a summoner spell or 2. Shanks immediately pops the Ghost, and that's all Tien's going to get, but you'll take that as a win without having to burn too much else.
Yeah, especially when you're playing Annie. Cool piece of tech you can do is if the Disintegrate Q is mid-air, if you use one of your spells before it hits the target, you can actually make it stun, and so you can kind of bait out your opponent. Great respect, I think, being shown by Shanks to not give over his life, only loses his Ghost as well. Could have maybe been an invade angle, but instead Tien not going to lose too much time. However, Pantheon's already done with his 6 camps, and Tien's just now starting his 5th, so that's going to be an immediate grub, or immediate Scuttle Crab at the top. And I think Swayon needs to be careful, because this wave does not look like it is coming back to him.
This is some of the fear of playing a carry top laner into such a legendary weak side player like Flandre. He knows how to manipulate these matchups to the smallest of degrees to his own advantage. We've sometimes seen Jaces just be able to poke out Scions early in the game and turn that into laning phase advantages. That is not what has happened up here, as Flandre's 1,000+ games in the LPL seem to be paying off so far.
Tarzan's sitting in mid. He just gets the just run away, and they know Pantheon is here, not just from the site, but went for.
Cream's trying to bait. So Tarzan is here, so Tien will follow up with Wind Becomes Lightning, but Tarzan's going to flash himself. Ends up getting the empowered Q next, but he's going to still have a lot of stacks available. Tien flashes forward, but Shanks will follow all the same. It is still Tien ending up taking down Tarzan, and first blood will go to Top Esports.
25 HP is what I saw in that Rise. If that's a double kill, the early game is just done. You're already up 1,000 gold thanks to that play, and Cream gets to shove this wave underneath the turret. Good play coming in, but very tricky, I think, from Top Esports. This could have backfired very handily if they had not been able to grab that kill. Tarzan overextends, not able to find that either. And all of the worry that I had about Pantheon potentially going topside or trying to abuse one of these lower range matchups ends up not working for them. See it again.
I mean, Tarzan knows that Cream is baiting here, but still goes for the play. Watch the way that his stacks end up working out. He dies with all 5 of the passive up, so he never really got an empowered spell off.
Oh, yeah, no, there it is. He doesn't kill Tien there. That is crazy. And Shanks living with 20 HP, that's a nail biter, right? Because if you give 2 kills over to an early Xin Zhao, it's not going to be a completed item, but he already has the Tunneler. And look at Tarzan's inventory. He's got basics.
Yeah, that's the 400 lead that has already been developed here for Top Esports. We're looking to bounce back after a tough loss to Weibo Gaming a few days ago. A lot of that came in the early game. Weibo has actually been one of the best early game teams that we've seen in the league. Now Top Esports looking to try to replicate some of that here against AL, as Shanks is going to be able to get away for the moment with his phase rush, but one more win becomes lightning from TN. Should be able to finish it off. He dashes forward with the audacious charge and picks up kill number 2 for TES.
And TN gets to do that because they spot Tarzan out. Great job from our observer showing this. They knew that Tarzan is not crossing over into the river. If they don't know, maybe TN pulls back instead, is able to grab that. And now, because they see Tarzan, that's a dragon as well. This is a 2,000 gold lead at 6 minutes. And this is the Top Esports that has been running the league just from an early game perspective.
Yeah, TS did not have this level of early game power against Weibo just a few days ago, but looks like now the narrative is starting to shift. This is, again, seemingly a good matchup for Top Esports over the last couple of years. And immediately after losing at the start of split number 2 here, guess who they played to begin that 12-game win streak? It was against AL. They won 2-0.
It was the donation from AL. Thank you for our win after getting destroyed by IG, and then they were able to bounce back. So very important, and that kind of comes down, going to, at least for this match, going to decide what these two teams look like in top 4. And when I look at the strengths of these two teams, for AL, it has been mid-jungle. Similarly here for Top Esports, I do think that TN and Cream have been a very deadly 2v2. And then I just look across the lanes, who would I give the advantage to? Well, JackeyLove and Funguay have had better games across the board.
Top side, it looks like Zoyan and Flandra still relatively even. The Decimating Smash does connect. Flandra has his ulti and is playing very aggressive. He knows that with the Warden's Mail, never really a threat to die. The Doran Shield is going to keep him nice and healthy, so he is feeling very comfortable in this 1v1 lane.
Zoyan!
Skies comes forward from Zoyan, though. He's feeling aggressive here in this lane. The Soul Furnace proc does not have the damage issued, and that means that Flandra will not have kill threat and is out of mana as the wave gets pushed underneath his tier 1 turret.
I don't know if we will get a replay of this. Here's an Ezreal ult. I mean, Zoyan's already gone. This is not going to hit anybody. That was very tight timings. I mean, he has the Adaptive Force potion, so he has more damage. He's going to swap into melee form, and then he uses the Hammer Swing to actually stop Flandra from being able to move forward. Flandra tries to cancel it using his ultimate, ends up getting a little bit of chip, but isn't able to force out the flash, which I think is so important. Now with Tarzan having ultimate, this is something that they could have revisited if they were able to grab that summoner spell. So it doesn't turn into anything, but it's just another thing that I...
Oh, Funguay was backing on a ward, and he's going to go down to Kyle because of it. Nicely done by the AL 2v2, utilizing their poke to the absolute fullest. Hope beats a force shot, but he's only going to fall below 500 HP. Going to be completely happy with how things are going down here as AL get right into the driver's seat, back on the board in terms of kills.
Any AL fan is currently thanking me in chat, as they should, for the caster curse, saying that JackeyLove and Funguay are better 2v2. There you go, giving over a kill to Kyle. I did just notice Hope got no assist for that, by the way. So that was just a support solo kill being set up there. Good job from Kyle. It is fairly large investment, but getting the cleanse out from JackeyLove is something that, again, with Tarzan and with Shanks, could be something that they could look forward to try to punish. Grub's going over to AL. Mostly is, I think, going to be something that is a takeaway from Top Esports, but definitely if we're talking about side lanes and later on in the game trying to farm plates, it is something that AL could look to try to generate a little bit of economy.
Yeah, that's a very important sequence there for anyone's Legend who had a lot of things go against them in the first 5 minutes or so. They end up living that on the top side of the map with Flandra. They get all 3 grubs, and then they get a kill into the hands of their Seraphine, maybe. This is the signal for the momentum to start to shift, but still Top Esports with the 1,000 gold lead. TN hovering around the top side. He's spotted on a ward. We'll head right back to his Krugs and continue to farm him.
I wonder if this kind of sounds the alarms for Tarzan to look for something. If there was ever a moment you say, okay, Xin Zhao just showed he has to back off. But then I look at the inventories, and stupid caster just decided to say, hey, maybe we should challenge the Xin Zhao who already has a Sundered Sky pre-9 minutes. Never mind, we're not doing that. We're walking away from that play right now. Tons of vision from Top Esports, by the way. They know exactly where Tarzan is, and this has been I think the biggest way for teams to punish AL is just get vision, track the enemy jungle. Tarzan is such a large part of this team's success that you see it time and time again end up getting them some pretty big wins if you're able to take away the leader and the vocal one that is leading this team.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen this split be such a jungle-focused meta, specifically around the invades that happen in the early game and just the plays that are made across the map in those first 5 minutes. In this game, it was TN who ended up taking advantage of it, both in the mid lane. So, with that all being said, Tarzan now is going to be on the back foot for the remainder of this game. And the good thing about that is that he is a Pantheon. He has still that global, that point-and-click CC. That's not going to change. It's just how much more is he going to be able to provide, especially with now being down a little bit in terms of just the tempo and the itemization. And the vision game is starting to work against him as well.
Thankfully for Tarzan, Xin Zhao's kit does not have flat armor penetration on it. Just put in the kit in the ultimate. So that is something that does go in his favor. But aside from that, Tien has 2 kills. Sway on. There is technically a Pantheon who could come here if they look for it, but
yeah,
it's the second dragon going over to top esports.
So it really is top side of the map that AL is focusing a lot of their resources on, but down in the bottom lane, top esports, despite losing Feng Yue off of that strange play, to say the least.
Here we go.
For Kael, end up getting that second dragon. Here's the response, though, as AL will look to take down Zweon here. The flash underneath his own turret was not going to result in too much. So it will actually lead to his survival for the moment, but the snipe of the Comet Spear from downtown will give Tarzan his first kill of the game. Now in the mid lane, Tien and the rest of TES looking to make a response onto Shanks and Kael. Heals have been burned, tower plates have been shed, but no blood ends up being drawn.
Wow, and that was a clutch flash from Shanks. If he gets hit with that Tibbers, then maybe this whole play completely turns on its head. But AL able to kill the Jace. Good punish as well. Noticing some of the itemization coming on through. It is a completed Star Razor for this Jhin and a Serpent's Fang to start here for Swayon. So won't have maybe the burst or the shielding that something like an Eclipse might give him. But taking away the Soul Furnace that, I mean, Sion already 600 gold up and was able to get some plates thanks to those grubs and that kill. I think AL, despite being down 2 dragons, are not too displeased with the position they find themselves in this game. Just, I'm looking at the item completions, and it's rather expensive before we start to see anyone's legend really start to come online.
Certainly gonna take some time, but you're starting to see these little things. Tarzan getting back in the kill column is always going to be a good thing, and they're going to add to that here. Nicely timed ultimate from Flandra is going to get Tarzan kill number 2, and all of a sudden you look at that gold. That was so much in Tien's favor, Alk, and Tarzan's done a great job of getting back into this game.
This has been a hallmark of some of top esports games. I go back to the very first series of the split where Feng Yue was constantly getting caught, whether it was in transition or kind of just being away from Jackie Love and setting both him and his lane partner behind. Now it's 2 deaths back-to-back where I do think that top esports are losing a lot of pressure. Thankfully for them, the fact that they have already set themselves up with 2 dragons, it is a Chemtech Soul as well. It gives them some breathing room, but I'm just worried, especially now that we're going to be walking into a Herald that they haven't really been able to set up. Currently, Feng Yue is getting vision on the top side, but look at where AL's wards are right now. They're all littered across the top side of the map, and all in favor for them to be able to pick up someone like this Annie who's going to have to overextend. Look, Shanks is even prepping an ultimate.
There's the Realm Warp, going to send 2 members up to the top side for AL. Rune Prison not landing just yet, but Kael is right here as well. True Shot Barrage. Oh, they're sending the whole cavalry onto the Annie, and she is just dead. Anyone's legend with a brilliant mid-game to get themselves right back to even in the gold graph.
It's so important for this team to get gold because they generate so much value the faster you're able to complete your items. Rod of Ages, Seraphs complete, Archangels, as well as the Muramana here for Hope. So all of these things kind of compound into a really big problem for top esports where they wanted to beat the buzzer. They want to be able to kind of beat the time trials before AL become essentially unkillable later on here in this game. We'll see how that ends up kind of turning out for them. Shanks getting all of this gold on the top side is a very strong kind of conversation and argument to start to see AL move into pole position.
Yeah, we talked about the win conditions for this top esports comp. once we got into the game, a lot about poke and zoning around neutral objectives and trying to use those long distance spells. These guys aren't going to care about that if they're getting ahead, getting some of their items, right? You got big Scion up in the front line. You have Tarzan who's able to throw out the Aegis to negate a lot of this long range damage as well. And even if anyone does get hit, you have a Seraphine here in Kyle able to regenerate a lot of that HP. So AL's composition in the 5v5 is going to work really nicely against what Top Esports have to offer. As I say that, TES look like they still want to try to push the tempo a little bit here as they go towards the Wrist Herald. It's taking very low. Smite secured by Tien, and there's a big unstoppable onslaught on it. Jackie Love, but the Jin is just immediately taken down. TES already without their AD carry. The Crescent Guard has been popped by Tien, and Top Esports still looking for the fight. Cream gets hit up by the stun.
Oh, wait a minute!
Goes Swayon with a huge to the skies, and Shanks gets burned down alongside Tarzan. 2 kills right back for Top, and Swayon isn't just stunned just yet. The ward and the accelerated shock blast's gonna give the Chase a double kill, and this is exactly the fight they were looking for. An ace and the Herald for TES.
And the gold swing here is gonna be massive. Not only is it 2,000 gold, they were up 500 for AL. They need to recall immediately, and are they going to have time to get set up for this dragon? I was looking at that top play saying, okay, AL, you got gold. If you kind of reset in time, you can play for the Herald, but maybe I misunderstood where they were going to be able to do anything. Shanks with no Realm Warp. They trade places. Cream, he walks to the other side of this play, and they trade 80 carries. Tien and Swayon go straight onto Hope and Kyle. They're taken out, and Tien is unkillable here in this fight now. He's popped his Crescent Guard, and Shanks and Tarzan aren't able to do very much in this play. Again, just another reason why we see Karma be so proactive, the team-wide shield, the fact that she can abuse some of these lower range champions with her tether as well. Swayon getting 2 kills like that is really big for the game. They get the Herald, they put themselves on soul point, and they even get the mid-tier 1 before they even use the charge of this objective. Top Esports have completely brought themselves back here in this game.
We're saying the time was ticking for the scaling to begin to really hurt for AL, and TES certainly were aware of that, and they decided to go for this fight. Speaking of fighting, that's exactly what Tien is going to be doing in the enemy jungle, as well as Flandra is just getting burned down by the might of this Xin. First tower is secured by anyone's legend, or even though the mid-tier 1 was eventually taken down. But Top Esports doesn't really care about all that because they now have 3 Drakes at 17 minutes. That's a big win condition for this team.
And you look at right now, AL are saying, okay, let's try to go topside. Let's take at least, maybe a Raptor camp. Let's see if we can go towards the lane. But the wave isn't in a very good spot. And now AL, they went into mid. They got that turret. They went into bot side. Swayon's going to try to squeeze a couple more turret plates. Here's a Pantheon ult, but Tien's here.
Knock up, not connecting onto Swayon. He does have his flash still, but won't be able to use it just yet. Finally, he's able to get away. It's going to get followed up by Flandra, and that's a shutdown into the hands of the Scion. Tien now on the retreat, will go towards his Gromp with the Audacious Charge just to try to close the gap is Tarzan. Shanks and Kyle are still in the wings, waiting to re-engage. Blast Cone over, but I don't know if Shanks realized that the TES bot lane is here to party as well. Crescent Guard has been popped, and now it is full-on 3v3. Encore still going to find 2 stuns, 2 charms, and the True Shot Barrage will take Feng Yue down. And 2v1 now has opened up here as Jackie Love will also drop 2 kills in favor of anyone's legend as they absolutely overpower Top in their own jungle.
Am I allowed to say I'm still kind of okay with that from Top Esports? Like, we know Cream isn't going to be able to join for this fight, and it's really important for AL to get all of these plates. While this was happening, I think Top Esports, they traded gold on the map. That's what we saw in the last set of plays, where instead of immediately going for the objective, they made sure their side lanes were in a proper position, and then they moved in. AL, their composition is great at being able to react, great at being able to make fast plays with the Realm Warp and the Grand Starfall, but now they still need to be able to recall and buy all of their items. And I'm looking at this dragon coming up in 2.5 minutes. This is a bit of an overextension, I think, from Top Esports. Jackie Love just used his flash, and we can't bring Annie over. This is, I think, just too much from them coming forward for this play. And I honestly, it's good that AL got this. I think Top Esports probably shouldn't have given them this trade because they could have just gone straight back to some of their lanes and not given over as much gold.
I mean, speaking of gold, take a look at the scoreboard right now. It's a 1,000 gold lead for Top Esports, but 2,000 of that is in the hands of Cream, and he was not a part of that fight at all. He was pushing on the top side. It does end up getting TES another turret, which is an advantage to them, but No reason to be fighting for that, especially when you look at the itemization. You don't have a completed Muramana here for Zoyan just yet. Jackie Love is going for that rapid fire cannon second. He's really not going to be powerful in terms of the damage he's able to pump out for another probably 10 minutes or so. He gets that Infinity Edge or something along those lines. So the way that these fights have been working out for top, not great unless Cream is here to be able to dish out some of this damage in the mid game.
Great job from the production team over on the LPL showing the total gold graph. Fantastic respect from Swayon. We are doing some wide vision pans. Okay, Pantheon just showed top lane, top esports. This means that your Jace is now allowed to farm the bot lane wave. Congratulations, you got yourself a prize. It's another 150 gold for yourself there. Muramana's almost done though here for Swayon, and I mean Hope's kind of on a similar scale. Will finish his coming up rather soon for this dragon. But I'm looking at what is Rise going to bring to this team comp, because he should be finishing his Rod of Ages in the next few minutes, but probably not before this next dragon. And still doesn't have the Seraph's Embrace. Will need to probably Realm Warp back, as he doesn't have teleport to get back into lane.
They got to get something going quick, though, for AL, because as much as top esports' composition might get outscaled, might not be at its fullest power just yet with this Jhin, how the 5v5 for AL works so well. There's that Soul Dragon spawning in 30 seconds, going to be a lot of increased power for TES if they're able to pick that up, and they've already established dominance around the bottom lane, making sure that it will be a massive challenge for AL to try to enter this river without getting significant push down bottom lane. They're sending the Scion in via a teleport, and they've got to go all out for this fight.
Jhin is going to attend to the mid wave. The teleport quest shield is a lot of HP with the Soul Furnace next to it. I think Jackie Love gets a lot of time to be able to move around the map thanks to his Storm Razor and the fleet footwork. That's the shield down. Okay, we went through the first part of the phase for this raid boss.
Flandre is a beefy boy, and just his presence alone is enough to allow for AL to regain control of the river. However, without that shield, becomes a little bit more vulnerable and is now down to half HP. The poking and prodding from top esports will eventually result in Flandre going down, but he's going to stay alive long enough to throw out the ultimate and take down the Annie. Grand Starfall comes in and TN's forced to flash away. Anyone's Legend now has an advantage in this fight. Swayan flashes in, but has to then get out of there. And now Flandre going to cancel the curtain call. The curtains will be shut right in front of top esports' eyes. There's the Jhin going down. There's 3 kills in favor of Anyone's Legend, and they will deny the Dragon Soul for now.
Massive mistake, and this is going to be Baron here. AL went out big time. Playing in the 5-on-5, if you're going to play with Ezreal and this Rise, you got to be worried about being able to chunk through the front line. Tien feels like he's allowed to do so much with Sundered Sky and Black Cleaver, but they don't have the damage requisite. You were mentioning the fact that Jhin doesn't have 3 items. Swayon and Fengyue, what can you do? How much poke damage can you get down?
The 20-year-old top laner having to do a lot here as the teleport comes in for Cream. He immediately has to flash away from the decimating smash, but throws Tibbers out onto Tarzan. Swayon on the backside is going to force Anyone's Legend back, and the damage from Cream is really starting to come in. The pain train will continue as Flandre is still very low. He throws Tibbers away with Aurora the Slayer and will allow for Anyone's Legend to live, but the Baron still remains up.
Baron's going to actually be started by top esports. We are going to get a replay after this Baron gets taken, because Jackie Love, that curtain call may have costed you the soul, and we'll see if that's necessarily the game. Tarzan doesn't have ultimate. There are no buttons. I think AL, if you fight for this Baron, you might just cost yourself a large portion of this game.
Waiting for that choo-choo train to be called. When will Flandre enter the fight? It will not be in time, as Tien secures the Baron Nashor, and even though they lose the fight down in the Dragon Pit, top esports come away wearing purple.
What a tense game here. We wanted to see a close series. This is top esports coming off of a loss versus Weibo, and AL kind of on the upswing. This is an important week here for AL. They've had 3 series. They've already won their first one, and if they want to have any claim from the community and just from the standings at being a top-level team, taking wins off of top esports and other teams like this is really, really important to do that. So they're keeping it close, and they're going to need to continue, and they're going to have a massive power spike here as Shanks is going to tick over to level 14 with this Rod of Ages being complete soon. He is going to be a beast in these fights, and that 1,700 gold lead is going to have to evaporate soon.
Top esports is going to be able to play with a lot of range. They're able to use this Baron buff well, using the Jhin poke, using the Jace Shock Blast. But right now, they're not really in position to get these waves out into great places. They instead spend that time invading the enemy jungle, trying to get a little bit of damage out. But that doesn't result in these towers going down. And there's already a minute and a half burned off of this Baron power play without much being taken down.
So I think the idea here for Top Esports is that if you go into bot side jungle and you get the timers for his Krugs and his Raptor and his Red, you kind of have an idea as to where his top camps are going to be. And now we are 2 minutes before the Dragon. You have time to push out these next couple of waves, whether that's in top lane or in mid lane. Mid lane's going to always be the easiest one for them to locate, but I think Baron right now for Top Esports is about being able to cheat priority around the map and just getting a wave stacked. If it's just one wave, that's fine. We're not really looking to siege on a turret. We're looking to set up for that objective on the opposite side of the map so that AL eventually have to answer to the top lane.
Well, they will eventually begin to break open these structures, starting with the mid lane tier 2. The inhibitor tower down there left on the menu as they will shift their focus now to the top side. Zwayan getting a wave pushed in. He's 2 levels ahead of Shanks, partly thanks to that top lane quest that accelerates your experience gains. Here's the poke starting to become effective, but Flandre is going to push the initiative, send the ultimate in, but Shanks might have gone a little bit too far forward. Kyle throws at the charm, able to lock down a couple, and Zwayan is going to eventually go down to the might of Tarzan, but on the backside of things, Tien is able to assassinate one in his own right. Flandre now unkillable against 3 members of Top Esports, and nobody is going to be close to taking him down, only down to about 60%, and they're going to be happy with how that one went out. 2 for 1 in favor of anyone's legend as they defend their top lane turret.
If AL were even closer in goal to their opponents, I wonder if that kind of turns on its head, because we saw Fengyue just basically full health shield Swayon during that fight. That guy was unkillable even though Sion and Tarzan were on top of him. Look at this Jace's health bar. If this game was much better in favor of Top Esports, this might have just been a win. He gets more shielding. They try to go on to Shanks. Great flash, and Cream is trying to apply damage, but this front line from AL, man, this Sion and Pantheon is just clogging up the ability for JackeyLove to move in, and that's where some of the damage concerns we had start to come true. Cream on side.
In severe danger, already has to go golden, but there's still 3 members of AL down here. He throws Tibbers out and will save his life for the time being. That Dragon is certainly now going to be AL favored. Tarzan's at half HP, but he has the Guardian Angel. He has an extra set of lives, and now Realmwarp's getting sent in to try to choke Zwayan out. He has to flash away, but it immediately gets followed up by 2 flashes of the AL frontline, who are now unkillable here in this game. Flandre going on to Zwayan without a flash should be able to eventually push him out of the picture, as Tien is nearly taken low as well. There's the arcane shift forward, and Hope gets another one into the kill column. 2 more kills in favor of anyone's legend, and they will be able to claim their second Drake of the game.
Well, AL, I hope you thank Flandre for this Sion champion, because he is making it impossible. At Top Esports, they may have just lost their AD carry. That's going to be his cleanse. JackeyLove will live, and another Dragon will go over to AL, who are climbing ever so steadily back into position to lead this game from the front.
And not only that, to lead the standings, to push the tempo here and Group Ascend. 3 series win streak for AL. And they're looking to turn it into a 4th here against a team that was presumed to be the best in the league throughout the first half of the regular season. But so far, their composition, the way that they played out this mid to late game arc, has really been at another level.
This is just the life of Jace versus Sion, Ryze, and Pantheon. Fengyue's dead immediately. Maybe a lack of coordination. It does seem like Top Esports are kind of scrambling in these fights, but Tien's just sitting here like, guys, I am probably one of the most OP champions right now with the lead that I got for myself and just how we played this early game, but no one can move this top jungle of AL. The Pandas are too chunky. There are too many Snorlaxes in our way, and we have no Pokeflute to move these guys.
Too much bamboo been consumed.
True. So I'm now looking at this like there's going to be what looks to be a Mortal Reminder completed soon for JackeyLove. Actualizer's already done here for Shanks, a 3-item Sion. You're living the dream as AL. You know your front line is going to be relevant, and maybe Top Esports missed their window to be able to make much happen. And they can't split push now. Just the globals that AL have had access to with no flash on Swayon, those are big ticket items for you to be looking for.
To Top Esports' credit, penetration items are now starting to come through. We have a Cyrildas for Zoyan, just getting the Mortal Reminder for Jackie Love. Will that be enough, though? As anyone's legend really are able to play these front to backs out well now with the way their composition has been structured. Tarzan face checking a bush and not caring at all as he already stuns out Tien, but now it might be Shanks out of position. He pops the Seraph to the Actualizer, and who's out of position with who? This Rise becomes unkillable and indomitable as 2 to 3 members will eventually go down. Guardian Angel onto Tien will save his life, but only momentarily. It's a double kill into the hands of Tarzan, and Baron now belongs to anyone's legend.
I think the target selection from AL has been exquisite in the back half of this game. Tarzan and the rest of the team, they just say, oh, Fungyue, you're dead. You are not allowed to be here as Karma. You don't have a front line, and they're not protecting you. And so when you give up the nice, juicy crab meat that is behind the shell, you get rid of the Karma, and suddenly some of the frontline possibilities for Top Esports dissipate like that. Top Esports lose out on the Baron. AL, 7,000 gold. Every single minute that passes here, Grapes, I start to get less and less kind of enthusiastic about seeing a soul here in this game.
Yeah, it feels like even if Top Esports are able to claim this next Dragon, it might not matter in terms of just how far ahead the rest of AL are. Sure, that increased damage reduction or damage resistance when you're low on health is going to be nice, but will it matter if you're playing up against this 7,000 health Scion and this Tarzan champion that seemingly is never going to go down? I think working towards a death stance for his 4th item.
All right, everybody at home, for all the Top Esports fans that are keeping the copium alive, you are essentially saying, please give us another 7 minutes in this game. You're playing 7 minutes in Ascend. We don't have 7 minutes in Nirvana. They played yesterday. If Infinity Edge Jhin, 4th item, is possibilities for Top Esports, that is kind of the only way they can win and kill the Scion. But even that, I think, is really, really hopeful thinking right now. AL are knocking on the base. They've got the Scion splitting in mid, and now they're going to bring some of these minions over, and they're going to go to a 10,000 goal lead before the next dragon even spawns.
Another fat wave crashed in mid lane at perfect times. Flandra jumps forward with the unstoppable onslaught. Doesn't find a knockup, but is able to find a little bit of poke. Charm will land onto Zoyan as well as Tien. And without a Guardian Angel, that Xin Zhao gets melted. Fungyue the next target. Krim and Jackie Love have to run for the hills, but the hills are too far away from their own Nexus going down. A double kill into the hands of the Ezreal. The Nexus tower is going to start to melt. And AL continue their winning ways. They withstand the early game storm and jump out to a 1-0 series lead over the #1 seed in the LPL.
Well, the hills have eyes, and like I said earlier, the hills might have hands as well. AL, they completely navigate after a bad early game. They've got hands, they've got brains. The only thing we're missing is a hill with legs.
The hills were not running far enough there. As AL end up coming out on top. You saw Flandre's expression. He was like, whatever, I played Scion, let's get this over with. And he walks back out to the right, back to the stage left to try to talk to his coach. Give me a better champion, something that has a little bit more impact in the early game. But he certainly was my player of the game. Just the ability to generate pressure, to have as much health and resistance as he did. Really important in terms of swinging those mid-game fights back towards AL.
That's why you can't outblind Jace in this meta. We saw it at the beginning of Split 2. We had a couple of like the Korean and Chinese top laners just deciding like, oh, we're going to blind Jace top. It's OP this game. No, brother, you cannot do that when there are things like Scion up on the table. You have to ban these things away. I'm actually real quick going back to the bans. What did they get rid of? They get rid of Anivia. They were afraid of potentially having to play against Anivia top again versus the Jace, and they got rid of the Yorick. Not enough bans, I think, in my opinion.
I mean, those are good bans against the Jace, but there's just too many answers available. It's one of those things that is going to continue to be a question mark that we throw Top Esports' way. Obviously, Zoyan had an incredible start to the year, namely on champions like the Jace, the Gnar, these hard carries. Once they start to find answers, once the opponents are able to understand how this guy wants to play the game, will he be able to adjust back? That's always the big thing to focus on for a rookie player like Zoyan. And he did not have the answer against Zika. It didn't seem like he really had the answer in game #1 against Flandra.
I'm just really impressed by AL with the amount that they've been able to bounce back, I had very early written off this team with them bringing in Big Way after some controversy on BLG with their Worlds run in 2025. I didn't think that Big Way would be the appropriate coach to maybe unlock this team. I said that if they have one bad week, maybe just the mental of this team completely plummets. But there's a lot of experienced voices here. I think especially someone like Flandre that they can lean on. Tarzan and his individual experience really kind of showing up in the forefront there. They were able to problem solve their way out of this early game. It was only a 3,000 gold lead, but we were really looking at the dragon stacking early on for Top Esports, where we're saying, okay, you can go down some early gold, but you kind of brought it back. I feel so bad for Cream, man. Look at that, like, how often do we see a 40,000 damage almost Annie game? That is ridiculous.
Yep. What, 1,200 DPM? Got a little bit of help from TN as well, as they were really able to navigate the early game to the fullest as we take a look at some of these replays, starting with these plays here onto Shanks, onto Tarzan. It was once again the story of the TES mid-jungle just dominating the Rift in the early game. But AL were again able to withstand that pressure and come back with a vengeance. Tarzan, knowing that he was behind, does not return to the mid lane, instead looks towards both sides of the map, first here in the top side, then down bottom to get himself back into the game.
And this was another game, I think, where I don't want to say it was Fungyue's fault, but the amount of times we saw AL pick out this rookie player and basically turn him into not only free gold, but also into essentially a free pick, created a lot of issues. This 2v2 for Jackie Love and Fungyue has not necessarily been solved yet. And so I'm kind of wondering what they are going to look like as we get closer and closer to playoffs, right? We're in the back half of the split. Every team has now played each other once in the round robin, and I think this is where we are going to get the closest and most clear picture of what these teams are going to look like as we get towards those best of fives.
Yeah, and that's where the inexperience for a team like TES might start to come into play. Sure, Jackie Love and TN have a lot of experience, but Cream, even in his third year, and then you combine that with the two rookies with less than 100 combined games of Tier 1 play. Once those pools start to get pinched, what will that actually look like? We mentioned it earlier this week, but we were talking about it also in the green room today. Top Esports haven't played a Game 3 yet, let alone a Game 4 or a Game 5. How much will that impact this team that has looked so good at the start of the regular season?
It's so funny that we kind of bring that up because I just remember Top Esports with TN back in 2024. This team was incredibly dominant. They would win games and they would look like one of the best teams in the league, but they were kind of known as this kind of like glass jaw team. If you beat them once, they almost never were able to recover, whether that was in best of threes or best of fives. We saw them consistently lose out after not being able to adapt properly in series. So I wonder if that is going to be something that continues to follow a player like TN, about these teams that don't have a lot of resiliency in these longer series. I mean, we even saw him during his tenure on Weibo last year. Kind of hit or miss, a little bit streaky. Obviously, him and Xiaohu didn't seem like they worked together all that well, and there were a lot of other problems with that lineup. But Top Esports, at least this time, TN looked like one of the best players to start off the season. And we are seeing them start to fall apart. The most well-earned Scion MVP of the year, I think, already.
Yeah, a lot of the time, these Scion players, you get into the back seat, you're like, all right, I'll carry a little bit later on. Flandre was making an impact from minute one on this Jace, or on the Scion against Zwayon's Jace, continuing to pressure him out of lane, making sure he never fell too far behind, and then being an absolute unit once we got to those late game team fights that AL dominated so well. So good job for Flandre in, what was it, his 1100th and like 75th game in Tier 1 as of late. So he gets player of the game. Unanimous decision here by the LPL caster. Correct. I think unanimous on our front here on the co-stream as well. But that's going to do it for our coverage of game number 1. Before we head to a short break, we want to give a big shout out to everybody watching here on the stream, especially to our coffee supporters. And if you want to support us here on LPL English, you can consider becoming a coffee supporter, as it is the best way to continue to support us here on LPL English financially, with the vast majority of your contributions going directly to the cast and crew that make this show happen every single time we take to the Rift. You can check out the link in the coffee. The link is in the chat right now. You can unlock features like early access, some of the content that we put out, like our weekly podcast, as well as maybe some interviews that are happening. I know internationals are down the line, specifically in NA a little bit later on in the year. We don't know just yet, but we could get some early questions from you guys
our
on
New York
the coffee
ticket
page if you want to take a look at that. Anyone's Legend up 1-0 here in this best of 3 to kick off our 3-day weekend in Xi'an. Will Top Esports play their first Game 3 of the season, or will it be another 2-0 sweep for the Pandas in red? We'll be back after a short break here on LPL English. Welcome back, everybody, to LPL English, where anyone's legend open up our first series of the day with a 1-0 lead. They weathered the initial early game power of Top Esports, and they end up winning the late game with a incredible front-to-back team fight composition. Reminder to stay tuned for later in the day. We'll have Weibo against a new-look Invictus Gaming roster. Nia coming in place of Renard in the mid lane as they continue to figure out some of their roster shuffling. But those teams are at the bottom of Group Ascend at this point. There's chances that they could pass one another here. This is a battle in the top 4 right now, Alkin. The way that we saw AL play and the way that they have been playing lately, this is certainly a team that can continue to rise up the ranks as we close out the regular season over these next 3 weeks.
And maybe they were the ones that made out like bandits on the trade, right? They brought in Helper to kind of maybe push them with the absence of Tabe going over to JDG. And then it was like, okay, what is Helper going to do? He won coaching staff of the Split, and he's gone before playoffs is even over. They got bounced out in 4th, and then he goes over to Invictus Gaming, who started off really hot and have just trailed losses ever since then. They went 3-0 to now 5 series losses in consecutive order, which is a bit damning. So maybe Big Way actually ended up paying off.
Yeah, maybe AL has the sauce now with their new coach at the
Maybe
helm.
they also just have better players, but that's a
yeah, going into the year, definitely would have said that, and I think that still carries over now. But hey, it goes to show that the loss of somebody like Tabe was so massive for this team, right? They were not looking like their same selves, and they still aren't fully right back online. Like, this was a team that was pretty single-handedly the best team in the LPL throughout the end of split number 2, going into split number 3 of last year. Obviously, BLG end up coming back and winning the end of that split. But of course, internationals aside, AL certainly are a team and a roster that has been proven to reach these high highs, but the question was it a Tabe diff, or is there other stuff involved? I think these 5 players want to prove that it wasn't just our coach that was getting us to these places. We can also be a top team, even with a different person at the helm.
I love that point because I remember seeing so much of the international community after we saw AL make their first appearance at MSI. Every single person online is just saying, it's Tabe, it's Tabe, it's Tabe. But I do want to remind folks that even when they had a different set of top jungle setup for this team, when Tabe was on AL in 2024, that team actually ended up making top 6, and then they were able to bring in some new, fresh talent. And Tarzan, any team he goes into here in the LPL is an immediate contender for at the very least top 3. And for a long time, it was you're good enough to make it, but you weren't able to get that trophy. Now with that win underneath his belt, it feels like I think a lot of the demons are off of his shoulders, and he can kind of play like, yes, I am a championship winning jungle, and I can continue to show that on different iterations.
Hopefully he gets another one under his belt. As the hunger for another trophy is not going to just go away after winning the first for a player like Tarzan. He has his sights set on much bigger things throughout his career that he has still yet to achieve, but still has many opportunities to do so. Anyone's legend up 1-0 already in this series, but that means that Top Esports will head on over to that first pick situation as we get ready for this next draft.
All right, so looking at this draft coming in, I do think that Nocturne starts to climb in priority. Whether or not we will have Jarvan make it through, I think is also quite interesting. Do want to note that it is Top Esports again with first pick, or they have counter pick this time. So we're just going to get a normal draft. I know this has been a bit of a hiccup for you. So this is just going to be we're going to be back to normal.
Okay, so I know that first, whoever decides we want the pick first gets the 4 characters in Chinese at the bottom, but I am unable to tell half the time whether that means first pick or second pick. So I normally just assume it's first pick because that's what most teams have been choosing. But I've got to do a little bit of a deeper dive here. Also, I'm looking at the fact that our producer Ilya also sent us that information. I just did not look at it, so that is also my bad. Varus picked up first, and we'll see what the response is on the other side for TES.
I tried to give you the out there, man, but whatever.
No,
Varus being unbanned, I think, is quite interesting. We don't know if this will go top lane, but we have not seen Flandra play it, and it is I think probably one of Hope's best champions that he has very rarely been able to get access to this year, outside of a couple of games very early on. Actually, looking at it, yeah, he's gotten a couple of them, but he's gotten 0 Varus games in Split 2. So one of the most dominant champions that we will see for AL, and Nefiri now being taken. Are we going to be seeing some more of the shifting jungle priorities? I wonder what we're going to be getting from Tarzan. I know Nefiri was a rather prominent champion coming in from his champion pool.
If you want to try to take away some synergy with this Lucian locked in, a Corki Nami might make sense, and you want to send that, but you would have to send the Varus top lane early on. It would most likely be Fengyue getting his pick of the litter in the Nami or the Milio to round out this first phase of bans. Shanks has been very comfortable blinding this Azir as his most played champion this season. We have seen questionable performances on this champion specifically, just his current place in the meta, especially blind though.
And without Ryze, it does mean that we're probably going to have to see something a little bit different from Cream. He has played some Ahri. I know Aurora's also been quite fun, but usually with Nefiri, you do want a mid lane champion that can give you point-and-click crowd control. So to see her kind of decoupled from a champion like Annie is a bit worrisome. AL are going to go for the tried and true. It seems like they've been really loving this Skarner and Azir combo as a 2v2. It has been something that has been getting a lot of shift in focus. And so AL, they have the range with the Azir and Varus. Skarner can technically be good, but with Emilio on the opposite side, do you think our top esports have some legs to stand on when it comes to trying to find these 5-on-5s?
Yeah, the Emilio not only a great pairing with the Lucian, but you also will get to AoE cleanse the Impale once it ends up getting channeled by Tarzan. So very good gameplay, very good answers into the composition that anyone's Legend have already set up that have a lot of heavy crowd control in their ultimate abilities. We get ready for our second ban phase. No real hesitation to just target the mid lane for AL, knowing that Cream has a lot of interesting counters that he can pull out. Remember, he started off as an assassin player back when he was on OMG. Those are always the traditional answers into the Azir as well.
I'm honestly a little bit shocked I didn't even recognize that Bard made it through and that AO weren't willing to prioritize this champion in the first phase just to get your bot lane pair. But maybe just putting a lot more effort into making sure that we take care of one of Cream's most played champions this split. Azir at 15 games, the next highest is 7. That is a massive gap in terms of priority. So Renekton and Aurora, to me, kind of screams that we are probably looking at trying to prioritize either the Ambessa or going for things like Cassante here for topside. Again, also, we don't have the Yorick quite coming on through yet for Flandra. So for top esports, what is going to be Cream's champion?
The Hui. For some extra range and...
Yone!
I was saying this earlier this week. They sit on 0 for way too long on this draft bracket. It's really hard to tell when they actually lock something in or not. But the Yone as that assassin answer into the Azir, something very classically we've seen even in the early iterations of the matchups between AL and TES back at the start of 2025.
I'm worried if we pick Nico that our team is a little too squishy. I think with Yone and the interactions that the mid-jungle of top esports have versus their team, they can very easily pick this champion off in side lanes or even in the approach towards fights. What is going to be Flandra's champion? I don't know a champion that's really going to tie it together. We're going to go for the Ambessa like I was mentioning. So all about dive, all about abusing the range of Varus and Azir so that eventually Ambessa and Nico can try to catch some players off guard. I think giving Cream one of his best champions in his career is a bit dangerous. And Milio, I think Milio is just way too OP in this kind of draft. We'll see if it ends up paying off for this team. 3
abilities that just have AoE roots, stuns, or anything along those lines.
Gwen.
That's something that Emilio is going to answer so well. And we also get a Gwen up in the top lane against 3 ranged champions that are going to be issuing out a lot of poke on the AL side. Top esports, although their composition is not necessarily the most meta, it is certainly something that can really take advantage of the champions that AL have selected here in Game 2.
I just think we're going to come into 5-on-5s and we're going to say, okay, top esports, you do not have a tank. So how you play engagements is going to come down to, can you pull the trigger at the right time? I like this 2v2 from a bottom lane perspective for top esports. It's just these solo lanes. Some of Ambessa's power has been put into her lane, but can definitely be a little bit weaker. Gwen, kind of the same thing. And if top esports fumble at any point, I think the reliability of AL's composition is going to start to kick in. Just the front-to-back nature of what you get with a Varus and Azir is just too strong, I think, in a lot of games, especially when we're talking about teams that are evenly matched in skill. So this is going to be a draft that if Top Esports win, I think is going to be in emphatic fashion.
Composition has a lot of answers to a top esports team that has seen a 12-game win streak turn into a 3-game loss streak. A loss here would not put them behind AL in the standings, but would tie them in match score and set up interesting situations as it comes down to tiebreakers at the end of the season. A top 4 bid and automatic place in the playoffs is nice, but getting a higher seed is even better than that. TES looking to try and rewrite this narrative here, even up our series, send us to a Game 3 against AL as we're on to the Rift for game number 2.
There was some BM going across with the fan cheerleaders there. They didn't even wait for each other to finish. There was just overlapping gyos. Someone was wrong. Someone was wrong in the force there, but we're already seeing AL put early vision down, not only to stop Nefiri from potentially jumping over the Baron pit wall and invading, but again, we said it for TN. You can get early vision onto Tarzan, you're happy. Jesus Christ, Jackie Love.
Yeah, a great trade happening here as now we have lethal tempo procced here in the mid lane for Shanks, taking Kareem to about 100 HP. He has a Doran shield and a potion, so should be able to regenerate nice enough. But this early poke from Shanks is really the one time that the Azir has the advantage in this 1v1 matchup.
Just looking at jungle, mostly just looking at Nefiri. Does she decide to jump over the wave? Or jump over the wall, doesn't and elect to go for it, so it's just going to be full clears to opposite sides. Skarner trying to find ganks onto Gwen, not likely a position that they'll find themselves in, and I think Top Esports are starting to lose the back end of some of these trades, but once they get some of their first recalls in, I am really, really liking how this Top Esports draft can finish out a game.
All about how these individual matchups end up shaping out. Cream with the Soul Unbound, forcing Shanks back, allowing for that wave to be in a good spot for the Yone to farm up. Likely going to see issuances of TPs from both of these mid lanes before the first spawns of the Rift Scuttlers end up coming through. Up in the top side, pretty good matchup for Zoyan here into Flandres and Bessa. And we'll see what he's able to do when he's able to pilot a carry in one of these carry v carry matchups. Hasn't necessarily gotten that opportunity in the last couple of series against Zika and Flandra so far.
In the platonic ideal for Gwen, she is monster OP in this game. I mean, her ultimate, if she can land it onto multiple members, she can rip apart this backline. Her Hollowed Mist, I think, is even more broken when you're talking about trying to play into Nico and Varus, so it'll be quite interesting to see if Swayon can actually perform and give us that big carry matchup. Dan should be spotted here, and trying to go for a dive underneath this turret.
Yeah, no combat summoner spell on Hope's side as Jackie Love already gets taken down pretty low. They're trying to land the final Blight stacks, but it won't be enough. First blood into the hands of Top Esports, and Zwayan on the other side of things is barely going to go down. Flandre flashes forward, eats one final turret shot, and will be able to escape with his life.
Well, all of my narratives talking about that Flandre isn't the best laner, that Flandre is one of the biggest gold sinks for this AL team is not at all coming true. These last 4 games that we have seen from him, whether it is jungle attention from Tarzan or him individually playing very well, he is putting in a lot of work to bring this team back up to standard. And that gank from Tarzan really well timed to try to cut away at what could be a problematic Gwen later on.
So a good start here for AL to try to stymie some of that really strong power that TES are going to have on their top side. But the bot lane, not so lucky. Jackie Love never really talked about it. You get horrible game number 1. Ended like 0-4-0 on that Jhin. Already off to a much better start in a lane and a matchup that he should be able to take further advantage of in the Lucian lane.
Tarzan's going to show mid. Might actually just get this
W
kill.
is slow. Yeah, there's the boulder. One more auto attack should do it, but Tarzan doesn't have the flash and Cream does. And that's the difference there in the 1v1.
Is Cream going to have to stay? Yeah, it looks like he's just going to have to recall. It's a bit of a not great timer considering Shanks was able to complete an entire recall and come back to lane and also pulls the wave. So now he can just freeze in front of his turret. It's probably just going to turn into a small advantage for the Azir, but that's all you really need sometimes is just make sure that Cream can't force potential plays onto you and also make sure that you're able to guarantee a small gold advantage, which getting items onto Azir, always a win condition for whatever team he's on.
Yeah, so Tarzan not killing Cream, but ends up costing him an entire cannon wave as well as his flash, certainly
it's gonna feel like a kill.
Target later on. Exactly. Like the amount of gold you lose plus the resource in the flash that is gone, very similar value in terms of the gank that Tarzan, without Shanks, was able to pull out.
Top side we see pings, and kind of here for Top Esports, it'll be another first dragon, as that'll be TN being spotted, pulling this dragon out, leveraging the bot lane prio, which, by the way, Jackie Love not only up a kill, but also almost up 15 CS by himself with Fungyue. So, wonder if they're just going to continue to split map, leave the Gwen on a side lane. Now that she has ultimate, I always feel like she's very similar to someone like Rumble. Oh, this is Cream.
All right, back to the scene of the crime. Nice buffer from Cream with the Fate Seal, but Tarzan still has his ultimate. Not even going to have to use it. The Soul Unbound going to force Cream to come right back to where he started. And Shanks takes him down with the help of a Sand Soldier, 2-1 in favor of anyone's legend.
I think it is so surprising to see Cream stumble on this champion because it's kind of what he made his name on, especially at the international stage. So to see him falling this far behind in the Azir matchup, something that we had talked very early on as Azir's place in the meta is a little bit less tenable. It seems like players and teams are a little less high on this. Maybe that's just the Chovy effect, similar to the Rocket Belt that we've been seeing take over the mid lane. But this is really good signs for AL. You've opened up 1,000 gold lead, and that's kind of chipping into what Jackie Love was showing.
And it feels like these two mid laners, very similar growth trajectories and stories of just how they have risen to be at the top of the LPL. Both are on weaker teams throughout the start of their careers. It was OMG for Cream, WE for Shanks, but then get these opportunities with these higher ups, and they're always going to be compared to each other, right? Because of that fact, because they kind of had very similar career paths, and we definitely did a lot of comparing last year between these two teams once they ended up facing off. So far, it has been Shanks with more of that international success and long-term in terms of just winning these championships as well, but Cream certainly wants to change that narrative.
Actually, Cream went to 2 internationals and made semifinals last year, so...
Oh, that's true. That was a fake semis.
What? What?
I don't know.
It's not our fault. It's not our fault that T1 gets to play 2 LPL teams going up. That's just that. Come on.
You see the matchup into T1, you're like, all right, nice job, guys. We'll wrap it up.
It's kind of a scheduled loss, man. Bro, they farmed like all of our seeds, man. They take our 2nd seed in AL. They take our 4th seed in IG. They take our 3rd seed. Like, dude, come on, man. All right, that's enough. That's
T1 aside, they're over on LCK if you want to watch that instead. We got grub fights here in the top side of the map. Tarzan going to steal the final one, but it will be a 2-for-1 trade in favor of anyone's legend. They were the ones in the pit first. They send both supports up for it. Soul Unbound comes forward for Cream. Still looking for Shanks. Fate Sealed available, but not going to be used, as he'll end up snapping right back and making sure that Top Esports do not lose anybody.
All right, getting grubs. I'm happy, I think. Getting any of those for a champion like Mbessa and for Azir is always good, but similarly, if we're talking about side lane, if this Gwen's able to kind of let it rip, then the Beyblades are going to be going very well for Top Esports. If they can hit these turrets and get those plates, that's been kind of the big thing I've been harping on for all of this season, has been if you're not going to contest for Dragon, please go hit the turret plates. There is so much free gold in the game to be able to get you away, especially if it's not like a soul or a really important dragon you need to contest. We're coming up on one in a minute and a half's time in Top Esports with the dragon stack, and we have seen from them so far the priority that they're using with this bottom lane. And another important one where I think they need to be looking to try to take those away from AL.
Well, Well, both mid laners just decided to use their ultimates and not hit each other, which is all fine and dandy, but it's going to actually end up benefiting anyone's Legend because Tarzan is here first. Oh, the Impale not going to be able to get over that much wall. So will be another ultimate being burned, but Tarzan able to establish some control now in the mid lane, trying to take away some of these chickens.
He got most of the small ones. Almost cave over the big one is Tien, but we'll just smite that one away. This is an interesting game here, Grapes, because if you just look at the gold advantage, you're saying AL are in a great spot, Azir's up 600 gold, and Bessa is up 500 gold. You're feeling good. Your solo lanes are doing, and you're gonna have a poke Varus later on in the game. I think most teams, more often than not, are gonna want to take that. But I think if you look at the backline access that this top esports team has, that could open up a lot of avenues for them. And again, Dragon's so important here. And no ultimate for Tarzan. Wonder if that is going to maybe fight back at this team for not being able to fight this drag.
Will that create a situation where top esports can once again get out to that early Drake lead? It didn't necessarily work out for them in game one, but very different situation. They had the early game comp last time around. That was why they were able to get those Drakes. They're able to get a 2-0 lead with the team that's going to want to fight out these 5v5s, all the unique interactions that each of these champions have into AL's opposition. Certainly a much more promising sign of things to come. Tarzan does have his ultimate up in 5, so does Shanks. That means that this dragon actually likely will be contested. First, the battle will be around the Scuttle Crab. Top esports should control that. The question is what happens afterwards.
Look at top lane right now. Swayon hasn't finished an item, and as soon as Flandre pushes a wave and then goes into Fog of War, top esports say we're not fighting this, because if Gwen and Mbessa TP, AL win this fight every single time. An Eclipse finished already, and there we go. It's going to be Varus instead TPing in. 4-on-5 with Tien in the pit. I mean, Cream could find a flank. There's the Mbessa TP.
Very low, stolen away by Tarzan, and AL even up the dragon count. Two-man Pop Blossom as well, and Jackie Love dies before he can even issue the culling. A teleport comes in, but it might be far too late, as Zwayan going to get slammed right back into the wall and impaled by the Skarner, sent right back to his demise, and anyone's Legend. An absolute domination around the second dragon pit. Cream the only one on his team left alive, and he's going to have to run and run back underneath his tier 1 turret.
And just a confusing fight there from top esports. They weren't able to keep track of where Nico was on the flank, so Kyle gets this massive Pop Blossom. Jackie Love is not able to deal with the front line, and this is what we were talking about from the draft already. We saw signs of it from the laning phase. But top esports just discombobulated, desynced, and now giving up their dragon and giving over a 3,000 gold lead. This is just like, I think, blatant disrespect from top esports. This is a big fight from Kyle. And I said it already, Gwen versus trying to match this Mbessa, never going to win this one. They were not in position from top esports to try to contest for this dragon, and have now set themselves so far behind trying to mount an impossible comeback.
I mean, Zwayan wasn't even able to play the game. He got CC'd 100-0 by Tarzan on the Skarner. The Ixtal's impact straight into the Impale. Makes sure he goes down. He still has his ultimate available because he wasn't even able to proc the first of his 3 issuances of the Needlework. Be a little bit more of a struggle now for a TES team that is all of a sudden reeling a little bit. A lot of these teams that started off the year hot starting to hit these mid-season slumps.
They're cooling off, and maybe just recognizing how long the calendar is, you know? Saying, okay, we could take it a little bit slow. You know, regular season is you always want to try your best, but you know, sometimes some wins are more important than others, as we say. So, Cream down a level, gonna probably be down a couple turret plates here.
Might even be down his life. Tarzan has just been hunting this man ever since he hit that early game.
Jesus.
Doesn't even need to issue much damage. It's just Shanks that ends up getting all of the DPS down. And he's now 4-0-2 on his signature Azir.
Well, Azir's going to get this entire turret. And Cream still hasn't finished his role quest in mid. We're taking a replay. What happened here? Did Cream die while we were in a replay?
I might have missed this here. Kyle. Oh, he was playing bait for the Azir.
Wow.
And ends up going down.
He died.
He totally missed that.
Yeah. I mean, I think that AL have probably been one of our few teams that have still prioritized Nico, and they've definitely been the smartest. I think back to that IG game where they played in Fog of War, they used Nocturne plus Nico to hide her ability to use her ultimate, and then we saw it again with Ryze in the WE matchup where they Ryze ulted the Nico into 3 members and got a huge Bot Blossom. AL have been a very cerebral team, and now with this teleport, they already got the bottom lane turret. They're going to unlock so much gold for these solo laners, and they're giving this all to Shanks.
Yeah, get it into this Azir's pockets, because if he's able to get accelerated on this champ, oh, there's no telling the amount of work that he's going to be able to do onto TES, who now are down 5,000 gold at 15 minutes. We know that these team fights should in general work towards their favor as we get later on, but is that even going to happen at this point? Because right now it looks like AL are just going to run away with this game if it continues to go this way.
Look at this, 2,500 gold here, and that's going to be even worse. The only silver lining I can get over to Top Esports is that they've got the pity prizes, objective bounties claimed for this Yone. Will keep him within touching distance of the, I don't even want to say touching distance, there's literally a whole football field away from this guy in gold. And he's a level up. And look at Shanks' items. Like, if this Azir is going to be the main carry of this game, I think having Seeker's Arm Guard to kind of as a pit stop to stop any of the shenanigans that are going to be here from the Top Esports comp now is essentially just like a free life. You get to bait in Top Esports and bring them into your huge team fight potential with this Nico and Skarner and Mbessa.
Yeah, and while AL might get individually countered by some of the champions like we were talking about at the start of draft, they're very strong champions in their own right? Like these guys, Varus and Mbessa and Nico, top of the tier list both just in terms of the current meta and also AL's comfort level. So the way that they're able to play these fights out is still going to be very, very good as they are able to now finish off the last of these outer turrets, now work towards the inner with the Rift Herald being issued by Tarzan. Jackie 11 Fungula cannot do much about it. They're going to try to allow for TN to get some space here, look for a flank, but Tarzan immediately is going to mark the dog, force him to already issue the call of the pack. In goes Shanks looking for an ultimate, but not able to find anything, and now Cream and the rest of TS might be on the offensive, but another crowd control. Chain lands. Hope started it off with the Chain of Corruption, and everyone on AL were able to follow up.
Grapes, I hate to say this, but I think the game ended on that second dragon. The fact that Top Esports not only lost the game on them trying to make the play, but they now don't even have dragon stacking as a potential fallback plan similar to game 1. That's kind of just the game, honestly. Like, Azir is way too far ahead. Mbessa is completely disgusting and is now 13 already, and is going to be hitting that second item rather soon. Tarzan's on 2. We haven't seen Jackie Love do much with this bottom lane lead after that play. I think Top Esports may just go down 0-2 here in this matchup, and AL are going to move up. I mean, Cream, again, completely CC chained. He went for the Gunmetal Greaves. So these are your upgraded Berserker Greaves. You're going to get more movement speed when you're dealing damage, but no tenacity. And I wonder if and when he is going to have access to these items or that stat line.
Yes, they just need to make something happen. They're going to try to find a play on this bottom side. Jungle's way on, uses the Blast Cone into Tarzan, and now he's going to separate himself from the rest of his team. Tien goes forward, but he immediately gets bursted out by a piercing arrow. The Pot Blossom from Kyle will find 4 members of TES. It will be Zoyan nearly taking down Tarzan, finally going to allow that shutdown to go through, but he's now on the wrong side of the map. Shanks goes forward with the shifting sands, going to flash forward. A couple more autos should do the deed, and it's now 11-2 in favor of anyone's legend. They have continued to push the pace here in this game.
Everything is collapsing as Top Esports get more and more desperate to make a play work for them to find a pick. Jackie Love, he dashes forward.
She's at the culling, and the Cozy Campfire going to keep him alive. Soul Bound comes forward for Cream, but he initially now has to snap right on back. Shanks hunting for that Emperor's Divide, not going to find it, but another arrow connects, and Fung Yue's down for the count. The Tangle Barbs land onto Cream as well, and he's forced to use the dash to try and escape. But Azir is hungry. Shanks is looking for another kill. Won't be able to take the Yone down. Top Esports able to try and get some sort of semblance back into this game, but AL are having none of it. It is now a 5,500 gold lead.
Yeah, JDG, whatever this, JD Esports, whatever this little graph is, let's bump that up another 8 to 9% right there, because this game is quite honestly, frankly, over. I mean, 5,000 gold lead here. You have a super fed Azir in this game. I think we said that if Top Esports, if they fall behind, it's going to look pretty bad. It's going to continue to get worse for them here in this game. It's honestly like you're like, okay, we got kills, right? Swayon finds this, awesome. And that maybe buys them a few minutes in this game, but I think it is pennies in a bucket here as they're taking everything. They even got the mid-tier one halfway through this play. Shanks, by the way, put a turret behind them in the mid-tier one. So while they're losing their jungle, they're losing access to the map. They don't get to play split push because they got only one grub. They lost the Herald. Everything is going to the Pandas. And it's probably just going to be the series all by itself.
They're not done just yet. They're still looking again. Tangle Barbs connect. The call the pack's not going to do anything about that. Flandre follows up the public execution, and this Nefiri has not been able to do squat here in this second game. He's 0-3-1, and now AL can continue the push onto this tier 2. Baron is available, but they don't even need it to continue to have this push go down.
They have no ability to push in mid. Cream is like, I'll catch the wave on top lane, and then Shank shows up and he deletes the minion wave. A great bounce back from AL. Now going on a multi-series win streak. They took their win versus WE. They lost to BLG, but have been looking rock solid ever since. It seems like the bounce back for this team. And honestly, at the right time. Talk about it again for their schedule. They played IG a couple of days ago, a 2-0 victory there. They play Top Esports here. They take a 2-0, and then they play IG again. They could go 6-0 this week and slingshot themselves up to 7-3. That would leapfrog Top Esports and put them within top 3, maybe even top 2 conversation.
And for TES, they got to play Weibo tomorrow, the team that they just lost to a few short days ago, right after potentially getting slammed in a 2-0 fashion to anyone's legend. And that's just the nature of the LPL, the nature of these top teams continuing to play against each other at a very frequent rate in Group Ascend. TES got off to that 6-game win streak, but all of a sudden, one bad week and they're right back down to the middle of the pack.
Dragons here. This is probably the apex at which we will see Top Esports have any relevancy. This almost feels like the last gasp. They need to win this next Dragon fight. And this is where I think Swayon's Gwen needs to be basically the game decider. He is the one player that has gotten minimal amount of attention from AL. He has gotten some kills for himself. He is level 14. He is probably the most relevant player outside of maybe Jackie Love. And so Top Esports are going to have to play around their fledgling top laner if they want to even have a kind of a breath here in this series.
Well, that breath is going to have to be held for the next 5 minutes because this dragon belongs to AL after TN just gets bursted down by Shanks from a mile away. 5-0-5 on the Azir. Holds on the completion of the Zhonya's because he hasn't even had to use it yet. He's able to buy a full-on Shadow Flame in the meantime to deal a little bit of extra burst damage if they didn't have enough to begin with. So a third dragon picked up for AL. They're on the Infernal Soul Point. They got a 7,500 gold lead, and things continue to look better and better for them here in this second game.
Feels good, AL. And honestly, it is the most unlikely subjects. I think Flandre, the last like 4 series, has actually been rather impressive. He had a couple of whoopsies versus Bin, and obviously they lose that series 0-2. But Flandre's improvement from the start of the split to now, market, definitely starting to put himself in conversation for that all-pro votes, which we'll start to kind of get into as we close out the regular season here in week 5. But wow, 18 here. I'm gonna get distracted because I'll be honest, Grapes, this game's over from my perspective. You're now on Soul Point as AL, and you've been dominating for what has kind of felt the entire game.
Yeah, it feels like TES have maybe one more fight in them. If they can get the Infinity Edge onto Jackie Lift, they get a second item onto Cream. They already have 2 onto TN and Dusk and Dawn completed for Zwayon. But even if they're able to do that, still all the money is in AL's side. It's going to be very difficult for them to even play this game out the rest of the way.
Oh
Zwayon,
my god. Secret
he's
Agent
in a bad
Zwayon
spot right now. I think he's actually going to still remain in the Fog of War and keep himself alive for now. Topic now becomes the Baron for anyone's legend, as they have a lot of resources focused towards that top side. And that means that Zwayon is going to try to find a little cheeky play maybe on the Flandre. before realizing that maybe that's not not going to end up being the play. So he's out.
Yeah, maybe he actually just goes for a flank because they don't have eyes on Swayon. The mid lane wave might be the only thing that shows. He's playing with a lot of respect. He knows he is the last hope for top esports. And if TES want a chance at this game, we've been talking about Dragon, we've been talking about, you know, being able to maybe find a team fight about Swayon. Anything to get this shut down on any one of these AL members, but particularly Shanks, is going to be pivotal. They need to kill this Azir and get him out of the fight if there's going to be any conversation of a game number 3. Aside from that, it is kind of just clean, collected play. Can AL just coast out for the next 2.5 minutes and get themselves ready for what is going to be a Dragon? Honestly, Graves, we might even see them send for a Baron if they make one pick with an Azir this fed.
Yeah, and just knowing that TS is always going to have to answer for the potential soul. Baron might just end up being free, just like that blue buff ended up being for TN. And Flandra's going to immediately snap back in favor of the public execution. Big chunk of damage back, though, and now Kyle only going to land the Pop Blossom onto 1. Health bars are dropping, and top esports might have found an overextension. Hold up! Has to go golden as Cream goes forward with the Fate sealed, and will make it a 1-for-1 trade, as it will be still TN dropping. Top esports might not be in the driver's seat, but they certainly are happy with getting a big shutdown onto Shanks.
When you are 7,000 gold behind, a 1-for-1 is exactly the trade that you want, and that shutdown goes over to JackeyLove. That is a massive influx of gold, but it's not enough. You need so much more in this game to come back. Going into this next Dragon fight here, we'll take a look back at this replay. I mean, there's some tools that were spent, but look at Swayon in this fight. He buys so much time. Corrupted Era of Corrupted Chains does land, but look at how much space he's able to buy with this Gwen. Ultimate lands. He actually puts the Hollowed Mist, so there's no damage being able to be applied, and also Shanks just wasn't here. So this is a good look, and probably the most important part of the game if you're looking at it from top esports perspective. But Graves, I'm looking at this next fight. That's crazy. I'm looking at this next fight. No flash on either jungler, no flash on JackeyLove, and no flash here for this Nico. It's going to be a very big win if top esports can continue to snowball this, but I mean, AL are still very firmly ahead of this game.
We're seeing semblances of why we were saying this TS competition is going to work out if they can get to an even game state. They have not been at that just yet, though, but Zwayon's trying to make that a different story. Public execution, though, will land on the Flandra as he's trying to turn it around, but Zwayon will have none of it. That is a solo kill for the Gwen, and now Shanks is actually out of position as well. This Dragon should just belong to TES, but it will come at the cost of this Gwen's life. He's going to dash forward for a little bit of extra damage, but finally Shanks will take him down. But meanwhile, JackeyLove got chunked down to half HP, meaning that the river control is not claimed by either side at this point.
That's a Dragon. That's Soul here. I mean, look at TN right now. You have no jungler able to move in, and 35 seconds before any of the top laners join, AL will get an Infernal Drake Soul.
They're going for broke.
Very little lost here from AL, and they're going to trade for Baron. I hate this trade. Baron, I mean, cool. You'll take 750 gold. I love this response from AL. The
AL
Soul
don't care about the soul. They know they can just get to it later. They want to try to end the fight right here. Feng Yue chunked down to nearly death as Shanks now has to pop the Zanya's Hourglass. It will be the Baron secured, Fate sealed out for Cream, and top esports now to try to channel these resets, try to get out of this fight. Shanks ends up taking a big burst of damage. Feng Yue goes down, and now it will be an instant death onto the hands of this Nafiri. Shanks ends up getting the kill. It's a 2 kills, I should say, in favor of anyone's legend, but top esports get the Baron and keep the game alive.
I mean, sure, you got 500 gold, Graves, but what else are you supposed to do? Look at your minion waves, all of them pushing into your turrets or pushing onto your side of the map. AL now, they know TN's dead for 20 seconds. Shanks won't be able to TP in, so in the time it takes for him to walk from base to here is going to be the time in which top esports have any kind of position to move in.
Yeah.
This is still just the soul. Like, the Baron means nothing.
They send in the teleports to make sure that this goes down. Zwayon thought about maybe going for a little bit of a cheeky play, but it will be the Infernal Soul picked up for anyone's legend. Have not done too much with this Baron power play just yet. Top esports, they tried for a play. They were successful in one aspect, but they were very unsuccessful in the others.
And sure, they bit into the gold lead. It was a 7,000 gold lead here for AL. Baron's going to give you 750, and that's kind of it. They got a kill beforehand with Swayon solo killing Flandra, but Sola's going to give you about 4,000 gold, if I remember what the kind of approximate gold value was. So imagine that AL are currently up 10k. That's the boundary, typically, from a casting perspective, where you just say, the game's quite over, and we should be expecting them to win. Now for AL, it's can you close out in the next 4 minutes? Is the Baron going to be enough for Top Esports to be able to give them the time here in this game?
It would take a miraculous fight for TES to end up forcing that decisive Game 3. But we've seen this team against rosters like AL work miracles in the past. But miracles might not even be enough here. Zoyan going to the top side to try to clear this wave out, but the rest of AL, despite having the Baron buff against them for the next wave, going to try to break open the base of Top Esports. Cream is waiting here in the mid lane while the rest of his team is on a flank.
Behind.
Going forward is Tarzan, but he's unable to find any crowd control. TN trying to clear this wave out, and Zoyan has gone with a TP. Has an extra shield, looking for the engage. This might be the last effort for TES here in this second game. Zoyan dashes away from the Emperor's Divide, but still gets hit up by the pop blossom, but the CC chain will take him down. Flandre able to claim the gold. TN runs for the hills, and Jackie Love now the lone hope here for TES, but he gets bursted down from a mile away as Shank says not today. He dashes forward onto Fengyue, looks to finish the job. It's a double kill for the Birdman, and only TN lives as the base will get broken open.
To you, Top Esports, Shank's name is Emperor. You will call him your king as AL move in to get a 2-0 victory over the 6-2 Top Esports.
Momentum is on the Panda side as we kick off Pandemonium Weekend. Anyone's Legends in 31.5 minutes going to dominate Top Esports and take a series sweep in the second half of the round robin.
That is the easiest Shanks MVP I have ever seen in my entire life. Clearly the better mid laner here in this game. He got taken advantage of in the Annie versus Rise matchup in that game 1, but it did not matter. We saw excellence here from AL. We saw shaky decision making from Top Esports, and it kind of paid off for the Pandas. It is true Pandissimo going on through for week number 5.
And this is the AL that we know and love, that we saw dominate the entirety of 2025. You could say start to finish, the most complete team of this past calendar year. It has not looked the same. Going into 2026, we wondered if Tabe was the answer, but AL want to prove that that is not the case, as they, I believe, are up now to 6-3 in the standings and will tie Top Esports in that regard. TS still have the game score advantage because of all the 2-0s that they have generated here this season. But AL feeling very confident about where they are. They have another matchup tomorrow in CN while they're already feeling at the top of their form against an Invictus Gaming that really has been struggling. So a lot to look forward to if you are AL looking towards the back half of this season.
Man, that is an insane one. And remember, we keep talking about it. I think I'm going to keep hammering away at this. Potentially a 3-0 weekend is incredible for your standings. You boost yourself to be able to go very far up in the standings, and again, you're looking at potentially pole position, at being able to potentially challenge BLG for first place. I think that that's an incredible bounce back after taking a look at their first round robin. They went what, 3-5 or 3-4? It's like barely a 50 or just under a 50% benchmark. You're always going to take your free win versus WE this split. Let's just, that's just how it goes. That's how the matchup goes.
For AL, the rest of their schedule, they play the two teams that started off Hop and now are struggling next in IG and then NIP. They have WE next later on in the schedule to wrap up their season. And then in between, BLG and JDG, the two representatives from First Stand. If AL want to jump into that contender category, they're going to have to take down likely at least one of them. The top 4 spot seems pretty likely for them at this point, as I believe they are feeling pretty good. I think we have our updated standings as well, just to take a look at generally where we are in the league, because it's a really interesting current grouping in the standings. There's teams that are maybe on the downward trend, and other teams like Anyone's Legend certainly trending up.
They're surging. It's literally a one-game difference between top esports and AL. And that's kind of why AL, some of their 3-game series, particularly, I say series, it's a singular one, the one that we casted with Weibo, if they had 2-0'd that series, maybe they would at least have the head-to-head, or at least it'd be even, and now you're tied up, but AL are putting themselves in a really good spot to surge going into playoffs. That is the most important thing. If you don't know about our format, really the most important thing you need to know for these two teams, top 4, you're automatically qualified into playoffs. You're the 1 through 4 seeds, and then the higher seed you are, the more likely you get to choose your opponent going in.
And that will really be important because there is the beginning of a hierarchy starting to form in this ecosystem. Obviously, a team like WE towards the bottom of the table, even if they can get through Knight's rivals. But then, would you rather play a team like IG, who just made a roster change, an unproven roster in NIP?
Who knows?
Even a team, like Weibo, who has been struggling throughout the season. You get to really have your pick of the litter of that pack once you end up getting one of those higher seeds.
This game was just a masterclass. I know that a lot of the highlights are going to be these big team fights, but I would just love to go over those first 8 minutes from either Shank's perspective. If we still had ProView, if we still had that, I know that there's some kind of access on, I think, Billy, but I'm not going to get too much in the weeds. I would love to see Cream's POV in this game as to what happened, because this was a very uncharacteristic loss for him on a signature champion of his. This would be on the same level for me if I saw this guy lose on Akali or Silas.
And now you have to wonder for top esports. This is 2 straight series losses. They play against Weibo tomorrow, the team that also 2-0'd them earlier on in the week. You talk about a 3-0 week for AL being awesome. Weibo could be, top esports could be staring at a 0-3 week if things end up going wrong tomorrow as well. That is certainly not a place you want to be in, and all of a sudden the vibe's starting to shift here on this team that really put a lot of faith in some of this young talent like Zoyan, like Feng Yue, and I think it's fair to say that specifically the top side of the map today really struggled here in this series.
For sure. Actually, yeah, okay, I'm down with it. There was a lot of this game and last game in particular where we saw Feng Yue just die because we saw AL pounce on him. So it really felt like most of this team started to struggle. Just put Azir. Just put Shanks on the screen. Oh, we're going to get into an interview with...
Yeah, it's Kyle.
No, that's Shanks. That's
Shanks. Okay.
Yep. All right. So we won't see player of the game, but we will be getting ourselves ready for that second series that you were mentioning. And, man, I am really impressed with AL. I might have to start reversing course on the AL hate watch I've been on.
Yeah, they are hard to hate right now in terms of the level of play that they've been bringing to the table over this last 2 weeks span. So AL jump up to 6-3 in the standings, look very similar to the Anyone's Legend that we saw back in 2025 when these two teams faced off all of those times in a row. But talking about stakes, this next one that we have up on the menu as well between IG and Weibo certainly going to bring a lot of that as well. Weibo trying to gain some momentum to swing back into that top 3 form that we saw from them in the spring split. They'll be going up against an Invictus Gaming that will be debuting Nia in the mid lane for the first time. I'm going to head on out. We've got Mazel coming in for the continuation of our Friday here on LPL English. So we're going to take a short break. You'll see the player of the game, and you'll see Mazel and Alk here on the cast for our second series of the day.
Welcome back, one and all, to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Alec. We've got Ilya behind us on prod, and we have a banger, pretty high stakes series between Weibo and IG. Thank you to Graves, who locked down that first series, a quick 2-0 to start the day.
I trusted Top Esports, man. As soon as I said that they were going to go to international, we're out of the
Instantly regret.
And now I feel like I'm getting ready for what is going to be a double heartbreak beatdown, because every time I want to believe in this Weibo team, they stab me right in the back immediately.
Right there, and then they wiggle it around a little bit.
Yeah, sometimes it's in the shoulder. Sometimes they're like, yeah, we're going to lose again. Thank God they have not lost to WE. I would have lost it already trying to talk about this team.
Oh, that's crazy. It's funny, we haven't casted together since right before the last time WE won a game. Anyways, we're gonna move on. We're gonna talk about this series ahead of us here. Weibo themselves, the roller coaster of this team is so alive. It always is. It feels like, and when we look at this roster, particularly, you're always looking to the veterans. I think they take a lot of the name grabbing, a lot of the spotlight here, but it's been a bit of a team effort, one that I would like to see Elk and Hung a little bit more involved in.
Yeah, my read on Weibo was that with Elk coming in, originally it was Arha, and then, okay, they need to build up synergy. They made it through the playoffs, and then Split 2 happens, and they completely boom the support position. They bring in Hong, and I'm like, why are we doing this? It feels like we're starting from step one again, and Elk was already looking good during the regular season. He kind of fell off during playoffs. And not to mention, by the way, for folks who have been staying tapped in, they've brought in another support behind Hong. The Hank is standing on standby, ready to replace them at the drop of a hat. Weibo are already looking at another support to potentially bring Weibo into the forefront again, even though they just finished top 3.
That's what I'm saying. That's the craziest thing, is like, they did well, and then they're like, nah, we need to change. But hey, maybe change is good. We'll see how it goes in the future of Weibo. But something that we can look back to in the past is that Weibo maybe had put a curse onto their opponents tonight in IG, because Weibo were the start of the downfall of this massive slump that IG have been on. And it's important to note that, it was a big moment for Weibo to take down IG in that last series they did do. But is the mojo still there, or could IG actually make a little bit of redemption, I guess, is the biggest question.
I just want it to be known, and I keep talking about this because I keep ending up on Weibo shows. The last 4 predictions for Weibo, all wrong. I thought they were going to beat AL at the start of the season. Wrong. I thought they were going to beat NIP. Wrong. I thought IG were going to win that series. Wrong. The only one I got right for Weibo series is the WE and BLG 2-0ing them. I was like, all right.
The BLG one is crazy. I mean,
yeah.
hey.
I don't know. Every time I want to try to get behind this team, I'm like, okay, Zika, maybe you'll have a good game, and then he disappears. I'm like, okay, Xiaohu's actually starting to come into form. And so I'm like, okay, maybe something is there. That didn't end up happening. And then sometimes Elk, his team fighting is great, but it's a bit hit or miss. I don't know. I feel like Jitch is the only player I can put my put my my proverbial backpack on and be like, okay, thank you.
They've got the handles on them though. They puppeteering IG. That's what it's really about. Moving forward though, I know it's obviously important that we're going to be talking about that bot lane, but I think with the info that we'll be talking about a little bit later, I think mid lane becomes even more important. I think Xiaohu is somebody who we oftentimes put a big spotlight on. He is the Spring King, the Tiger King of Spring. And for a lot of the part of the split, it wasn't looking good. His fangs still hadn't come in yet. He was still a little sleepy from hibernation. Tigers don't hibernate, but I'm helping you out, Xiaohu. But he started to grow those fangs. He started to become the many tiger beasts that you see on your screen, with one sleepy kitten just for the earlier parts. But this is a guy who has started to regain that respect, it feels like.
Yeah, I want to give people some history lesson. If you don't know why he's known as the Tiger King of Spring, it was because when Uzi would take a break due to
he was the
Lunar
one.
New Year, He was the guy that basically had to carry the team when Uzi wasn't around during those RNG days. And over time, I feel like that has become less the case, mostly because the LPL has actually done a really good job of changing their schedule and being able to approach it.
They were all against him, man.
Yeah, and also he eventually left that organization, Weibo picking him up and have basically turned him into the franchise guy to build organization around, legacies around. They go to the World Finals that year in 2023. We won't talk about what happened in that series, but so far, I think Xiaohu has actually started to kind of come back into his own. I think he has felt more comfortable in these Fearless series now that teams kind of know what they're getting into and they can kind of get into a regular flow instead of what was a last-minute change in response to Split 1's success last year, globally speaking.
Yeah. And it's going to be important tonight, obviously, as we'll be transitioning to our next conversation point, which is Invictus Gaming here. A team who has fluctuated a lot, and it's going to continue as Nya has come into the mid lane to replace Renard, who replaced Rookie, and being a little bit bigger than the rest right now as the spotlight goes on to him.
I'm sorry, just seeing him move and being way bigger than everybody else.
I liked him being way bigger.
He has the least amount of games as well, by the way, compared to, oh god,
yeah,
everything's
there
breaking.
We go.
Get us
there
off
we
this.
Go.
I feel bad for our producer. We got to
it.
get off this screen. Anyway, speaking about Nya, we actually have some history for him. Previously of Top Esports Challengers, he was recruited onto JDG's academy team, but they never actually got to play some games. He was part of a very dominant Top Esports Challenger lineup. Him and Nio were basically running the league. Really, Nio ended up getting MVP for that year, or for that split. Then he goes in and he has Xiaofeng, previously, if you watched LNG last year, who then he himself ended up getting a lot of nods for MVP in that split. But having a strong jungler around him, I think when a player like Wei is next to him, could actually be a very good sign, whereas Renard, I think, never really got to step into that spotlight. He had some unique champions, but never, I think, kind of played around a player like Wei particularly well. It was mostly his own advantage, and the team kind of left him isolated, especially as the game went on.
It's kind of funny to think, obviously you spend a lot more time on TES Challengers, but starting off on that Joy Dream team and coming through the JDG system and now to see himself on IG. As I really have some interest in how he's going to play against such a goated legend like Xiaohu, and if nerves are going to be a thing for this guy. But for IG, they're hoping to. I mean, these are important series. We can't shy away from that. You have to start winning here if you want to keep those hopes for that top four. So it's going to be curious, that mid lane, something we'll be keeping an eye on for sure tonight as we move forward. We do want to talk a little bit about that bot lane. Obviously, we had talked a bit about Elk and Hung, but on the other side, Jiachi and Mako haven't been the most consistent. And you can say that about both sides, but as we take a look at some clips here, there are moments you see some of the pieces really come together. You see some of the moments that they kind of tie in together, but you also see some of the moments that, they kind of disconnect or the team fight doesn't go their way. And I'm really looking at Jiachi to try to clean up some of his team fighting here, because I think it has been a sore spot for IG.
I think for Jiachi, kind of the name of the game has been, how long is it going to take for them to get comfortable? Because last split, it was him and Fengyue, and we had some issues with how that 2v2 ended up kind of starting, but towards the end of the split, we thought, okay, maybe this is actually a duo that has some legs to stand on, has some ground for us to maybe build some kind of narratives around. Coming to split 2, kind of like Weibo, they're starting from scratch again. He's having to learn alongside Mako. What does Mako want to do in some of these positions? He is a immaculate leader when we talk about the support. Probably the best support to ever play the game from the LPL, and top 2 when we're talking about GOAT supports in just the game's history. It's going to be a matter of how long is it going to take for them, right? How many more games are we going to see from IG? They are not under, I think, any threat of losing so far to any of the Group Nirvana teams, but it is worrisome when we're talking about them going into playoffs and having some of these fights. I think my biggest criticism for Jiachi is maybe twofold. The lane hasn't been incredible, but more so some of these team fights. I think he is
that's
just
what I'm talking
squeezing a little too much. He is stepping up and having to flash backwards immediately.
Yeah, and that's like a common theme when we're looking at IG is like living on that edge can sometimes pay off, right? We've seen it time and time again, but you could also be a detriment to the team. And I think that's what I want to see from both sides tonight when I'm looking at bot lane is consistency. I don't care if it's consistency in lane or team fights. I need to see that as time goes on in this split. You need to be putting that together to make sure that you can have these kinds of playoff runs that everybody's dreaming about. So we have a couple things that we're really watching on tonight. Obviously, the big spotlight on the new player for IG, but I want to see particularly how these carries are going to pan out. And I think a lot of that now, as we kind of shift those focuses and get a little bit closer, is the jungle. Like, where are the jungle matchups going to lead us to? Because that's where a lot of that resource delivery comes from anyways. And both these guys, super active in their own right.
Wei's been very confusing for me so far this split. Like, his Xin Zhao priority is the highest in the league of any other player. And while he doesn't typically get access to some different things, I do think that he is a little less willing to cross the river and go for invades. We've seen that be a massive part of the jungle meta so far. DJ, I think probably a top 3 jungler right now. He has been looking incredible, even in some of these losses. I think of his Lee Sin games that he's put out, it's been hit or miss, which is mostly how we describe how Weibo's career has been. But I want to see Wei kind of play around, and does that change now that there's a new mid laner? How many practice games have they gotten? Because it's not been very long since we saw Renard. He literally just played against AL a couple days ago.
Yeah, which, is a quick turnaround, and I'm sure a lot of those scrims were still going to Renard anyways, but, putting some belief into a newer player, trying to figure out what life is after or between rookie at this point for the team, and trying to find that centerpiece, because you can't, I'm not going to lie, and I think it's pretty obvious, you can't win the LPL without a solid mid laner. I think like when you look at, maybe that's true in all League of Legends, but when you look at the track record of LPL, I mean, the best mid laners are a lot of the time winning those championships. So we'll see what Nya's future holds in store as well. But that being said, we're on the eve of potentially a new patch further on down the line. But for now, we're still in this this patch that we've been in. Is there anything that you're really looking forward to as we're getting a little bit closer to the end of this patch that you want to see expressed here, especially tonight in Weibo and IG?
I just want to see if there's going to be any like level 1 shenanigans, because I think Weibo were some of the first teams we saw start to experiment with early game. Like, they're using this Scion pick for Zika to go into bottom lane and kind of bringing that back into the fold when we saw them. I know we've seen some other teams go for level 1 invades as well, so just kind of seeing like what the early game is going to bring and what champions we're going to prioritize. I imagine it is not going to be very much different than what we have seen for a majority of the year and the split as itself, but now with a new mid laner, one that does have a bit of a different champion pool, and this is where we can kind of get into the discussion for Nya. Looking at what he played in 2025, top 3, Yone, Azir, Talia. I don't think we're going to see Talia, but Yone is something that they could try. He also has a pretty nasty Akali, so I think he's more of a melee specialist. Think of a player like Cream, who we just saw earlier today. Maybe not Cream, right?
Not this time. Tonight. Not the older Cream. Another day. Cream. Not today. Then I do want to ask you. We were kind of beating around this conversation before we went live, but what do you do when you pull back the curtain and one of the goats of the league, Xiaohu, is standing there across from you, and now you got to take him on in a best of 3? Like, do you go for comfort? Do you go for something where you're like, oh, this guy's an old man, I'm just going to out-hands him? Do I go with a melee matchup? Like, if you're in Nya's shoes right now, what are you doing? Like, is it confidence? Is that the play?
I think you want to put some faith in your rookie player, right? Like, this is his LPL debut. You are coming onto a internationally renowned organization. Obviously, the first LPL world champions. There's a lot of weight on your shoulders, not to mention the fact that you have a bunch of individually, outside of Jatsi, legendary LPL players as well. So there's going to be a lot of learning. There's going to be a lot of probably humility when playing on this role for Nya. I just want to see him play his best game and not try to reinvent the wheel, because that's where I think Xiaohu is going to catch you. I don't want to see us playing like a really wide map that requires Nya to be self-sufficient and potentially calling for the team. That I think is where we can start to get some stumbling blocks, and this IG team already has enough issues as it is.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things when things are already going bad and you replace a piece of the puzzle, you never know what that next result is going to be like. And now I just put myself in Xiaohu's shoes and like, nah, I'm going to stunt on this kid. I'm just show him what's up. I'm going to pull out like my LeBlanc. Feel
Leave
the
him
confidence
alone,
out of him. Leave him alone. I will say Xiaohu's been deep in his pockets of picks here as of this split. Obviously, like with a couple games on some niche picks like the Lissandra as well as the Casio and stuff like that. But I think he'll probably be sticking stock standard tonight. And
okay,
yeah?
Producer Ilya,
Yeah?
we have time before the walkouts, I assume. Why are you bringing this up? Would like to know your prediction. Okay. Can we pull up the thing that we use for the Lolix? Do you have my do you still have my NDI my screen set up? Let me know what we're looking at. Oh, I do need to change that. Boom. Let's take a look right
He
here.
just
So I'll just
his
flex real quick.
predictions.
I didn't change it. I'm sitting at an almost 56% win rate out of 43. I think that's pretty good.
That's
This is
almost
not
Riot
taking
Game
into
standard.
There you go. I'm not taking into consideration perfect series scores, so some of these are just wrong, but tend to be a little bit more conservative. I did have IG at the very, very beginning during call time. Right before we went live, I did change it to Weibo. I think that even though you have a new player in the mid lane, that is not enough for me to believe that you are going to win. We have now lost Mazel for some reason, because honestly, I'm okay with that. Okay? It might just be me. And for everybody in chat who's asking, where is the game? I also would like to know that. Ilya, where is my game? My famous roommate. Where is our game? Can we see what they're doing on the walkouts at the very least? There are no walkouts. Chat, I've now lost my play-by-play, and we have no walkouts. What do we do? I guess we're going to play Lolix. Okay, everybody, we're going to come watch. This is actually Nya's solo queue count, if anybody cares to look at it. Some Vladimir, a lot of Azir, so expect to see Azir, Orianna, the same criminals coming through. Let's pull up some Lolix here. We're bored. We're not doing anything anyway. We're still waiting for the game. And we do try to give you as close to a professional Tier 1 broadcast as possible. But we did run out of content to talk about. So that's why we immediately went to my thing. I will note, guys, I just want everyone to be fair. I am 1100 elo. I've played 10 series. I've won 7 of them. And amongst my friends, I am very low. I'm stuck in low. But I don't have as many games. Look at Grapes, 300 games. Look at Slayer, 400 games. These guys are freaks. All right, let's get some ranked in. Let's get one in. While we're waiting for Mazel to either connect back or tell me that I suck. First one. Yeah, let's go. Dance for Cash, 980 LP. We're going to LPL. Shadow. Boom. Oh no, oh no, oh no, 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 no. No. Alright, we'll take the free win. I can't believe IYY doesn't count for Shadow, but I guess it was technically after him. Whatever. Wow, I can't believe that doesn't count for him. Whatever. We'll just stay on BLG just to have a little bit of fun. See if I can squeeze out some LPL. Ruler! Big dog. Dance for Cat. Why are we naming Koreans? Why are we naming Koreans? We just randomly evict Shadow or Angel. That's disgusting, man. Alright. I hope this guy knows him. Mazel is allegedly joined back in the Discord. We will see what happens if he's going to be joining me back on camp. Now we're just naming a bunch of Chinese players, bro. Come on. Alright, bro. Alright. Let's take this. Take this. I swear, bro. You go into LPL, you even have just a minimal amount of ball knowledge. If you've watched LPL for the last year, you're going to be really good at this game. You just go immediately into Chinese, and they can't win. LEC. Humanoid. All right. I don't have chat open, guys. I'm not getting. I don't know who this I've never seen this name in my entire life. Good luck. So somehow you knew the Poby line, but you can't figure this one out. You could pick Reckless. Who the hell is Test Mid? What the hell is this? Who? This has to be a hack, bro. All right, we're at walkouts. I'll take my free L. I have literally never seen this guy's name. This has to be a cheat.
Is it? Is it really?
Van Lodi. BS. Minus 30 L Elo.
Dude. Get wrecked.
Dude, it's the EU frogs, bro.
It's important that you get the L because LPL is starting now. I was gonna try to make some pun with LPL, but you know, it didn't work.
Wait, really? Wait, okay, now do test. So just test roll and it's an instant win? Oh,
really?
because
That's
it's Academy.
crazy.
No, it's because Academy. It's because usually like the Academy players, they literally just get named top jungle.
Dude, it's the tech. It's the tech.
Disgusting.
I don't know. Did we ever figure out what took us so long to get going?
No, I think they just
No.
wanted to see if we actually had enough pre-show content.
Yeah. Maybe they just wanted to make sure.
They wanted to see me get embarrassed and lose 30 elo on Lolix for no reason.
True.
Versus disgusting Dude, these EU players, man.
Dude,
they're like, just pull out the most random players of all time. Who knows Pivot Didn't?
Take the L and move forward, Alk. It's okay.
That's not a real
It's okay.
player, man.
So I want to ask you though, how's it gotta feel right now for Nya? I gotta say, it's been cool to watch the games in Xi'an and the arena for WE because it feels like there's a bunch of people there. You have this line of fans right there that you get to do high five. Like, that's his first ever experience on the LPL stage. Like, how cool is that?
Yeah, and you're going to be playing against legendary players, right? Like,
Yeah.
playing with, against, there's a lot on the line, and he's had some success, right? Like, he's actually won his very first split of LDL, right? Like, ended up actually winning that with that top esports challengers lineup, then actually made it all the way to finals again in split 3. Was a 3-0 or 0-3 loss versus BLG juniors, but I mean, like you're mentioning, it is a rather exciting experience to be able to not only have your LPL debut, you're playing against likely one of the most famous players of all time in the esport.
100%. The duality of man right there on your screen right now. It is. We'll see. It's going to be fun. I'm just so curious at what he's going to be willing to play. But hey, we could recenter around a little bit of the conversation we were circling around earlier for the draft stuff. I know you were highlighting some of the stuff that you want to see from Nya himself, but I do wonder now what the priority is going to be looking like, if we're going to be looking at like first phase jungles, if we're going to be looking to have kind of counter pick style for jungle as well, just because of how important it's going to be for them to set pace in the game at least, or maybe a world where we just get bot lanes picked out early to get some comfort there and give some draft strategy later on to the solo lanes too.
Could be potential. I mean, there's a lot of different things that go into it, right? Like, is Rumble open? Is Karma open? I know we've seen Ash Seraphine take a little bit of a dip in terms of priority, so
Jati and Mako like it a lot, even though sometimes it doesn't work.
Is that something that even kind of affects them? And going into this game, do you want to kind of give people this information for first selection? Weibo do have first pick, and he's going to be IG on the blue side, so IG going back to their bread and butter, the thing that they have kind of pioneered. They are one of the only teams that we have seen consistently, when given right of first selection, choose blue side. They didn't have that choice this time, but kind of in line with what we were mentioning earlier about 0 red side wins.
Yeah, it's crazy that they haven't won on red side. Only 4 games played on red side, but not a single win so far in the season. We're getting pretty far into the season itself. Like into the last few weeks here in this double round robin.
I'm looking at the schedule. Both of these teams have 5 and 6 series left, which is, in the grand scheme of things, not very many games left to play. At the very least, you're playing 10 to 12 games. At the most, you're playing obviously a lot more. I'm not going to do math on stage, but I think it is quite perplexing, especially there are a lot of things that go into the standings, but because there's a team that is 0-8 or 0-10, 0-8, the barrier to get into playoffs is actually a lot higher. You actually might have to see like BLG, Top Esports, AL, they're not locked yet, even though they have 6 and 7 wins each. You probably are looking at like a 8 and 9 series win to get you locked for top 4, which is all of Weibo's schedule left. They are 3 and 6.
That's yeah. That's that. You know, hey, you got to take them as you go. I guess in that way, because I think that's something we kind of talked about earlier, of the importance of this series. Not only is this obviously in the second round robin now, where series are a little bit more important, but to try to break into that bubble, if you're still attempting to, every series is super important from here on out for both these teams. And an IG who had seemingly started so strong finds himself on one of the worst loss streaks we've seen so far in the split besides WE. But as we get into the draft here, IG on that blue side, like you were mentioning, are going to ban away that Orianna and the J4. We do get primarily ADC bans from Weibo as they ban away the Ashe and the Ezreal.
I can't wait for folks who are just joining us for this series to see the new draft graphics brought up for today, for the new Pandemonium League event going on. It's a lot of fun. It looks beautiful. It reminds me of last year when we got into the new like Ionia. We brought like the Spirit Petals and stuff, and they changed all the draft graphics. It made us feel like we're actually doing something that isn't just in the game kind of stuff. But talking about priorities, Karma is making it through. We do see that there is a lack of Pantheon bans. It's going to be the Varus taken away, I think very smartly, considering it is Elk's best champion so far this split, or this year. So is this going to be a Karma? Is this going to be Pantheon? Or is it going to be Rumble?
True. I do like the Nocturne ban towards Wei. It's something he's really been highlighting towards as well, away from obviously the Xin Zhao. But hey, stock standard for Weibo. Make Nya beat himself, I guess. Ryze is the lock-in for Xiaohu.
I think you can just take Pantheon Azir and you're probably fine. You could also try to match. I just think that Pantheon is really strong. It is, again, a champion that Wei does not typically get access to, but should be looking to try to take off. And if we're just trying to pick, like, scaling mids against each other, Nya has shown, not only in solo queue, but in his professional career, a proclivity to kind of move towards this champion. And I think Azir is almost always a champion that you have to know as a top-level mid when we're talking about competitive play.
Just circling back to that point, like, I just wonder how much it changes the game plan for IG, because they still need to find that consistency with the squad, and you're changing out one of the biggest pieces of the puzzle for general League of Legends here with Nya. Is we do get the Karma that was let through, locked in for IG, so going to start off their bot lane duo.
There's the Vi. Vi's definitely dropped off. Jie is one of the few players that is playing it, although it is kind of just a champion that we don't see a ton of. There's the Rumble. So all 3 champions I was mentioning that made it through that have been incredibly high priority, gone already. Rumble Rise, to me, kind of says that we are going to play a little bit of a like dive composition. Rise is going to be able to move to side lanes very quickly. Rumble, his range that he has with his ultimate lets you get into backline. And now for bottom lanes, I think with Ezreal banned, Corki is kind of the next one that's up, and that's going to be the most abusive for both teams to try to look for.
I'm still not a fan of LPL Corki. Not a fan. We do get the Ambessa locked in for Breathe. That's going to be a nice one for that backline access. The combos of the Pantheons and Ambessas is always very, very lethal and going to have a Karma right behind it to kind of shield and speed up, which really nice combos put together so far. You have like super scaling meta style with a little bit of facilitation from TES for Weibo. And on the other side, you just have a lot of aggression so far in the roaming power of IG.
I like the vibe because I think if they didn't have this champion, or if this was a different non-committal kind of jungler, I think trying to kill an Ambessa or a Pantheon with a Karma on their side is near impossible. And so getting that kind of lockdown to make sure, even in the mid game, you actually can just go for Mako immediately and kill that guy. So always a potential option here. I like the Galio ban because just don't really want to have to deal with that versus the Ryze. I will say, I'm usually a really big fan of playing Ryze into Galio. I think you just eat that champion alive. Thankfully, we won't have to worry about that for this first game.
I guess not. Yeah, it's rightfully so. The Lucian ban, we've been seeing a little. We saw in the last series. Didn't go so well for the Lucian, but been seeing a little bit more presence on that. We do get the Nami ban, so the duos band together there. So we're getting a lot of those duo bans. The Orianna Nocturne obviously had already come off the board, but now looking at the final ban for Weibo in this first game and getting into the second phase of picks.
Are they going to be looking for an assassin, right? Or are they just going to say, like, let's get rid of maybe another support? It's going to be an Annie, which now actually doesn't have like the best win rate on. Haven't seen it so far in his... he actually is 3-0, so I will discount that entirely. Seems like IG are playing kind of like a poke composition, but the poke is we're going to send Ambessa as like a missile forward, and Jhin is going to basically play second fiddle to this kind of team. So we'll see what the answer.
So, GG.
There we go. Yeah. I think the Nami ban was smart from IG because this means that you're probably not going to see Corki.
I'm looking at Weibo's comp, and man, while the Misfortune does require some serious execution, their team combo, like their Wombo combo and single target lockdown in a bunch of AoE is going to be so powerful, it seems, at least from the setup they have right now.
I have actually been really excited for Weibo if they are going to commit to this strategy. The big problem we have had with Hong is that he is not really an enchanter kind of player. So the reason why they won that series versus Top Esports is they just said, we're going to play Engage. We're going to play the Nautilus. We're going to play the Rakan. And you're just going to have to deal with the fact that this guy is in your face. And they have a perfect setup. And coming back to our man in the mid lane, now is going to pick his signature Akali.
At this point, it is the LPL pass. You have to be able to play Akali, but when it's comfort, that's the most important thing. They gave him counter pick. He picked comfort. We've deciphered how he's going to be approaching this series, and it's definitely IG trying to lean into that factor. I mean, you are moving away from bot lane being a centerpiece to now the solo lanes being a major, major factor for IG.
I'm a little confused about what IG want to do because it does seem like this is going to be more of a dive composition, and I don't necessarily like the options of playing Akali into Ryze later. That I think becomes a little bit more like kind of suspect to me. I think right now what I'm going to be looking for is can they punish this Rumble later on, whether that is them moving into side lanes or just punishing him by trying to reorient themselves in fights and maybe even picking off Misfortune. Does Misfortune ever get her chance to really just sit down, pull out the ult, and start let them blasters fly?
Yeah, and that's what I was talking about. Like, there is that bar of execution there for them, for the Misfortune to figure out the timings on the ult. But if you get, the cease and desist lockdown, so much can be followed up on that with the comp that Weibo has. And it's one of those things where you have to compare the level of execution needed for either comp, and honestly I give them a little bit more of the benefit of the doubt in there. Some of the pieces for IG need some time or need some help to get coming together, but we're in Xi'an. We are watching a pivotal series between two teams that are trying to burst into that top bubble. It's Weibo versus IG, game number 1.
that white noise is good. Yeah, it's gonna be one of the first
Let's
times
go.
you've heard a big crowd screaming out for your team's success. We're already seeing a lot of early trading. Mako on worse for wear, honestly, and Jungler's also starting opposite side, but look at those wards immediately. Both teams putting some kind of vision around this Raptor camp.
Yeah, I really appreciate actually the double river vision right now from IG, one from Nya earlier on, and then obviously you have that one in bot lane now. Just trying to keep as much control over vision as they can right now. Really nice spread for them, but it is going to be interesting where these junglers are trying to get involved early with those opposite side starts, and we'll say IG are going to have a bit of priority on this bot side, at least early.
This is the problem with playing Misfortune into Jhin Karma. Jhin can somewhat match, but has the better range. Karma just completely pokes you out, so you need to be really decisive about when you're going for plays and if you're going to be able to go for them. JJ is crossing the river. He has been the biggest progenitor about going for early invades, but it's not even for jungle camp. It's to get his bot lane out.
It's so spicy. I want to see him go for it. Come on. Commit. Commit to the bit. The flash comes out late from Tiachi. The ball breaker comes through on Tiachi. Now 2, and the combo strikes home. First blood for Weibo.
Wei was thinking, hey, we had the wards on the river. This is going to be enough for us. They trade some summoner spells, but who cares, man? You just got 2 kills. You just got a kill for yourself, and Jiaqi's going to miss out on a pretty nasty wave. This is what I mean. When Weibo commit to their style, that's when I think they have found a lot of success, not trying to play to the beat of other teams' drums.
What a rebuttal from that earlier part where they were getting pushed in. Really, really nice clutch gank from Didier. He's going to be a little bit slower on his clear now. Obviously still trying to make it through the paces of the first clear. You did end up getting Wei on the pathing here coming through towards this top side. He's going to get the scuttle. Could eventually go for double scuttle if he wants to, but also could fail out breathe in the top lane.
I think right now what Pantheon is going to do is probably look for a recall. You want to just make sure that you're up on items. And we're already seeing the support start to move over. I would much rather be on Weibo's side where I have a Nautilus to try to play. Seems like instead, JJ going for a slightly different path because he invested so much time. There you go, Lennon. You get to have double scuttle here for the Pantheon. So let's see if Wei can pay off his team, because this is a very big boon to have early on as any jungler, much less the Pantheon.
And especially, I mean, we've seen Pantheon in the LPL now for 2 splits almost, at least consistently. Oh, little Dreadblind hook hits onto Mako. Nice little lollipop from Hung. But if you can get the pace going as the Pantheon, you are just so incredibly oppressive. He will not take the bait and will not finish the control ward. He'll take his back on a ward. I don't know if Hung maybe wants to play a little gamesies here with Wei. He's going to Hex Flash. It's not going to be soon enough, but maybe looking to go on to Mako. Not going to take that one, as Jiachi did stop his back. Do have Wei getting to redeploy now as Hung goes right back in.
They're going to see JJ on the ward. Hung's just going to take a little bit of damage. You're playing Nautilus, brother. I think you're going to be fine. Also to note, Elk was able to get a recall after that first blood and gets himself a Vampiric Scepter. That is a very, very important buy for being able to sustain versus the Karma and Jhin. And outside of that, it is just a very measly gold lead here for Elk, but it has been really, really cool to see how jungle has evolved. I know the champion pool hasn't been very fun. I know you've been a big proponent of that, but I think the gameplay we have seen has been more different than anything else we have seen in recent years.
It's my favorite thing that we went away from the Atacon and the double grubs, because, and it was something we knew was coming, with it just gives more agency to the jungle themselves being able to decide what they want to do. And I think we've really seen that, especially in split number 1, but here in split 2, we've seen a lot of little niche styles, little niche paths that have ended up finding boons early on into the games. Speaking of, we already seen that here for Weibo. Now we're getting things kind of a little set on the map. We are getting to that level 6 point, at least for our solo lanes. Realm Morph gonna be available for Xiaohu, and a pivotal piece to his career has been his mobility from the mid lane.
Okay, what else can we really see in this early game? We didn't talk about, like, I guess scaling. I do think that these teams are kind of even. Generally, though, I would say that Weibo have a much more clear team composition, and
Yeah,
I think their
for
front
sure.
to back I would prefer. But early Dragons, if this Misfortune and Nautilus can continue to have priority, I think it's a really good way for Weibo to take one of the strongest pieces of their map in general from a roster building perspective to then turn that into Dragons. And I think, again, JJ, in my current count for top 3 junglers right now, he has been really impressive despite the win column not being as stacked as he would have wanted.
Yeah, I could agree with that for sure. As Wei is actually going to go for a bit of an invade. Diete is going to be starting his Gromp here. Xiaohu's going to find Wei out. Again, this is all in front of the dragon. Not even going to be a big focus. And see Diete just kind of letting this play out. Realm Warp going to come in. We were talking about it. Level 6s had been completed. Insta heal to get the speed going on to Mako. They're trying to take down the Karma, but the Karma is so fast. Grand Starfall comes in, and now Xiaohu might just pay the price. He pays it dearly for his team as Nya tries to go for the finishing blows, but it's going to be the curtain call that opens up and potentially takes Elk. Zedja going to block nicely. Bodyguard enacted, as that will be an IG turn of play in the bot side.
They just didn't have ultimates from multiple different members. Josh is just going to walk him down underneath the turret. Curtain call's not available. Did just use it. I'm a big dummy from me. But they got the blue buff. Wei gets level 6, and then they can continue the play. There was no damage there from Elk. That was a rather expensive mistake coming in from Weibo, where I think because of the double scuttle there, we get to see IG turn, who was supposed to be a big play coming in for Weibo Gaming.
Why don't you just go for Jiachi?
Yeah. I mean, the shield, the tether, he gets the heal as well from the summoner spell. This was very well played. And by the way, while Xiaohu dies, Hong goes down to Nya. So already we're seeing this rookie really start to pop off in their first game.
And it's those mechanical moments that the comp was drafted for IG, and you're going to start seeing that roaming power of the Ambessa, Pantheon, and Akali coming through here. Weibo will get their own back with the grub take. Dragon still hadn't been taken, so still is a possibility on the bot side of the map. But the grubs are going to be a nice little reprieve for Weibo, and will give them some sieging power as time goes on too.
Karma's behind. There's no Pantheon ult. But this is, Jesus Christ, Jatsi.
I don't know if it was better to take the Q or to backstep. That's such a hard position to be in.
Yeah, I'm more so just surprised that double longsword D-blade 4th shot has that much damage packed into it.
Yeah, it does.
Considering Jatsi first items plated steel caps. That's
kind of base though.
Yeah, I think you need it in this game, especially versus this 2v2. Wei's gonna get spotted going in, at least trying to start this dragon. And with
top lane
Breathe by himself, I don't think there's gonna be a dive.
Breathe is starting to lose out a little bit on the CS differential on that top side. Something to think about as time goes on as well. I think we know why Rumble has been so highly prized so far this split. And Bessa too. Still for a little while till all those big changes start coming through. But that'll be a problem for later us as the game goes on here, but we're almost at that 10-minute mark. We did finally have that dragon taken. It was just those neutral objective trades from both sides of things, and first items going to be coming up here sooner rather than later. A lot of vision control too coming out from IG.
This is what you need to do. We said the same thing against Jeje, or against Tarzan. I would say very similarly here for Weibo. As long as you can track the enemy jungle, you kind of just get to have free reign. It's why we saw Ashe be so OP for such a long time, and probably why we continue to see her permaban. I think that is even doubly so if you're going to play these engaged supports. You can see where they're roaming, see which map they're going to impact.
Starfall.
Topside.
Zika gets flashed on. Public execution comes out too, and Zika can't do anything but watch his health bar be depleted. The kill goes to Breathe, and another one for IG.
Well, that's going to make up the entire deficit that he had in this lane. I respect to Zika for trying to walk forward and use his ultimate to maybe cut out the mini wave, but decides against it. He'll just TP back into this lane after a short kill given over to Breathe. Wei is being the early driver. That's exactly how we've seen IG win before.
Oh my God, Mako still doesn't go down. The power of the Karma still just takes everything. The double ults and the CC chain from the bot lane of Weibo and survives.
We have no damage, right? Like, if you don't have crit chance early, the bullet time's not going to do very much. Bloodthirster, the components are really front-loaded on just minor damage and some of these other stats like lifesteal. So a full bullet time, that was heal and tether from Mako. A lot of good patience to just say, like, I'm not going to die. I don't need to waste my flash.
Yeah.
I'm getting worried, Lennon. 3-1 here for IG, and they're starting to make some really good headway, and they got the first dragon.
Hey, maybe it's time to get the monkey off their back, man. I don't know. It all started with Weibo. That was the start of the downfall of IG. Can they turn it all around as Mako might be in some trouble? He does get out with the flash. Okay. TP coming in, though. Zika has decided to show his face on bot side, and Jiaoqi pays the price for that when a Realm Warp will come through. They'll ensure that Wei goes down as well. So immediately we talk about IG looking good, and that little lead that they have carved out is gone.
Now, this does go over to Zika and Elk, but I'm looking where the gold is being spread elsewhere. Breathe is going to get maybe 2 plates on top, and you just gave over a plate in mid, so all in all, I would actually say it's an even trade for both teams, and you got the TP out from Zika, who didn't use it to get back into lane. All in all, I'm fairly happy with that. You did get 2 kills over, so kind of have to think about what the trade is going to be worth, and no Realm Warp means that plays, the global plays that we'll see from Weibo are going to be that much more limited, whereas Grand Starfall is coming off of cooldown now.
And that's something we need to kind of see an uptick in, is Wei taking advantage of the side lanes with these Grand Starfalls. It's the tried and true combo of the Pantheon in the recent age, at least. As we will see the kind of clears just coming through. We'll have Mako looking for roams, as well as Elk having made his own mid. Zika getting caught again. We just said want to see Wei using the Grand Starfalls. Oh, nice little cheeky sidestep. He's going to try to back in the bush. Yeah, I don't think.
Proxy the wave, brother.
Maybe,
Proxy the
maybe.
wave.
Oh, Jiaoqi. But hey, you know, Mako's on the top side, and Jiaoqi is left all by himself as Hung barely escapes. Zika almost turned around to kill onto Mako on the top side, but it will be a return kill. 1-1.
Getting Jiaoqi there is massive. This is another trade that I do think still goes in favor of IG. You're able to get Nya another wave on bottom side. Breathe hits this turret plate again. This went from a full health turret to now 3 plates. And Weibo are the team that got 3 grubs. Lennon, I am liking the trades that we are getting from IG, and it just feels like Weibo are maybe 1 step behind. They're making kind of retribution plays, whereas I think IG are the ones that are setting the pace here.
And that's super important with the style of comp that they have, because if they're in the driver's seat, they get to decide when those engages come through, and that's when their comp thrives. We are on these first item spikes here, Alk, and we have the potential for objective trades coming through. As you see what happened at that top side, how Mako got close to dying. We actually didn't get to see it. Dragon's up in 5 seconds. We have Rift Herald in 30.
No replay for you.
They started it, but then they didn't show it. I guess that maybe just because he doesn't have his ult for the dragon or whatever.
Okay, Weibo are going to try to preemptively go for gold here. They want to look for more turret plates. They know that they can't contest for a dragon. That's exactly what I want to see from teams. Don't just stand in a 5-on-5 where we're just going to kind of like dilly-dally around a dragon and stare at each other while one team takes it. Try to make plays on the side of the map. Get some of these turret plates, especially with 3 grubs. IG will now have 2 dragon stacks, and with Zika with no teleport and no flash, and he looks at his teammates, they're not in a great spot to cover him. He has to be afraid about this Akali, who we talked about some of the side lane potential for Weibo. I think Akali, if she is not behind, can eat this Rumble alive.
True. And super important to keep an eye out there too. And we also have like 1.5 items now for Breathe and Wei, where Breathe now has the Eclipse and the Hex Drinker, so a little bit helpful there. We had the Hextech GLP there for Jiaoqi. A little bit differing is Elk with the Sustain with the Bloodthirster, but the Rift Herald is what everybody has their eye on. We're already getting redeploys to this side of the map. Wei is on that side. Dede is not. So maybe looking for a little bit of something there. Realm Warp coming through. It's going to bring Hung over. Diati is just a poor little Jin. Gets his teammate knocked up, but luckily the TP just immediately pulls Weibo away from the play. They're going to turn this around. The bullet time's going to stop them in their tracks, though. Dede going to back off Nya as now bot side Zika in some trouble against Breathe. We just talked about the 1.5 item spike there for Breathe. He can't chase him down. He's going to run into Dede. Still trying to get Zika. Zika's not going to go down just yet. The Wei has shown up with the Grand Starfall, taking the Metro Express to take down poor old Zika.
I never follow my own advice. I literally should have just stuck with the IG prediction, guys.
Every time.
Oh my god. Well, they try to keep killing Jutsi, but it doesn't matter when you don't deal damage, and in particular, I think IG are really punishing on side lanes. Breathe, they took so much damage out of Mbessa's early lane phase that now once you've completed an item and once you get some levels under your belt, this champion is a menace. And currently Rumble is just getting hunted for gold on sides.
Little cheeky play from Hung there. Just like threatening to get Mako and then using his dredge line back so they get the back off at the same time. Kind of genius. But now we are looking at this top side since we aren't going to have a big middle play. And when we're looking at this Rift Herald, which we've seen Weibo have 3 grubs already, it is 2 items on Wei that really terrifies me, as we do see a lot of vision from Weibo around this top side.
Yeah, and Pantheon's level 11 is way better than Jiji's level 11. For starters,
he's got a full level over him.
Yeah, no, he does, but more importantly, Pantheon just gets armor penetration, putting a 2nd point in his ultimate. So JJ will not have access to that. He has some armor cleave thanks to the denting blows, but I'm liking how IG are playing this kind of spread where kind of play towards the top side. We have this massively strong Pantheon, and Herald coming up 2 minutes before Dragon. Breathe is fine, I think.
He's going to flash preemptively just to make sure he can get away from Xiaohu. The Realm Warp will have been utilized, though. And I do believe I see Wei going ahead and starting up that objective on the top side.
Hung's coming over. Are they really going to force for this dive? I don't like this. This is a Vesa. She might not have the flash, but I think having Hex Drinker Shield versus a Rise, sign me up.
Mako in a lot of trouble now as he's going to have to burn his flash, getting away from the depth charge and a potentially charging JJ.
Oh. Elk lost his flash. They just
he did.
They took the Herald, Grand Starfall mid, Elk no flash. What happened? Where is this IG? There we go. Okay. Yeah, you sorry, Misfortune. You stepped over the quarter line of your
You're not allowed to do that, Elk.
Yeah. Show some respect to the 2-item Pantheon.
He's on 2 items now off his back. He had the Collector completed there. That's going to feel pretty good. So I guess the biggest conversation, we'll have another Dragon coming up here soon, but when is soon enough for Weibo? Because they have taken the lead. It's a small lead. It's fluctuated a bit. They are on 2 items. We talked about their scaling. 2, 3 items, 4 items? What are we looking at?
3 items is pretty good. Jeja is quite poor though. Like he's down
he's in a
3
tough
camps, but because of all these kills that Wei has taken part of, he's not anywhere complete. He's probably just gonna have to recall and finish his Black Cleaver now. Cool, awesome. We can try to fight, but this is just gonna be sole point here for IG. They have Herald.
So
they can play on every single wave that they want. Zika is gonna try to flank TP, but you're playing Rumble. All you can do is Equalizer, and that's it.
Speed! He's just running in there. Is just going to threaten that flank, but the Rift Herald will be dropped. Wei looking to use it to charge into the mid lane, potentially take down that outer tower, but also provide a distractionary tool ahead of this dragon fight. They want to get Prio over the river, and they'll move in to do so. Weibo trying to sprint over and block their entrance. They get over, so it's nicely set by Weibo, but it's got to be the execution on this dragon that's the most important part out.
Zika is going to be a little bit tougher to kill with that quest, giving him the shield. Xiaohu's also already finished with the Seraphs.
They're going straight on to Wei, but it might have been a little bit too zealous. Wei does end up making it away here. Oh, they get the catch out, and Bree just goes down in the back line. Nya has also committed here. They're going to try to get some clean kills. Nya does get the perfect execution onto Elk, but does go down as well. Dragon is going to go over, and that is secured by IG. So soul point secured for them. They're going to get a kill back. Look at Jachi. He's got the Hextech GLP going, but is it going to be enough? He's going for a 4th shot on the Xiaohu and 3 kills to the Jin. Looking for Zika, but it's not going to be the case. They've gotten kills. They've gotten the soul point, and IG are giving Weibo a run for their money.
Oh, and I still, we're in the same position. It's like we just took a snapshot of the game right before this. The only thing that's different is IG got the mid-tier one, and they still got the Dragon here. We'll see this engage yet again. Look at how difficult it is for Elk to play Misfortune here. Pantheon E is eating up some of the damage. The Misfortune ult is just not set up so they can't even kind of push back on them. And then Breathe tries to assassinate him with Nya, but there's nothing to help. Jiangxi is way too far away. And they're able to pick out some kills. If this is just the play by itself, I think Weibo are really happy, but the second half of this fight is where IG get to bite back into some of that gold. And now that we have some time here, Lennon, I'm going to have to sit you down, brother. You and I, we're going to go look at Jachi's inventory. What is the item of, what is this item called? It is not GLP.
He just got, oh, the first item he completed?
Yes.
Hextech something.
It is C44 Hex Optics. You could just use
Hex Optics. There you go.
When
GLP is the mid lane one, right?
It's the water gun. It's a super soaker.
Yeah, super soaker. Dude, I missed that one. Oh, Zika, he's going to miss that one too. I'm sure he was around in Season 10. Nia, maybe not though, and Nia gets the kill too, so 3-1 now.
Zika actually just used the real GLP that's in his kit to super soak the minion wave. He's playing Rumble in the jungle and topside. You know, that's actually a skin that might have a water gun on it.
Dude, that item was so sick though. That's a little throwback.
Not when Glacial was still in the game, because what you would do is you would just
you
would spray someone or the whole team, and then there would just be a complete area where you just couldn't walk, where there's like minus 60% MS. Yeah.
Good times. Good times.
I do miss having some actives in the game. Not all of them.
Twin Shadows, that was really old.
Yeah, Twin Shadows is old. I'm really glad we brought back Gunblade.
Gunblade's sick. Yeah.
Yeah. Gunblade
Deathfire
is
coming back. No big deal.
Yeah, but that one's not an active. That's just a rune.
It's not. Yeah.
We don't even have to talk about that. That's not like.
Anyways.
Oh, look at Jachi. We got real damage.
We got. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Is I thought you were bringing up the fact that he has RFC and he doesn't have damage, but I was gonna caveat it by saying, well, he got so much gold that he's already gonna complete his IE soon, so he will have damage, and now he does. And he got all 3 of those kills in that last fight. We'll see if he can continue to capitalize on it. But that's that team fight that we really wanted to see out of Jiachi, the thing that we were asking for coming into the series.
I think Jin has been quite maligned, sometimes correctly so, sometimes mostly for the bit, I would say. But when you have Jin, I think he is one of the best scaling AD carries in the game. Just the raw attack damage you get with this champ is ridiculous. And with this build in particular, he's going to pack a punch. And right now, I think the story of this game is IG with Nya and Jiachi on this Jin versus Xiaohu. Because Xiaohu is now a 3-item rise. He's going to be level 16, not on this dragon, but maybe afterwards. And that's kind of the time in which we need to see Weibo step forward. This is the last stop before an Infernal Soul essentially ends the game for them.
Teacher Alk, I'm raising my hand.
What's
you
up?
Can't see it. Teacher Alk, I know this one.
Okay.
Xiaohu's. It's called the actualizer. I was gonna say aqualizer.
No, sorry, this is also GLP. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay, sorry.
GLP.
Oh shit. Oh no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Anyways,
and we're sending you to another
to
WB series after this, brother. So don't worry, going back to the farm.
We'll see. 25 seconds till that Infernal Soul. This is something that Weibo really want to play around. They're going to try to preempt it, as they were thinking maybe they could catch somebody out ahead of it. but it's going to be IG moving into the top side river of the Dragon Pit.
Xiaohu's like, how much dedication to the team do you have? How badly do you want the Hank to come in?
Send
right?
it.
Yeah, if you don't go in this portal, there's a new support ready for game number 2. It'll be Weibo starting this up. Flashes available for everybody. Guardian Angel, most importantly, here for Wei, so he can send it a little bit early and still give his team a little bit of leeway.
That's the important thing. Got to play with your body. Infernal Soul is so big. Do you want to flip the game on it at least? This
Yes, we
lead
do.
that is so close. It's going to go over to Weibo as they do deny the soul. It's going to be the immediate public execution coming out of the back line.
Yeah.
Perfect execution going to be used too. He's going to find one. Does die in the equalizer on the back end. But it's IG looking to clean up some kills now. They do end up getting the 2-piece here on the bot lane of Weibo. They're going to try to catch out Zika, but he's going to TP out. Oh, Xiaohu.
He's out.
Oh,
he's not in vision.
he's out like a magician.
Wow. Can't believe he's able to recall there. Okay, I will never fault a team for playing to their style, to the thing that is going to work best for the 5 players on the Rift. The thing is, you always have to play with the fact that your champions may not be as highly prioritized or as efficient as some of the other champions. And we have seen that consistently here in this game. This MF is quite useless. I'll just be frank.
Yeah,
There is
he
very
can't
little
do
setup.
anything.
And every single fight, it feels, starts off with updive. Like, Equalizer, Mbessa ultimate. Perfect execution from Nia here. Excellent. And even though he dies, and he very funnily puts himself directly on the Equalizer
Yeah, he went
to go
into
down.
the...
I think it is still a worthy attempt, and we're just seeing Weibo can just fall over themselves. They don't have the setup, they don't have the front line. Even just having an Aftershock Nautilus is not enough. I think this Karma is providing way too much value.
Yeah, there is so much value coming out from Mako, and I've really appreciated his leaning into, obviously everybody's leaning into enchanters, but it's been really cool to see Mako kind of weaving through this and finding those picks that, especially, I mean, he's had some incredible Seraphine plays over the last few weeks as well, but the Karma is just subtly bringing IG over that edge in this game so far. Still not a big lead to speak of, but it's the inherent map control that we've seen IG express so far in this game.
So now it'll be kind of, we wanted to see map plays from
Oh,
Weibo.
they got the catch.
Jesus.
Oh, Elk.
Elk is dead.
Every fight starts with Elk dying. You said it yourself, and that's going to be another one.
There's no map play to be had if we can't survive on sides. Like, Zika dying multiple times was basically slowing the game down for Weibo. That was a realm warp from Xiaohu to join his team in mid, but now there's no entry into the pit. Jeja is probably just going to have to send it, and if they don't do that, are we going to take a 4-on-5?
Public execution goes straight onto the target. It goes straight onto Xiaohu, and he is eliminated. And that's going to be a complete knockout of Weibo in this game number 1. That lead that was so thin, the margin so fine, is now 3,000 gold for IG and a Baron on top of it all.
Do we really need to see Elk walk into a fog of war? He didn't know, they didn't have control of that brush. Maybe he felt safe because JJ just came from that Raptor pit. He's like, oh, surely no one's in the topside jungle here for IG. Free Baron, and so I am looking at the timer. This Baron is going to go straight into that dragon. And yeah, Weibo have not been able to play the sides. They have not really been able to team fight. This was a beautiful
the deadly
public
flourish.
execution.
Yeah, public execution for sure. The deadly flourish, though, on top of it. You know, just got to give the man his flowers, all right?
You didn't even have his first item right, okay? Let's pull back a little bit on the glaze for the Jin champion.
Hey, all right. That'll never happen. That'll never happen.
All right.
Anyways, though, it is still IG with a full control map right now over Weibo. And again, this is a team that did not have a good time after they had lost to Weibo in the first series that they faced each other of this split. But now here, they find themselves in a game 1 lead at least. And they're going to try to push some more of these tier 2s. One shot will take down that tier 2. The Crystalline Overgrowth really doing a lot, and that will end up giving them mid control and bot control to move over into this dragon when they so please. There's going to be a potential catch out.
Here we go.
Coming in. They got lazy, and Jachi just walks into the trap that Weibo planned. That's going to be almost 1,500 gold going over.
And 30 seconds before Dragon. Okay.
That's
We
insane.
try to make a rotation in between the lanes. That is finally the one play where we use Realm Warp to abuse this Jhin and Karma. And I'll be honest, Lennon, I was looking at Jin's health bar. There was a lot of Karma shields on that one. That brother was living for a very long time. So finally, Weibo will have some kind of ability to play this game out. They will maybe get themselves this next Dragon if Wei steals this. That has got to be
That's
the dagger
insane.
that sends this game to an IG first win.
I feel like this series, at least when we see these two teams face off, it seems to always revolve around those smites, and especially Wei versus JJ. But there will be no smite fight today, at least for now. It will just be the Dragon going over to Weibo. Will be the second Dragon for them. So they're starting to stack up those Infernal Dragons. And,
Yeah.
you know, we're almost on that 4th item spike for Xiaohu.
If it's Death Cap, sign me up. If it is a Zonia's, I will also take that as a viable solution.
Okay. Is there anything
Kinda
you wouldn't
checking
take?
in.
Okay, sorry.
Probably a GLP. But I would be surprised. At the very least, I'd be surprised if he had that in his
Same.
inventory. In the same way that we were saying that the many Zika deaths on side lane kind of slowed the game down in favor of IG, I wonder if that pick onto Jachi and Mako is going to be the stopgap that Weibo need to get back into this game. And I kind of wanted to take a stop to talk about the mid lane. I know we have been focusing on Xiaohu as this Rise is very strong. And I think Nia's actually been playing really, really well in this matchup. And this potentially could be a good softball layup for Nia to continue to have more confidence going forward if he's going to be the starting mid laner.
And it's one of those things where he has a very, very forward job, as we're going to see Weibo trying to put a job on the way. That's going to be the flash out there, so the catch wasn't there. They don't get the GA either. A little bit unfortunate. But yeah, Nya has one big job, and that's to make sure Elk doesn't get to have fun. And if it also takes down Xiaohu too, that's awesome. But when you can take that piece out, when you can take that big wombo combo that Weibo had drafted for, at least a piece of it away from their composition, that's a huge and crucial factor in these team fights coming up.
Typically with Pantheons, what we see is they have a very early game skewed path. That is a ultimate.
He still has GA. So does Jeje. He'll get his burned immediately. Wei is probably going to lose his soon. Bree just commits his life there again. Zika goes through. But execution takes him. Nya goes down. The GA has already been popped, so there's no safety for Wei, and a triple kill comes through for Elk.
Mazel, have we just seen Weibo come back here in this game? Almost a 4-shot to kill Elk.
Oh, Jachi. He has so much tanking. He has so much shielding, but it's not nearly enough. And another. My God.
No way.
He's just securing everything here. Dredge line after dredge line. You were thinking we were in the middle of the ocean with an oil tanker. These Wei bros have done it.
Wait a minute. They have 3 grubs, and these are some really long death timers. I don't think they can end, but they can put a really big dent. And just saying, I think Elk just got scammed out of a pentakill because he got 3 of those, and the last 2 is a full-on ace here for the Wei bros. A minute before Baron, 2 before the next Dragon. Did IG throw the game when that first death for Jachi?
The lazy walk to the bot lane. They had no vision on the other side of that wall. They had no business walking that way against this composition, and now Weibo fully reaps the benefits.
Just look at this. I want to see where public execution landed because I think it went onto Xiaohu and not onto Elk. Yes, this bullet time and the equalizer combo. Jachi can't walk forward. GA's buying time, and Breathe is just tanking bullet time shots the entire fight. IG may have just lost this game. Victory from the defeat from the jaws of victory here. And
Xiaohu's
finally
scaling,
we are seeing this. Oh my days.
Dude, Hung is a monster for this series of plays here. Just constant catches. All right, IG. Gotta recenter yourselves. Refigure out your next steps here. Items are coming through aplenty for you. 4.5, almost 5 for a majority of members. TP coming back out to join. Double TP as well. Weibo's going to join too. The Baron is the threat right now, but Dragon is coming up very shortly. Realm Warp going to come through. They were thinking about trying to catch out Bree there if he'd stuck around, but there's not going to be much left. And it could be the start of the Baron. They're going to force the hand of IG. They feel stronger right now, Alk.
we are just hitting this. I mean, sure, it is Rise with Actualizer. You can just turn if you really want to. Seems like that is going to be the name of the play here.
The Dredge line connects. The bullet time on top of it. The Wombo combo finally comes alive.
They're doing
The
it!
Dredge go on the back line. Jiachi getting healing, getting shielding. IG trying to recenter their ranks, but now Xiaohu flashes forward. The Spring Tiger has borne its fangs. It took a while, but he is chomping down on that carcass, and that carcass is IG.
They have mounted the comeback. This gold graft is going to be horrible, and our moderators are going to have to be paid overtime for what chat is going to be saying after this one. An incredible bounce back from Weibo Gaming.
That's some grit if I ever seen one, and they still sit there puppeteering IG all the time. Wow. Weibo with a 1-0 lead.
That is nuts. They're going to have to give us a replay of Jotzi and Mako walking from mid to bot tier 2.
Give it
That right
slow-mo,
there.
get me in league director, get me the effects, get me all the get it all.
Show me Jotzi's POV. I need to see his perspective. Walking into Fog of War, and there's 15 million people, and my health bar going down. Oh my god. What an insane comeback from Weibo. And just when I thought they couldn't possibly surprise me anymore, just when I was ready to count them out, they get me back in. And now they're going to lose 2-1.
Reel you back in, man. Why you say that, bro? Come on. Keep confidence, all right? Keep confidence.
No, man.
Wow.
No, I'm going back in their match history, man. They had this massive game 1 win versus JDG, and then 2 games in a row.
I got to give just blanket caveat here. It was not Nya's fault.
Correct.
Not at all. Literally, that guy did his job until he couldn't do it anymore. It was other people's fault.
It was
just giving a little microcosm. We got to give some props to Nya. He got his comfort. He was given counterpick. He was able to find a lot of success in a majority part of that game. And that's got to feel pretty good for IG, at least, to build off of.
I don't really want to place like blame for anybody, because it almost, when we do that, it almost feels like it is this person's fault, as if they maybe had like a willing participatory role in it. But some movement in between. We also saw that Wei really wasn't able to continue snowballing. That when Pantheon loses their lead, or when Pantheon dies for the first time, and it's not like we're trading up, that's where it becomes a little bit more problematic. And I'm still worried for Weibo, because 90% of that game was an IG win. And in those last 10%, sure, Weibo played well. They punished their opponents. But not very many teams are going to give you that. And that is why we see these 2 teams in the bottom 4.
Still a lot of possibilities in that latter half. But yeah, it's a tough place to be for IG. A lot of wind knocked out of their sails for sure. But for Weibo, man, stonks are up, baby. You just took down TES 2-0. You just had a miraculous comeback that you probably didn't even realize it until it was happening. That gold graph, one for the ages. It was such a close game for so long. It was like dead even for so long in that game.
The team who got Baron, the team who got First Blood. Actually, no, that was technically Weibo.
It was
the team that got 3 different dragons lost this game.
Yep. That's how the cookie crumbles. Man, I just don't even know what you're thinking as IG right now. You're just like, I had it. I
was like, it's not my fault. I knew, guys. I killed them. You can maybe blame me for perfect execution back into the Rumble equalizer, but I did what I was supposed to this game.
We're gonna take a look back at some of these plays here. As trying to remember, is this the bot lane catch?
Why are we going so slow?
Yeah, just having fun with League Director. So this is where I guess they're going to start on a Weibo positive. But for a majority of it, IG were looking real good, as we were saying earlier.
Yeah.
And then some of these catches come through. Really, Tiati, I gotta say, I was pretty proud of some of the positioning and stuff that he had in the fights. Obviously, in the end, he's still just a Jin. But up until when he completely lost the game in that one moment, it is also a really nice performance from Jati. But for Weibo, I mean, you rely on a lot of the veterancy. You rely on the grit, the tenacity of these guys, and it sticks through.
I don't want to see this one again.
I do, because Jin got a triple kill.
That's true. I feel like Weibo, a lot of their wins, not named WE, kind of feels like they not all of them, but they somewhat trip and stumble into a Nexus explosion. I don't like that. That makes my prediction
That's the Weibo way, bro.
way less
What was that?
predictable.
I didn't even notice that. Did you see that?
Yep.
Hung like it hit the dredge line and then tried to flash. Completely
Also,
missed
Breathe,
that.
man. Breathe does not
This
like...
was insane. This was
Breathe
nuts.
and Ya, you get a pass. You guys, when we go back into review, when Helper is sitting there with the team, he's like, hey, you guys can go take a break, take a walk, go grab some water. Great job tonight. I'll see you for Game 2 draft. We're going to sit down our big leaders here. Mako and Wei, I think the bar for which they should be playing at needs to be higher, right? And also our expectation for these players should be higher as well. They have very little excuses. Mako more, like, you could say maybe Mako less because he's playing a Karma, but Wei especially, you have had a lot of chances to prove yourself, and it's gonna be games like this that really hurt you when we're talking about not just All-Pro, but like legacy in general.
Yeah, it's tough, especially when, you know, this is a guy that's kind of led this team and kind of brought this team back from the brink in a lot of cases, but sometimes it just goes a little bit awry. Special shout out to Hung. God, that man was cooking on the Nautilus. My goodness, like, I would love to see a percentage of dredge line hooks, because he was constantly finding engages that were pivotal. As DJ does get player of the game for that one. A lot of lockdown, at least, and the denial of those two dragons gonna feel pretty good.
I don't know if I agree with this one. I
I
kind of
don't
wish
agree
we would
with
have
it,
saw. I
but-
would have liked to see Xiaohu get an MVP. If not him, then you could have even given it to Elk.
I give it to
even though-
Hung, man. I give it to Hung.
Okay. Let's see. Oh, this was a rather split vote. 3 for
wow.
jungle, 2 for bot lane, 1 for mid,
What?
and 2 for
Why did
support.
Elk get the vote?
That's the
Go.
summoners. The voters on Weibo decided we want mid lane. And honestly, I get it.
True. Well, what a game one to kick off this second series.
Yeah.
A little bit of excitement to wake you all up at what is 5:20 a.m. on the west coast of the U.S. But that being said, we got to see what IG can do to bounce back, if they can get their head right and get this series 2 ahead itself. See if we get to go to 3 games, or if Weibo close it out with another 2-0. We'll see you after a short break for game number 2. Welcome back, everyone, to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Mazel, joined by Alk. We've got Ilya behind us on prod, and one of the craziest gold swings of the split, it feels like, in our first game of Weibo versus IG.
It could only be this way, honestly. With this version of IG, bringing in a new mid laner right before the second half of the split, and with Weibo potentially bringing in a new support behind Hong, and
after that performance, hell no.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of different things starting to go in favor of Weibo. One, they brought in Coach Kim, who did actually start the year on this team, but wasn't on stage with them until recently, and now trying to play more into Hong's playstyle of we want to play engaged supports. I think this is starting to build towards a Weibo that can actually be exciting. It's just some of these early games are really confusing. It seems like they're still trying to figure that out and then bring on top of some of the other problems that are here, like the laning phase from Elk and Hong. It seems like this is still kind of a building block. They're still trying to build out how they want to actually win games.
I will give it to Weibo, though. Draft was solid in that first game, and you could see the benefits of it as time went on, right? They drafted for some of that scaling compositional style, obviously taking advantage of some mistakes, but being able to easily execute the rest of the game once they had the lead. And I do want to see if IG can find themselves still comfort, obviously, but maybe some pieces that fit together a little bit more properly, at least in this next game. But we are getting close to it. Any variations in the bans and things that you're going to be looking at, as we do have already the Nocturne ban, the Varus ban, the Seraphine ban too?
If Seraphine's taken away, I wonder if they're willing to give up Ashe here, because you kind of have some of her options already taken away, like Karma and Jhin are gone. Why not? You have Vi as well. In terms of lockdown, without Jarvan being out of the pool, do you think that some of these more mobile AD carries do start to grow some in priority? You're willing to kind of trade that. There's also less backline assassins, right? There's no Akali, there's no Mbessa. So I think the pool is wide open, but champions I'm looking for is definitely still going to be this Jarvan. And it gets banned, so I am sad now.
No Jarvan for you. No more Hot Pot special either. You know, we already lost the Rumble in game number 1. Now the Jarvan.
No,
maybe a little bit of heat on the other side, as this was hovered in game number 1. It will be picked in game number 2 for Nya.
I wish we could read people's minds, because literally while you were like setting up or getting like into the transition, I was like, what if they just first picked Annie here? And I did not want it to happen. It was like it was an intrusive thought. So we'll see Lucian Melio be the pick here for Weibo. I think it plays for the 2v2 and also cuts away at the crowd control that IG are already showing just with the Annie by herself.
Very curious how they craft the rest of this comp around it. I have not been very knowingly the biggest fan of IG's Annie play. I'm not going to call it who or when, but we'll see if the combo actually comes alive. This time with the replacement, I think we know. Caitlyn is going to be the long-in, so trying to take advantage of the range there against the Lucian. Would love for a kill bot lane. Would be interesting for that 2v2.
It keeps getting teased. We keep seeing Caitlyn Lux get hovered, and then one of these two champions doesn't make it through. Lux support would be definitely a lot more interesting, and if we're saying, hey, your laning phase hasn't been good, I think having to play Caitlyn Lux would be the play. We're going to see a strong
Mako
2v2. And
Lux.
Yes, now, Lennon, it is all about
man.
junglers. Can we race bottom lane? It does not matter what happens top lane. The Jace is perfectly fine for this. I think we're going to get into a poke war.
God, I'm here for it, man. Mako, show him the hands, bro. He has like a 77+% win rate on the pick. Nine plays of it, obviously through his long tenure since 2011. But it is the Jace on the other side, so you're going with some range, some poke there, some variability from the top lane of Zika for Weibo.
Okay. So into Caitlyn and Lux, I do want to see some kind of lockdown. This is a Jace that we are expecting to go towards Zika, and any kind of front line these two teams can build is going to be good. So I like the Sion ban. I do think that Cassante does need to be thought about. Yorick can actually be a pretty interesting laner if you want to use him as like a frontliner. still am also thinking about champions like Renekton as well. So we'll be looking to see what they are going to be prioritizing. And then also, what is our mid lane matchup for Xiaohu into this Annie?
Yeah, that's going to be a big conversation here as well, because you do want to provide at least potentially some of that comfort or something to fight fire with fire, maybe not literally. But in the second phase, we do see the Aurora ban, so definitely targeting some of Xiaohu's mid lane pool. The Scion ban is going to be there from Weibo's side, though.
All right, and wow, I can't believe it. We are 9 days away from the last time we actually saw Lux support. It was with On and Elk for BLG. It was a WE game, so I don't know. I think that's just a rather telling that we got to see something very cool like that. Vayne is
the Vayne ban. Let's go.
All right, showing some respect to Breathe. He hasn't played any of the range tops though. That was something I was actually talking about in the last Weibo or IG series. Is that we have seen 0 range top play from Breathe, which is very, very atypical of a player that
a
we
real
would say
one.
is really good lane.
Breed's a real one, man. Don't change top lane. Keep it the same. Keep it tanks. Keep it bruisers. We're good. We're good with that. TF is gonna be the band here from IG. So again, just trying to focus on some of those very mobile mids that we all know Xiaohu likes to play. But you're really looking for setup now for Weibo. Something out of the jungle to really set up these fights for yourself. DD going to be the primary focus on that here potentially, and going to see what they want to save for that counter pick.
Oh, Maokai would be so dangerous
Maokai is
here.
disgusting, man.
Yeah,
this champion
Maokai
is insane.
Dude, Maokai plus Melio, like, it is impossible, I think, for IG to get onto them. So now it becomes, does the Caitlyn Lux actually do the poke that we want to see? And can they survive against what is going to be the onslaught of saplings, of Jace shock blasts as well, and then a culling on top? I think Xin Zhao is most necessary. It is, again, one of Wei's most played champions this split, and I think the ultimate just provides way too much value versus this Weibo comp.
What I think is cool is the Maokai Jace is like a tried and true combo with the range, the space that you can get there. Love that Wei is also just going with his hyper comfort for this split as well, and all the way back at the start of his career on E-Star when he was coming up. His Jarvan and Xin Zhao are the big ones. Gnar, the final pickup here for IG, so going to give Breathe one of his comfort champions too.
You know, Mazel, I'm looking at this comp from IG, and I was excited in the first 3. The back half of this draft, mostly due in part to Weibo's 4-5, I'm feeling like
Weibo have a good draft, man.
Weibo have a really good draft, and if we do not win in the first 15 minutes of the game, if we are not stacking dragons early, this team is going to fall apart. I mean, we are going to have a Gnar walking into all of this. Like, who is frontlining? Is it just Xin Zhao? I don't think you really want to do that. And Maokai plus Melio, again, Maokai Melio, you already weren't really going to get on top of these champions, but any of the crowd control from a Lux or from an Annie, just gone. So you need to fire, and it needs to basically, you need to be a purse comp. You need to be a pick comp. We need to find plays before the opponents can get set up.
And you could see there in the cam, you know, a lot of conversation going towards Nya, and it's going to be extremely crucial for this composition that he links up with Wei and that they are a force to be reckoned with on the map. Obviously, on the other side, you have to think of what Mako can do as well to influence that in some ways, but that's a kill lane bot. They're looking at bot lane. But how can Nya get involved to make a difference in this game with Wei is something I really want to keep an eye out here, because they picked the Annie. They were confident in the Annie. It is a setup tool. It's a big burst tool. Is it enough against this stalwart comp that Weibo have drafted now for 2 games in a row, honestly?
If you're thinking about win rates, if you're only looking at the results, he has Nya is 3-0 in his career on Annie. Okay. So the numbers don't lie. The numbers don't lie.
Game number 2 kicking off now in the arena in Xi'an. It is Weibo versus IG. go, IG, and also a level 1 going
Hell
on
yeah.
here. It's 3 versus 2 though, and Flash's immediate come out. He's on the wrong side of history in this one, and the RNG flare comes up from Breathe.
You should not be able to level 1 invade as Maokai. That should be illegal. So I'm glad we got to see the punish here from Invictus Gaming. We've been seeing a lot of ads. Might have to hold this. Elk, barrier, heal. Okay, we are not happy about the lane. We've been seeing a lot of advertisements for Lux. We obviously saw during the post-game of game number 1 of our first series, we had a lot of the new Lux mythic chromas kind of popping up, and we're doing like in-person cosplay, and then the row of Lux cosplayers that are sitting in the audience for the series tonight. We got to see them. Unfortunately, we're not taking part in Gyos, which I'm a little sad about.
True. I was going to say before the level 1 happened is it's one of the things that's still on my bucket list is to lead a Jiao chant in a arena in China. It'd be so great. Oh God.
Oh.
God. I'm trying so hard, Alk. I'm trying so hard not to hate this right now because I absolutely loathe Lux in the bot lane because of personal bias. But this is why you hate this duo. You just are so oppressive. Flash coming down from Hung early too. The 3 summoner spells already for 1 of IG's.
Hong's gonna get hit with an E.
Oh God.
My God, Mako. 20 HP. He'll survive. Hong has
He's
no
on
flash.
a ward. Hung with the Ultra Mega Fire Kick. It has some good range, but he doesn't have the level yet. Okay, he does.
Okay, so we were saying from draft that if Weibo can get to a nice part of the mid game where they're not down like 8,000 gold, the game is extremely playable and in their favor just from what we like to see from having the support and jungle combo. But with this early game, we said also that IG should be looking to win a lot of their lanes early. So killing Jeje on what was I think an ill-timed level 1 invade into Xin, very good punish, but it was very expensive. 3 flashes down from IG. Also, I didn't even notice this. Zika took electrocute
Yeah, he did.
chase.
Going for the burst. Also, the only other caveat I'll give for JJ is, not gonna lie, Maokai's always good. So at some point or another, Maokai will be just really difficult to deal with, and we'll see if he gets to that point at least. Want to know though how much this electrocute style from Zika really influences the way that Weibo's gonna play with the Jays.
Ooh, breathe. No flash, no teleport, no vision, and he's about to go to Mini Gnar. This could be a huge punish if JJ stays.
He stopped. He's thinking about it. Breathe comes down. That's going to be an instant engage. He is going to go in. Oh, doesn't catch on the other end. He gets the slow. He might just have enough. The flash coming out. Breathe pays the ultimate price, and that price is his life. Diati chasing down in the bot side. Elk and Hung in a bad way again. The binding does connect there and almost gets him with the pilt over Peacemaker, but Elk's going to try to clean up the waves here. Brutal stuff happening in the 2v2 on the bot lane.
Here on the broadcast, when you want to see something happen and production gives it to you, that's called an audible. And there we go. We get to see Caster Mazel said, I want to see what Electrocute Jace does. Well, when you bring a jungler over, you kill Mini Gnar. So 300 gold in his back pocket. We'll take a replay. Is this how we got to see Elk lose most of his summoner spells? Yeah. Oh, and he almost loses his life.
He almost loses his life there on top of it. JJ now in some trouble. Xiaohu's coming around the corner. Now needs to be really careful. He doesn't have a lot of health. Bramble Smash going to come through. JJ trying to heal up, but he's left alone. And down going out is JJ. That's going to be Wei just taking this momentum. I love this version of IG. They are just trying everything right now.
Hung cancels recall. Yes.
Oh, yeah. That's not one of those solo queue bases, yeah. As he's going to get chased down by Xiaohu and will die himself. So that's going to be a death on his mark. Xiaohu's going to run over to Hung and will be perfectly fine.
Am I a hater for saying I'm actually not like super against not dying there? Like, he's obviously the recall would have very clearly been better, but he doesn't actually. It's a single kill. The wave is actually going to come to him. He'll pick this back up. His team actually ends up getting the dragon, and I'm still questioning Jeje's Maokai here in this game. Because, yes, the pick is good, but in the way that it's being played right now, this is for sure sending us to game number 3. This early game has been not at all convincing from Weibo outside of the one play we just saw on top lane.
And I love that mindset from IG as well after a pretty heartbreaking game number 1. To just kind of go back to the drawing board, find this very early focused comp, and just hammer it in, at least so far. It is that first dragon, Infernal Dragon. It's going to feel pretty good for IG. We'll have the grubs coming up in about a minute and a half. I do expect Weibo to try to find a little bit of presence around there. Now that level 6s are coming across.
JJ, you can't be here. Like, Annie can very quickly move over to this side. Doesn't even get to steal anything, does he? Does he get any of the camps? I was looking over the Maokai body to see if there was any +8s. Nope, not going to be the case. So that's just information being gained by Wei. Is Wei going to do anything mid? Because he has topside camps, but it seems like he wants to do his camps on the blue here so that he can get ready for what is going to be grubs happening in a minute.
It'll all in there from Nya as well. There's so much vision on this bot side of the map for IG.
Wow.
Their bot lane can just play so aggressive and not be punished whatsoever. Wei is also hovering down here constantly, taking away Diede's jungle.
He's actually going to stop him from hitting level 6 here, because if he gets all of these Raptors, so he's doing red buff right now, Nya's pushing him away, Elk has a culling, no mana, no damage, Raptors does end up getting taken, JJ could still die here, not even level 6. Maybe if he actually got kill credit for taking down Tibbers, that could have been him getting his ultimate, but that's not going to be the case.
Nice sidestep from Hung there. They do burn the heal. Diede gonna make his way around, really wanting to get the XP here if he can. He's just a smidgen off of level 6.
Yeah.
And Krugs are gonna come up now as well. So they'll push back beyond the turret. Wei is gonna force his hand here though, and this difference is gonna be felt.
Gets it now, but Elk has no mana. Like, we actually just can't do anything here. It's JJ, he's going to get the scraps of these Krugs, and guess what? I'm looking at Wei's camps. Bottom side, Scuttle, everything is still up for him. Instead of going for them, he's recalling because he knows Weibo's next play is these top side camps and for these grubs.
Oh, tried to stomp his back there. Don't get him. As on the way, pings coming out from Diede to go straight for the grubs. He's going to try to burn this one down. Now the question is, does Wei go for his camps, or does he go for that counterplay like you're talking about? A little push prio coming out from Zik in the top side here. It does look like Wei is going to forego his camps, try to get over here to the grubs.
Just gets
one of them's going to go down.
You could see Mia pings right now. They know there's one more person coming. Nya will show, and there's no vision to spot out whether or not Lux will be here either. Breathe, taking the bad end of a trade versus a Rectrix and serrated Dirk Electrocute Jace.
That's getting scary. He's up like 30 CS, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, that's what happens when Breathe loses his flash level 1 to help kill enemy jungle. You know, it's, you do, if that happens and I'm not up CS in my lane because I can't have kill prio, then GG, right? Like, I played for my jungle and I deserve to be losing in this matchup. And as all laners should know, if your jungler asks you for help, especially in solo queue, your jungler has to help you first, okay? Do not let them hold you hostage.
All the people out there, you know? Yeah, luckily for Breathe on the other side of the map, there's also a 30 CS lead for Jati. So that's going to feel pretty good nonetheless. The grubs did get traded down a little bit. Obviously, the one went to Weibo. There is an attempted play by Diede on the top side right now, but nothing's going to come of it yet. But the team fight, the team comp, Alec, that's what we talked about. But they haven't given themselves room to breathe so far, and that's a lot of the way that Wei has been playing this game number 2.
All right, Minion Wave's going to crash. Milio has ultimate. There's the barrier.
He's just going to walk in, man. What a Chad. Just walks straight up to him, tanking the turret. Elk will go down. Flash does get used by Wei in the end.
Elk tried to use the culling to clear the Minion Wave. Crescent Guard from Wei just cancels that spell's channel time, so say goodbye to that spell. You lose out on your barrier. You're going to lose out on your turret more than likely here. 2 grubs for Caitlyn Lux. Sign me up.
God, Hung? Does he? Okay, he doesn't die. This is close. Real close. Yeah. That cozy campfire keeping him alive. That is a tough place to be in. Feels like nothing is going right for Weibo, and that's going to be very happy faces for IG so far. Obviously, the top lane will be something they have to deal with later. 10 seconds to that next dragon is going to be an Ocean Dragon on the board. See if with the redeploy of Wei towards this bot side, if they want to go for a little bit of early stacking like they did last game.
Okay, so let's do the checklist here. IG, are we getting 2 dragons early on in the game? If they get the second one, I'll give them a half hash mark right now. We'll finish that if they grab this dragon. We're leading in bot lane, 20 CS.
Huge.
And we're also denying creep. We're also taking his plates. We're up 1,000 gold. Check mark for me right there. Mid lane, we're going even, but we're also accentuating our jungle's priority, who with Wei, about 4 camps up right now. That's a win for me right now. If I'm IG, and then we're starting to get all the boxes checked, and they're not even going to play for the second dragon. They're going to try to take down this top tier 1.
All right, there's the response. Nature's Grass going to be used. Breathe about to get Mega, though. This is a bit dicey. He's going to get the knock into the wall, but yeah, it's fine. It's going to be the kill going over the trade for that dragon. That'll slowly be going over to Wei and potentially finishing off that turret. Actually, they're not going to stick around for it. Maybe they do. Okay, he's going to stick around for it, so they will get that one. It'll be the trade for the bot lane turret as well.
It'll be gold into Elk, which is, you know, like...
That's big.
You can't see my face, but I'm giving like the cringe smile and like 2 thumbs up. It's like, all right, like I don't think it fixes the 2,500 gold lead that Jotzi has, but you know, it'll feel nice for Elk. I think we've got a lot of big problems here. Like it is only 1,000 gold, yes, but the game, like if we take the top laners out, it is 2,500 gold in favor of IG right now, and they have both dragons. Like,
and most of it is on Diachi.
Yeah. So,
and I know we...
Oh, God,
okay,
no.
Zika. Oh, he's in trouble. This is the one advantage that Weibo had, and it will not be any longer. A big kill going to Nya. And they could potentially look for more on the bot side. Hanging out, trying to clear some of this warding that IG has put down. Will be able to successfully do so, but they've lost so much pressure on that bot side now.
With Zika dying, this opens up a lane for one of IG's team members to just farm however they want to. Whether that is Breathe, who is catching all of these waves on top side to try to catch up individually, or now Nya, who is sitting bot side and always has pressure versus the no cleanse having Lucian. So no jungle camps for Jijit to farm, no waves for Weibo to be able to farm. There is a stunning lack of gold that Weibo are going to have access to, and we don't have any scaling that we're kind of looking forward to. I know we were really excited about this team composition from Weibo, that if they went their way, maybe if we had a more standard start to the game, this would be more playable. But JJ decided to play a level 1 invade versus Xin, and we cheese side down, unfortunately, for the flip.
That's how the cookie crumbles sometimes. And,
that's how the patty gets flipped.
I want to... Yeah, true. The focus that we were putting on Diachi, where we were talking about some of his team fight positioning last game, we did see some positives there. This is a massive positive for this bot lane. I think being able to see this style, being able to see the Lux finally come out with the Caitlyn combo, I think it's really awesome to see that flexibility for the bot lane, but also the execution that they've been able to put together on this. I know this was something we were looking at coming into the day.
Yeah, and to be fair to Jia, like, I don't want to rewrite history considering Weibo won that first game, but for most of game 1, Jia was ahead of Elk.
Yeah.
For what it was worth. And if IG end up winning this, I think fans at home might write this series off as a virtual IG 2-0 because they basically won most of game 1 and just tripped at the very end of it with some really good catches out from Weibo. We'll see if they can do it again here. They have the tools to do so, but I think with the deficit that they're at, they won't have the damage to be able to make good on potentially catching 1 or 2 members of IG.
Yeah. And you can see some of the desperation right there. DJ tried to go for the Nature's Grass play, but cannot hit it. And Weibo will immediately be returned to defending under their turret and getting poked down. First items are there for everyone. We do see the Rift Herald play coming up here. And Dragon about a minute and a half. Looks like IG is just going to get this one here. I don't think Weibo are going to have much of a response.
Yeah, you would be very happy as IG. I mean, their early game dominance in this game too. First 2 dragons, first turret, first to 3 kills. They also got all 3. They got 2 of the grubs and the herald. Like, they're doing everything right. It's just now, how do we get to a state where we are so far ahead that we have to win the game? This is an interesting decision. I don't think Breathe will have time to take down this top tier one because it has 5 plates. So they're just going to go towards bot side, set themselves up to try to push a wave, and get plates 50 seconds before Dragon. I think this is interesting.
Okay. I was just giving a little bit on the top side to take more on the bot side. Nako's here now, though, and Nya has popped Tibbers. Hung showed up. 4 members strong on the bot side for Weibo, trying to make a play down here. Are going to lose a decent amount to Breathe and probably give him a big amount of catch-up gold at least
to
get back into that matchup.
Yeah, I think it's fine to give Breathe this because he's just going to finish his first item. We're seeing that right now. IG are going to try to make some kind of pick play, but with Hung and Xiaohu on the side, I think it's really dangerous. And I like the idea there from Weibo because they need to be the ones to set up first. Malachi, if you can put all these little saplings down around the brushes, it does make it significantly more difficult for IG.
You're not going to let him, though. Rift Herald being played in the mid lane, going to take down the turret. Also, the thing is, Zika TP down to the bot side to help take that turret, and then had to go back up to the top side. Now has to walk all the way back down towards the bot side to try to be here for this dragon fight. The Herald use will delay a little bit and will buy IG some space here in the mid lane. TP finally coming out from Xiaohu. He is joined 2.5 or 1.5 items rather, as the dragon had already been started by Wei. Is looking like it's gonna get a reset here. It's in a weird position. Elk is in a very weird position too, and Breathe about to get Meganar. Ace in the hole is there, dodging away from the house there. Now though, Dragon is the refocus for both sides. Xiaohu waiting for his moment. He gets dashed on.
Oh no!
Xiaohu getting low. Meganar goes wide though. Oh, Breathe is going to end up finding a little bit of something here, hopefully, if he can, but it's going to be on the other side. The big trade is Zika getting ran down now, and it's going to be a nice binding coming through to get a double kill there for Jiaqi.
Well, I thought it was looking good for Weibo. You know, they stopped Breathe from getting a massive wall up into the wall with the Gnar ultimate, but we're going to game.
Bring us to game 3.
Yeah.
Let's.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have the damage for this. I like the attempt, but this start from Wei is good. It's a little mistimed because we could have gotten a binding onto Xiaohu. That doesn't end up being the case. But Elk just has no damage, right? This was kind of the concern we had with the game state, is that if you can set up for your team, that's exactly what some of these champions do well. But we have no DPS to follow it up. This is a 1.5 item Azir. You gotta get to at least second item before this guy really starts to pump that deeps. And this is a Lucian that is, by all intents and purposes, not going to match a Hex Optics plus Infinity Edge Caitlyn. That's just never happening.
Yeah. I just struggle to see how Elk gets into any of these fights. The second he steps up to do damage, he's just going to instantly get bursted down.
Correct.
There's just not a lot of options, and that's why I really, really like how we're seeing the execution really make this comp for IG. We were questioning a little bit about some of the pieces, especially that first pick, Annie, but it's really this bot lane that has tied things together in the aggressive play with Wei as well. Some of the combinations are just too lethal. Xiaohu, he's going to get spotted out. He's going to have this turret here, luckily. Zika haven't done a good job of keeping that pretty good and defended. And G looking for a little bit of a collapsed play now. Or maybe get collapsed on.
Oh,
He's
okay.
going to come through. Nature's Grasp is there. Tibber's still at the ready for Nya, as he has Breathe on the back line now too, trying to chase down Zika. Zika's left to the wolves here. Goes to get the knockback, but it's just enough to get him away.
Oh!
It's actually Hung that saves the day there for him, as that breath of life truly does speak for its name.
Another 20 HP escape, and still expensive. No flash now for Jeje. Like, we're talking about a dragon that spawns in 3 minutes. Not having flash Bramble Smash or flash Nature's Advance, Twisted Advance, is kind of difficult to now play. It's a survival tactic, but just surviving isn't going to win you this game. You need to be able to make proactive plays, and IG just cut it out from underneath them. A great way to be able to open themselves up for a very strong Mountain Soul potential.
Yeah, that's the big thing. In 3 minutes, you're going to have this Mountain Soul overbearing onto Weibo. Oh, yeah, looking for the solo. Really wants a solo kill in his first series in the LPL. Still been holding his head above. a little bit. Still holding his head high above water, though, in his first series here. Stepping in for Renard in the mid lane. And we see that IG just constantly hovering, constantly looking for anybody overextended from Weibo.
JJ's like, hey, Azir, I am here to protect your turret. I am also here to maybe see if someone will overextend and we can dive. I say dive, probably just stop them from diving us. If they go for a 2v3, I do think that Azir and Maokai actually have plenty of outplay potential. But if we're just talking like open range, yeah, you're gonna take that win. And he's gonna push. Milio's on the way. Lucian's also coming. Mega Gnar has been popped for breathe. He is not joining this fight unless it's a TP.
Oh, goes straight for the proactive play on Nya, who goes for the Tibbers play onto Hung, but he's just taken down. Big pick for Weibo here. TP coming in. Look at all the traps around.
Okay.
Oh, twisted advance.
Wow.
Just to get chopped up in the wood chipper. That is Jachi. Oh, Elf's
That was-
gonna go down to the boomerang on the other side. Okay, he's gonna flash away. He's fine for now. IG still strutting their stuff with the advantage, but that was a pretty big kill on Nya.
Yeah, Jie sent himself forward, and then it was Crescent Guard plus Gnar ultimate. It was like, well, I'm dead. I'm just going straight to, I'm going straight past go. I'm not collecting any $200. Seems like instead of going for the turret, IG are going to take their recall, and Mountain Soul is on the cards for Invictus Gaming. Like you're mentioning, it was an okay pick on Nya, but we need to see more. I'm going to keep asking for more from Weibo if we want to see this team actually succeed. Good punish. I mean, not much to
I like
it.
the proactiveness.
It's fairly simple.
This is crazy. Did is kind of nutty for this one.
So W, yeah, I mean, Gnar ultimate, Crescent Guard into the... Like, there's nothing you could do, bro.
It's going to be a tough position to be in. 30 seconds till that dragon comes up. We have second items here, though, completed for both sides. So getting a little bit closer to some of those scaling conditions that we were talking for Weibo, but not soon enough. Ultis aplenty. Everyone going to have theirs. Everyone going to be ready for this fight.
Taking control.
They
Here
just
we
go
goes
in
Way.
instantly. Did just loses half of his health instantaneously.
Cozy Campfire goes to Elk. No heals available for Jie. Doesn't have the flash. It's going to come up in 15 seconds. Can they continue to play? No one's hitting this dragon. We're just going to keep trying to do a standoff. And they can't even walk into Tribrush. Look at the Caitlyn traps.
Oh, my God. That's what happens when a Caitlyn has 3K of an advantage there. One little headshot does a quarter or more of your health. Some of the poke from Zika is coming online now. Dragon had gotten started. Nature's Grasp got used there. Wei just goes in with a long engage onto Zika. Zika going to flash away from the binding. Culling coming through, but getting blocked fully as Xiaohu waiting for his moment. Looking for the Shurima shuffle to end all shuffles. He's going to go in. He's going to go
there
for the
he
play.
is!
He gets the double goop, and goop. He's got the Jiachi play as the hammer slammer from Zika gets the kill right there.
But can they get more? Jie has to get in.
They get the.
They actually just did it again.
They did it.
No
They did
way.
It. They did it. Wei wants the smite fight. Wei wants the 50-50. Breathe goes in with a wallop. It's going to be the dragon fight, but it's Zika that gets the kills. It is going to be the Dragon Soul completed by IG, but what did it cost, Alk? I ask you again.
No, this can't happen. This can't happen a second time, Lennon. Not tonight. This can't be 2 games in a row. Weibo, they lose the soul, but they get all of these shutdowns. They're going to move to Baron. I don't think they have the damage for this, but, I mean, Lux is here. Lux has the ultimate. This final spark could maybe dissuade them from moving forward.
Wei grimacing there, not very happy with that last series of plays, and now Weibo looking to take this advantage. The lead has been dashed here. It was 4,000 gold at one point. Oh, they're going to get damage.
Oh, my God.
He gets the smite. Oh, my God. Just by the skin of his teeth, he survives, takes the Baron, and now a 5,000 gold swing for Weibo, and it's the Spring Tiger King himself.
Give me that league director, baby. Show us the camera angle. Scoops up the bottom lane of Invictus Gaming. And this is the angle that Weibo have been waiting for. But, Zell, the real question for me, was it too late? You already gave over to Soul here to Invictus Gaming, and there is still a big lead you are going to have to chew through. There was only one turret you have taken this entire fight. So, you're going to have to work with basically a Baron that's going to maybe stall you out in this game? Does it give you enough time to get to your items? Does it give you enough time here in this game? Or maybe are IG feeling a little uneasy, feeling more of those ways from game number 1 of, wait a minute, are we going to lose this? Are we going to lose from winning position again?
Confidence is so key in League. And as soon as something like that happens, that confidence gets shuttered. You have to remember, again, we talked about it so much. Weibo were the start of the downfall of IG. Ever since that last series, IG have done nothing but lost. And now Weibo just seem to be cracking their fingers here, saying, we control you. As Breathe comes over, he's getting his Mega Gnar going. He's starting to stack up here. The Barons are still there. They want to try to take some off, as you still have about a minute and a half with that buff. So much sieging is possible, and Zika's left in the top side alone.
Something that IG's comp does very well is grouping up S5 and finding picks, being able to prevent your opponents from walking forward. Something it does not do is play to sides very well. So Zika being able to push this in, this means they can move into top side jungle, start to put down vision, continue to use this Baron. Any plates they get is a win for them. You can see the fact that even Jijik goes into Fog of War means that now has to play the top side of this lane. Getting this mid-tier 1 is of utmost importance to Weibo, but it's so difficult. Caitlyn is still dangerous. Still 2,000 gold, 70 CS here for Jati. It was a single mistake that cost them game 1. And maybe around that soul, maybe that's the second one.
I mean, he's absolutely insane. He's one of the top 5 CSers in the league as well, but just is insanely ahead right now, like 327.5. Not too bad. And he just completed his 4th item. Jati has truly stepped up for me in this series, even though they lost game 1, and even though they're in a pretty sticky situation here in game number 2, Jati has really shown up.
There's a lot of play around mid. I think Breathe is giving up a lot to just be around the team, but maybe some trepidation.
Elk going for the calling out of Jati. All that lead doesn't matter if your health bar is gone. There's another big shock blast coming in too from Zika. He's starting to do some work here with the damage, and you start seeing why we praised this compositional draft from Weibo. It is strong when the pieces are put together.
I'm a little perplexed, Lennon, because I feel like Mako could have tanked the Nature's Grasp. He has a Mikhail's. So he could have just tanked the root, get some healing. You have the Mountain Soul Shield as well.
I mean, you got the Elder Dragon fight coming up, so maybe thinking about that. But
yeah, but it was 2.5 minutes away at that point.
Yeah, I feel like you'd have the cooldown back.
The cooldown is going to be back in time. So we're going to Elder, and that is where I get really, really antsy. I do not want to see either of these teams play a Baron dance. I still favor IG's composition. You have a Annie, a Lux, and a Caitlyn, and the Caitlyn is still so far ahead. A full item in front of their opponent, and now with the Bloodthirster, I think it is really difficult to lose from this position if you are Caitlyn, but the game is not just one player. It is a 5-on-5, and we have seen just the shot calling from Weibo has been that much more clutch than their opponents here tonight.
Yeah. And Xiaohu has hit those 3 items now as well with the Shadow Flame. So being able to have some more strength behind the frontal engage of Weibo. But we're getting down to the wire here. It's going to be all about mid-prio pushing into the vision in the river. You already see, though, it is IG that have primary control over the bushes. And now maybe even onto Diedier. Huge chunk of damage onto a very big tank here. But the healing should be enough. Mega Gnar is going to be dropping here soon for Breathe. But he should be able to get it back up before the fight starts.
I'm liking these side lanes here for Invictus Gaming. Good pressure.
Oh, the all-in.
Yeah. Whoa, whoa. Xiaohu, no ultimate. He will not have this. He's going to have to TP into this play.
Oh, and now IG are collapsing, taking advantage of some of the chaos that was caused on the bot side. Oh, Elk and Hung. I thought they were getting collapsed on the Might. Nya looking for the play, goes for the flash, misses it. Oh, no. What is with IG mid laners and not being able to hit the Tibbers ult?
Okay, all right. Come on. That time's not even his fault, man. Hung just flashed. That was a good play from him.
Good move.
He's got it. And
Elder Dragon's up.
Yeah, there's no Emperor's Divide. And look at these side lanes right now. All of them pushing in favor of IG. They can continue to just put Caitlyn traps down. Wei can just go over this. I like letting Jachi just solo this. How is JJ going to get in? This is an Elder. This is just going to be game 3 if Weibo can't contest.
If they can't, it is all over. And there might be some crying. Xiaohu
Xiaohu
dashes forward. He's in some trouble. JJ needs to get in the pit, needs to find a way in. He's going in. 2,000, 1,000. It's taken by Wei. And that just means it is curtains for Weibo.
Get the Elder, go to mid. Do they end the game or they go for Baron? That is what their decision is going to have to be. Looks like they're going to try to take the safe route. They're going to take one more mid wave and move to the big purple worm. And then we're going to have at least another 2 minutes of game here. Weibo, what you need to do now is push out your side lanes. I like this attack onto the bottom side. Give up the mid and top lane tier 2 and just play for the inhibitor line.
Wei was hyped after that play. I can see him yelling in his seat. He's feeling this one as the leader and a vocal shot caller for the team. It's got to feel really good when the call goes just right. IG with a massive stabilizing moment here in game number 2. You thought maybe we were going to see the shadows of game number 1 come back to haunt them, but here they are feeling strong and feeling ready to try to take on the end of this game.
And that entirely comes off the back of Breathe finding Xiaohu on that side lane. If he doesn't get the Emperor's Divide, maybe the fight is completely different. And at this point in the game, Gnar Ultimate is a very short cooldown. So good job coming in from the top laner of IG. Started off the season as one of the best top laners in the league, and with IG just in general taking a dip in form, it's only started to feel a little less impactful in some of these games. So good of him to kind of find his moment here in this game too.
Nature's Grass coming out just to get some CC chaining going. They're trying to defend this turret in the mid lane. They actually successfully did use a lot of tools there, and they're also losing their side lane now to Nyang.
Doesn't matter, as long as your Nexus still stands. That's the most important part of this entire fight. Baron still up for 2 minutes, but Elder's about to fall in a minute's time, so this next minute is going to be important. It's probably going to decide the game. IG are flooding the base with super minions and are continuing to wail away. This is the last wave of Elder they're going to have.
They might be able to finish the job here and now. Look at the minions. They are streaming into the base. Weibo need to find an answer, or it is game 3 here. Tibbers comes out. Diede about to get executed with
Boom.
the belt as well as Ya pulls it out, and that's going to be Wei instantly jumping straight onto Xiaohu. Game number 2 going over to IG, and a masterful performance from Wei and Xiati to close that one out.
There was no possibility that I was going to see 2 Invictus Gaming throws back to back. That would have been illegal.
This was always going to 3.
Yeah,
so,
it was always going to 3. And I told you, it's the thing I told you at the end of game number 1 is Weibo win game 1, and now they're going to get reverse swept in this best of 3. This is just how it goes. I don't make the rules. They always have one game in a series where it looks vaguely competent, and if they don't win that one, they just get swept.
I'll just say also, first red side win for IG of
Hey!
the season. Congratulations.
Well
We're pretty far
earned, by
in,
the way.
but it worked. Yeah, well earned.
Well
scary,
earned.
Scary, but well earned.
I can't believe that this series is basically an IG 2-0. I'm so pissed about this, man. I know you're not gonna get it out of me. I'm like, I want to believe in these teams, but the scrappiness and just the instability of gold leads between these guys does not fill me with a lot of hope.
But it also doesn't take away the fact that like how important this series is, because like a win here maybe matters for bursting into that bubble, right? And trying to potentially make top 4. I think these teams have a lot of ground to cover to make it to that conversation, but it's 2 teams that are right neck and neck. An IG who has been struggling, man. They are on the struggle bus. They have a VIP seat with the loss streak they've been on. But what if the loss streak started with Weibo, now IG beat Weibo, and then they win out the rest of their series? That's some voodoo right there, and could end up with IG with a promising finish to a season.
All right, so I'm gonna throw you all of IG's next opponents, and you tell me if they're winning that one. Okay, let's start after this series. AL.
I'll just take my headset off.
Okay. WE. There you go. That's plus one. That's plus 2 to
That
your
was
game
one they've already
differential.
won. Yeah.
NIP.
Yes, probably. They 2-0'd them last time.
No, they 2-1 them.
2-1. Sorry. They won last time.
BLG.
Probably not.
JDG at the end of the season.
Probably not.
Okay.
It's fine. It's fine. Oh my god, that gold
oh, that's
grab.
ugly. That is. I mean, that was literally just them getting Baron. Literally, they got Baron and the gold lead went in their favor, and that was it.
How powerful they must feel with the Elder Baron combo. You gotta come up with a name for that buff. Berelder?
No.
No.
We're not doing that one. I'm not taking that one.
It's fine. We'll workshop it. We'll workshop
Yeah.
it. Love to see the bot lane of IG come out with a win with a very stylized comp in the Caitlyn Lux. And there were some fluctuations there, but Jatsy's lead ended up reigning supreme time and time again.
And this is the Jatsi that I became a fan of last year when we saw him on RNG and then eventually on FPX. Felt like Jatsi was a really, really hyped prospect, and he is still making a name for himself. He is still trying to find how he has to play in the LPL. I think under the tutelage of a player like Mako, maybe this can unlock another legendary AD carry here for Invictus Gaming. And if we can get good performances consistently, that's the problem. I need to see this day in and day out. I need to see 15 series in a row where Jatsi is like playing a 7 out of 10 at the very least. And that we don't always get.
Jeez, man, that play from Xiaohu, it made you hope. It made you have a moment. You're like, oh my god, they're doing it again.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't though. They did. Still a very interesting comp for IG to draft out. And again, in draft we were kind of praising some of the pieces from Weibo, but as soon as we saw what happened to that level 1, I think we both had this feeling of like, okay, game 3 it is. Let's see where it goes. The Maokai, not as OP as maybe we'd like to think.
The Maokai champion is good. The way we played it was just terrible. Like,
If
why
he
are we
gets the
level?
smite though, like,
Sure.
what is the difference of this game if he gets that smite?
I don't have to worry about that, thankfully. I don't have to continue thinking about Weibo maybe coming back and winning this game. I think that's like, that's maybe a saved hospital bill, even though I live in Canada. So,
True.
the free healthcare, I don't even actually get to take
Pretty
advantage
OP.
of that now. I still need to sign up for all of my government benefits now that I'm a permanent resident.
Better do that.
Yeah, let's move away from my personal life and doxing myself potentially.
Okay.
And cast our minds not only to a player of the match, which is going to be Wei, I think rightfully earned, but about how worried we are for this game number 3. There is going to be some shenanigans going on. I have a
100%.
feeling everything I'm going to talk about during draft is both going to come true and the opposite of what I say is going to happen.
I'm here for that. I'll make sure to keep you honest. You know?
Thank you.
No, I expect chaos. I expect a little bit more like that game number 1, if I'm going to be honest, where we had a really stable back and forth game for a majority of it, and it kind of explodes open. I expect some of that. But I'm really curious at what kind of picks we get, especially Nya going to 3 games in his first series in the LPL.
Yeah.
Gonna really have to dig into that champ pool and see what he can pull out against Xiaohu. But that's it for game number 2. We're gonna be heading to a game number 3 for our final series of the night. Weibo versus IG. See you next.
Let's go, Nya!
Welcome back, everyone. It's LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Alk. We've got Ilya behind us on prod, and we have a Game 3 finale for this wonderful Friday.
You know, yesterday's 6-game day for the Nirvana series was not enough. We actually needed to have more games, so I'm glad that Ascend decided to stop faffing about and only having like 4-0 days. It's good to have some kind of parity where the games are not just 2-0s and we can go to bed real early.
Yeah, TES. I want to know what the record of most 2-0s in a row, bad and good, like losses and wins is, because they've got to be getting up there. But hey, it's not the case here. And in a series that matters so much for that middle of the standings for Group Ascend, it's Weibo having lost pretty holistically in that game number 2 to now get us to a moment where IG are the ones that could stop this curse that Weibo put on them ever since their first loss against this team, and to give themselves some confidence moving forward into the latter half into some tough opposition in their following games.
Can I just see one good early game from Weibo tonight? Is that possible? Because we've seen them before. There was the Game 3 versus AL, where they actually got off to a massive lead. They were playing versus the Twisted Fate. It was LeBlanc and it was Lee Sin from JJ and Xiaohu. I want to see stuff like that. I mean, sure, they still end up losing that series, but I just need to see a convincing early game, because in my mind, it's good that you can win late game scenarios, but if you just can have a better early game,
True.
you don't have to play as hard to win in late game scenarios. Like,
Yeah.
it's pretty free. Don't lose early, and you win the game.
Pretty simple. Results-based analysis. It works out. I was trying to figure out what Wei is chewing on, because it's like black. Like, does he have like black gum or something? That was really weird.
It could be like oh my god,
Like licorice? Is he a licorice enjoyer?
Maybe. Roommate Ilya, what is the thing that I never eat from the hot pot place down the street? It's the ice cream. What flavor is that? Yeah, it could be like a sesame gum or something.
Oh,
like a black
okay,
sesame
okay.
gum.
Maybe we'll one day get to ask him. Anyways, so the more important thing now is
Maybe.
exactly what you were talking about in terms of the early game, and wanting to see if they set themselves up with that in the draft. We already have IG banning away the Jarvan and the Varus. It's going to be the Ashe and the Bard banned by Weibo.
And Nefiri. This kind of speaks to me like we're going to be looking towards some spicier jungles here. What I don't want to see is Wukong. I think Wukong is a plague and is not at all up to speed with the current jungle meta right now. So I want to see some other things, whether that is the Skarner, whether that is us going back to the Lee Sin. Orianna being banned. I mean, in terms of priorities right now, we're kind of back to basics when it comes to
This is what I was waiting for. The Nocturne, which was banned away in every other game, is going to be let through. And it's going to go the way of Didier, even without the Orianna trying to go for this kind of assassin-style jungle. Very interesting to see what the rest of the setup is for them.
Wow. And something that we even haven't been able to take note of specifically for today's games, where has Yunara Lulu been all night? No priority on this 2v2. In my opinion, I think is the best conventional popular 2v2 lane. I think it wins most of the lanes that you have to play against, and then scales like an absolute beast when you hit 3 and 4 items on Yunara. So I like this pairing, especially if we're saying that Jachi is a amazing team fighter, and Mako, if you give him an enchanter, can really just run the lane.
And we get the Corki Nami on the other side, so could still have some fun in that bot lane 2v2. Don't get baited. Don't get baited by hovers. Just look away. Go find Mimi.
Don't you dare lock in this Monkey King. I'm gonna be so sad.
Yeah, defy the coaches. Oh, well.
Deshai won an entire world championship defying his coaches. May have not played the next game, but
Yeah, you might not. The context doesn't matter, though, right?
True.
So Wukong gets locked in. Very team fight focused right now for IG.
Yeah. My thing is that Nocturne, Corki, Nami, specifically this bot lane pair, has so much extra range and the ability to poke out that I am worried that a Wukong means that we're not going to see very much jungle attention early on. This champion doesn't have great ways of getting ganks early, and while Nocturne isn't known for his early ganks, he can actually be a pretty decent skirmisher depending on what the 2v2 looks like in his mid lane. So that's kind of the big focus for me. I'm glad that Breathe is showing respect by getting rid of the Vayne, but again, without any ranged top laners coming in from Breathe, I actually think that Zika's pool can be really, really dangerous here, just from what we have seen from him so far this year.
And you need something front line, at least right now with the comp. Something to give you some setup. You'll have the paranoia, but things that can follow up on that or at least be a stabilizing factor are going to be super important for Weibo. You do see the Cassante ban by them as well. See a lot more top lane focus in this game number 3 in the second phase.
So Cassante, we already have Rumble, Jace, and Bessa and Gnar. So what else are we really looking for? Sion is okay. I really do like the, well, no, oh yeah, I guess Sion is kind of it for what we're looking at, but I wonder if you are willing to give over Sion to IG just so you can get like a Jax matchup for Zika, because that sounds really incredible. Gwen ban almost assuredly tells me we're going for Sion here. And then we're still talking about mid lane. What are we looking for? Are we going to get something? It's going to be a Renekton. Okay. I think Renekton and Tanami Corki sounds extremely miserable, but be my guest.
Yeah, that's going to be tough. You could find angles if you get big enough, I guess. If you get fed enough, it doesn't matter in League of Legends sometimes. But we'll see that stabilizing factor come through for Weibo more than likely, at least for Zika and the Sion being available. Don't think it's too bad into the Renekton either, especially with the later part of the game being that kind of wall for the team.
There it is. We got baited by the
Gauntlet
hover.
Drawn.
There we go. I was waiting for Zika to do this. And the
TF.
Twisted Fate. And we get a Yasuo hover. I can't believe in his debut series, Nya is going to get counterpick into Xiaohu to determine who is going to win this series and move up to 4 series wins in the LPL.
3 times, right?
Yeah,
3
a
times
lot
he
of
got
different
counterpicked.
options. I'm okay with that. Set your rookie up for success. Let him get a comfort and see what he is going to draw. You can see that Coach Helper standing behind him, seeing, hey, what are you thinking about? I know Mel was something that we actually just saw that I thought had some legs to stand on. We're going to go for the Victor that's going to be able to push on sides. I think this is an interesting draft from Weibo. My problem here, I don't think Wei is the appropriate jungler for the kind of game that IG want to play. And once we get out of lane, Twisted Fate can go bot lane and they can dive this Yunar Lulu. They can even go top lane with Jax, Twisted Fate, and Nocturne, and they can dive this Renekton. Depending on what build we see from Nya, he might not even have enough damage to kill them because he has to go into like the Rod of Ages and health builds, so he doesn't get dove on later in the game.
And I'd love to get your perspective on this trio.
We're breaking
for
out
Weibo.
the cat ears for Nya.
I like it. Nya needs it going to this one. You've got such a lethal trio in terms of the paranoia, the Destiny Gate being dropped, so you come in when nobody can see you, can have insta stuns. You have the Jax that's gonna be jumping right in Counter-Strike. Like that execution is the bread and butter of this comp right now, it feels like, for Weibo, and they're relying a lot on some of the veteran members of the squad to get it done.
That's where it kind of comes into fruition, whether or not we will actually see this Weibo composition go forward. They do not have a traditional front line. I think Nami solves some of those issues. So this is going to be one where it is all execution based. What did we say coming into this game? Everything we wanted to see and nothing we wanted to see are all going to happen at the same time. This is going to be a messy game 3, but it is going to be at the very least entertaining.
I'm here for it, and I'm here for a game 3. I've had a lot of 2-0s I've casted, so finally getting a 3-gamer, and of course it's IG versus Weibo, game 3 kicking off now. God, what I wouldn't give to be in the stadium in China once again. It's electric, man. Get to see all the people having a good time and obviously still cheering on the teams going into the later night. And especially with a very curious draft for the early game, because I feel like if somebody gets out ahead, it's going to feel really, really good. Either side having a little bit of a snowball advantage, but opposite side starts for both junglers. So unless we get some of that unique pathing that we had gotten in that game number 1, some differing focuses in this game 3.
Yeah, really interesting to see that they already spotted Nocturne on his first camp going for the Raptors. He's going to finish on his red. You can see that Weibo did put a ward on enemy blue, so they know that Wukong is on the bottom side of the map. This could be a situation where Nocturne just decides, I'm going to flash over the Baron Pit wall, and we're just going to invade. I mean, this is a Jax into a Renekton early. Most times Renekton isn't really going to have very many options into this champion, so what your job is essentially is to survive and try to find ways to be able to play later on, especially because Breathe decided to elect for the Conqueror instead of the laning rune that we have seen, which is the Grasp the Undying for this champion.
Yeah. Wonder if that's going to come back in the future to think about. But at least some push prio for IG's bot lane here. They are just fully in. Got the level advantage, obviously, and just going to try to use some of this poke they can while Corki is still pretty weak.
Usually Corki is super strong in the early levels. Unfortunately, if Yunara is allowed to get her fully stacked Q, you never win any trades, especially with a Lulu right next to her. So early wards didn't get to spot out enemy jungle, but this does mean that JJ and Wei are going to finish at the exact same time for their camps. They're going to go into Scuttle, and now they can kind of see who's going to go first. There's actually slightly advantage towards Wei because he can go and grab a timer and see when the Raptors are going to be back up. Oh, he's just dropping this entire Scuttle. Okay, it actually stays leash.
Gets it.
I thought it would have reset.
Little move from Xiaohu. He's backing, and he had already used his TP. So a bit unfortunate as we take a look in the 2v2 here. Elk getting traded down very nicely.
Yeah.
If you're an IG
they're bringing
fan.
Wait, they're bringing Breathe for this. Yes.
This is, well, I'm just... He wasn't even really out of mana. Xiaohu back, and now he's full health, full mana. Going to come out here. The camp's already gone, though. So Weibo lose a lot of prio in the early game because of that mid lane situation.
Yeah. I loved that move there, by the way, because when you try to play against a Nocturne on Raptors, it is near impossible. His Q covers the entire jungle camp, and then with his AoE from his passive, the champion is just way too OP to deal with. So I'm glad that IG instead respected that, brought over the enemy top laner, and they got a ward down. So Breathe spent his one trinket ward to spot out these Krugs as well. So they've got essentially perfect information for the next 45 seconds as to where this Nocturne can be.
Yeah. Oh, I think he might have put himself in a precarious position here. He's going to get the yellow card to the face, but he's still pretty healthy and will lean over to Wei, so he'll be just fine for the now, and didn't even burn the flash. Xiaohu did.
The future is now, old man. That's what this Victor is saying.
I mean, he's been doing pretty good so far this series.
He's been good. I would generally agree with you, Lennon, that the flash and the teleport from Xiaohu is a little strange.
It was weird.
My explanation for this is that because he has Unsealed Spellbook, he is more willing to use some of these spells more flagrantly because he's going to get access to things like Ghost, like Heal, and he can even take other combat summoner spells that might help him. I think Exhaust is going to be a very big one this game.
Control ward in the back of the bush there. We'll spot out the dragon. Wei is bolting over here to try to contest this one. Movement from the bot lane of Weibo, though, should help secure it. Got half health now. Looks like IG want to move in. They're going to move their bot lane too. It's a 4v3 right now. Xiaohu doesn't have Destiny. He cannot get over to this fight. And JJ, he's going to use the spell shield, but it's not blocking anything. He's going to get flashed on by Nya, who goes for the first blood for IG, and he's still alive. It is amazing how tanky this Victor is early game, as it's going to be Wei who turned back around on the dragon. He's going to smite that away.
What are we doing?
Has overextended. Jiachi splashes forward. That's going to be the yellow card. He's still alive.
GG.
It's a double kill for Jiachi, and go ahead and pack it home, Weibo. Your puppeteering is done over IG.
6 minutes, 4-0, got the first dragon, 2,000 gold. Let's wrap this one up, boys. really well played, and you had kind of noted, hey, Xiaohu, that back seemed a little bit weird. Well, guess what? Now it gets level 6 before him, and the Arcane Storm, I think, is what breaks this one. Really intelligent play. I'm glad that we were kind of speculating why they were going to try to fight for this, but that completely spells out why they wanted to go for this. And Nya getting that kill, and then watching Mako walk forward, gives him the heal. Nada's never takes any damage. This is a Catalyst of Aeon's Twisted Fate. He does no damage in this fight. And I want to give some props to Hong because he lands a really impressive bubble, but why are we walking up there as Elk with such little health?
Yeah. It's question marks for sure, and Mako finishing off Hung is just the cherry on top. And now you got massive leads across the board for IG. We have Grubs coming up in about a minute as well. So more map control if they can put themselves over towards that side of the map. We will see, though, Wei is clearing down towards bot side right now to finish off his red buff and everything else.
Dude, if I'm Zika, I'm pressing tab. I'm like, guys, we are a scaling comp. What did we just do? Why did we just ruin the game at 8 minutes? Like, can we play a normal early game where we don't decide to just send it for the boys?
But isn't that what you're kind of doing when you get this Nocturne? I mean, I know Nocturne is typically not super involved in the earlier game, but I mean, you want to try to be in an advantage. You don't want to just be a light switcher.
Yeah, but your mid laner decided to take a recall, and we're down a full level.
Oh my god, Hung is just dead.
GG.
Hung is just dead. Paranoia gets popped. JJ is going to go in thinking about it, but 2 members of IG show up. This is excellent from IG. Maybe the mid lane change was just what they needed.
Look, I will. The only thing positive I will say for Weibo there is that IG did not need all 4 members. They thought this was going to be a much bigger play than it was, and Joshy's like, oh yeah, actually Hung's just dead in front of me. He does not really get to play the game here. So IG already up 1,800 gold.
Oh, he's going to Arcane Storm. He's just going to try to go for a solo bolo. He's been threatening it over and over again in this series. He's looking for the final piece.
Wow.
He won't get him. Almost down to 200 health there, though, and Xiaohu forced away. He will have the TP to get back.
Also, can we just talk about that Nya already has upgraded laser? Like, there are so many small pieces to this game that I am loving from Invictus Gaming. Right, we're seeing Nya, this new LDL player, come in from top esports challengers and kind of give hands over to Xiaohu in almost the majority of all 3 of these games. And now in this game 3, he gets counterpick again and is just thriving on this victor. I mean, now he has 3 grubs as well. This is a good early game yet again from Invictus Gaming, 3 games in a row.
Yeah, and this is the kind of stuff I love to see as a coaching comp and things like that. When you're leaning towards your new player, being able to give them counterpick for 3 games in a row and give them the comfort they need to feel like they can excel. And I think a lot of times in pro play, we can see moments where that doesn't always happen, right? A lot of times new players are forced to mold into what the team needs, and the team needed a mid laner that would be able to conform and play towards this jungle, and they've done so beautifully.
That role is called support. Most support players, you do not get a choice. It is, you will be playing Nautilus, you will be playing Lulu, you might even get a Nami game if you're feeling good. Yeah, you know, we've been seeing rookies, some of the other rookies really start to kind of go into their own. I think a lot of that is thanks to Fearless. Individual pocket picks have a lot of big value if you can get a free win off of them. I mean, even the guy that he replaced, Renard, picking up a couple of LeBlanc games, also had his Xerath game, which unfortunately didn't go his way, but I think that's more so his team did not play to his strengths. We also had a player like Swayon, who isn't a rookie per se, but got to play things like a Lee Sin top the other night, which was led to a win.
Hey, I'm here for it. Paranoia gets popped. There's the combo we were asking for from draft, and they finally strike gold. It's going to be a kill on the Nya. It's going to be a decent amount of gold going over to Dede as well. And that's one of the plays that are in the arsenal of Weibo.
That's what I wanted to see when we have a Nocturne and this Twisted Fate. You always have the pick potential. It was also a great timing because Nya did not have teleport, or yeah, just previously he's used teleport recently. Did have flash, so that was something that they could have punished. No Dragon being started. We also could see Xiaohu actually walk bottom lane here. There's no Paranoia, but I don't think they care about that. I think they were just looking to try to buy Elk and Hong a recall. If anything spicy gets going, maybe they just go for Dragon instead.
And Dragon being up is huge now as well, being able to get that 1-1 in the stacking. Xiaohu also has Destiny available to him, so if they want to try to make a proactive play, they could. Breathe is just fine, dashing through the turret. Gonna get the plate too on the back end, so trying to keep his head above water in that top lane matchup. It is gonna be IG that assumed priority over the Dragon Pit now, though.
No Cyclone and no Arcane Storm. I'm less enthusiastic about IG prepping for this fight. And I think the fun parts about Weibo's draft is how easy it is for them to reposition in a fight. Kind of similar to what we saw with the Pantheon earlier and the Rise. If they decide, hey, we actually don't like going into a front to back and we want to dive your back line, we can just drop our Twisted Fate there with a gold card and look really aggressively. Instead of contesting for Dragon, I like this from Jeje. Go into the top side, get those camps, and also get the timers for them. So you know the only place that Wei can be is either going for a gank, maybe on this bottom lane, or going into his bottom side camps. I think you need to be careful. This is a weird back from Xiaohu. I don't think he's allowed to ult back to this bottom lane to protect them.
Frost Bomb does a lot. Yes. Nico gets mega chunked. We'll be okay. The wave just going to get cleared out here, and Dede will make his way back over to his side of the jungle. Got out like a bandit there, as the full clear at least is going to be attempted by Wei as he makes his way up. But I guess that next conversation is thinking about when these item breakpoints are going to be the big deal. I mean, obviously we talked about some of the scaling for the side of IG, especially in that bot lane and mid lane. I gotta say though, some of the scaling can truly be there for Weibo as well.
I mean, 2-item Corki is really disturbing to play against. You already have the Imperial Mandate, so you've already kind of hit one of those soft power spikes. And Twisted Fate on 4 is actually fairly strong. It just takes a long time with Rod of Ages, and then you have to go Lichbane, and then you have RFC. I feel like that's when this champion really starts to get into the apex of his power. Just having that extra range and ability power requisite is really, really strong. Seems like IG, though, they are completely focused with these 3 grubs on just getting all of the turret plates. I like that when really the only thing that's stopping Jia from being the most broken champion in the game is gold.
You're right about that. I'm absolutely here for it.
Dude. Mazal, what is going on with Xiaohu? Why is he so far behind on his mid quest? He is just taking perma
bad
recalls
time, man.
every single wave.
That's what I'm trying to figure out, because like there's been some really weird recalls that he's had. It's been putting his team off kilter here, and now he will get pushed under turret. He's just gonna go down here. There's nothing to save him. A big kill, and I think the fangs have retracted for Xiaohu, our Spring King, the Tiger.
Yeah. I also just hate this lane assignment. I won't lie. Like, I know the play was almost there, man. Like, for Weibo, like, Hong is on his way. Corki also shifted. Zika was already coming down. This could have been a play for them to actually look, but Xiaohu didn't have flash. If he had flash, maybe he flashes backwards. He's able to bait IG further into the play. But now, what you've given up is a kill. The bot lane turret, Jachi's up 2,000 gold here, and Breathe got to hit top turret. Jachi was hitting, we even got to see Nya hit a mid-wave. So, it feels like Weibo are way too comfortable with giving up, or giving up resources, and really aren't getting very much on the cross.
And my God, Yachi is just monstrally ahead. This guy has been putting on a clinic here this series so far, and it's over Elk, a guy who went from in Split 1 having like a huge amount of MVPs to not having, I believe, a single one still here in the Split 2, and Yachi just has his number, is looking for it again. Might just be ringing his phone, dodging out of the tidal wave. There's going to be Hung taking a huge brunt of damage as well. He's going to get the flash out of him as well. And Jiaozi just turns his sights onto Elk. But here comes the Paranoia, the Destiny. It's going to be enough. No, he gets out with a nice flash. And now Xiaohu's going to die again. Is he going to get out? He's going to flash onto the Honey Fruit. And he does make it out. That Chaos Storm, or Arcane Storm rather, going to be a little bit late. Now it does throw up the thumbs up.
Herald spawned now. Dragons in a minute and a half. Yet another game where IG get all 3 dragons early on. I guess I'm being a bit presumptuous here. It's only 2, but I'm expecting for IG to continue their just massive control over this objective. They're going to go for Herald. I mean, there's really no contest. There's no Destiny. There's no Paranoia. And I am feeling worse and worse about my Weibo prediction. I can't believe I yet again decided to believe.
I'm just so enamored with Xiaoqi. It's like 2K leads across every game almost. I think game 1 was a little bit quiet, but incredible stuff from this guy who, you know, we wanted to see try to break that mold and at least break into the sphere of these ADCs that everybody talks about in the LPL. He's on 2 items now on the Yunara, and that's going to feel pretty damn good. 3-0-2 as well, and the team comp just kind of molds together very well for IG in these next fights. Speaking of, that dragon is coming up now, getting close to the contest.
I just don't think you have the room to be able to contest here from Weibo. By the way, I mentioned that mid-quest not being done like 4 minutes ago. Still not there. So no empowered recall available. We have Herald, which if IG want, they can use this as a battle Herald. It seems like they may just try to use this to move themselves in. Xiaoqi, remember,
Scary.
Mako is your best friend here in this game. You do not want to walk up when he is walking down into river.
That's just the whole turret. Rift Herald gets the play. He's going to be killed immediately after, but it does give IG prio to move into the river here. Weibo going to circle around, wondering if they're going to want to contest this one. I mean, if I'm IG, I'm looking at Xiaoqi having completed 2 items and knowing what the Fiend Hunter Bolts does for Yunara. I don't want to fight this, as JJ might learn that the hard way, as he is indeed. Those hits hurt, as he's going to get Xiaohu as well. The Arc of Ruin does end up ruining Xiaohu, and now Nya is going to get flanked by Zika, who found a beautiful TP, but Mako's right next to Nya with a sidestep there.
Let's
the
go.
bubble, my God, man.
Style on him.
Dude, get this guy some tap shoes, man. Holy.
And they're going to go for mid. It's kind of their best play at this point.
Oh, man. Elk is just falling apart here. He's going to pop the barrier. He is down. IG. They're looking to break that curse that we mentioned that Weibo has over them. They're looking to end this massive loss streak that they've been on.
19 minutes and a 7,000 gold lead. Immediately they went on the Jib. No answers. No way for him to really deal damage in this one. And look at Zika. Zika TP'd for this play to find a flank, and they didn't even kill Nya. They got his flash. It's as good as it's going to have to get right now. Now on soul point.
Now feeling himself a little bit too much there.
All
He
right.
will end up falling. Going down into the side lane to Zika, who does build himself a little bit of a solo advantage, at least, with a kill. It might be one of the only things that Weibo can speak of right now is the Jax. Can he get to a point of promise? But full control of the game, of the series now for IG. And let's be real, this is looking like a 3-0 for IG at this point.
Yeah. This was essentially a 3-0 series here for IG in a best of 3. They won 90% of game number 1 and then lost it at the very tail end of it. And I think Xiaoqi has done really, really well. Again, I want to give him praise for the series that he has played here today against this competition, against legendary players in the LPL, and going against Elk, who I got a lot of flack for saying that Elk is not one of the greatest AD carries in the split right now. Part of that is just, again, he's had to start from scratch with 2 different supports to start off both splits of 2026. So already I think you were on a back foot. But Xiaoqi also had to do the same thing, and he had to join a completely different team. Whereas Weibo kept all 4. And while Elk's team fighting has been great, I don't think the drafts, nor has some of the setup really gone his way.
Oh, the Destiny is in. Xiaoqi overextending. Zika's here now too. The Counter-Strike lands. He's going to flash.
Guys.
He's out of there. Paranoia finally coming in. A fourth hit has made its home as JJ will get the kill there. Breathe taking down Zika in the side now though, and JJ needs to be careful. Nya is going to start punking everything here as he's got the big Arcane Storm coming through as well. They're going to find the CC lockdown, and Breathe is the one that comes up with 3 kills there, as I guess the Renekton is just OP, bro.
He's level 15. It doesn't matter if you don't do well into the individual matchup early. You can just walk up to a team fight and press W. That kind of solves a lot of your issues. You saw how long it took Weibo to kill Jiachi. If it was just that kill and maybe you got one more, it's even better. Zeka and Elk, 2v4. Can they stop this Baron?
I don't know if they can, but they're going to try. Elk is here. He's going to try to get the Frost Bomb, some damage in. Breed just locks down Zika, and Zika's about to die again. Flash from Mako gets him out, and Elk Valkyries away. Baron secured by IG, and the lead still safely in their hand.
If everything was just more even, this Weibo comp would not feel as bad, but giving over those 4 kills to start and then just constant.
How does he live,
too many
bro?
recalls from Xiaohu. Cleanse, shields, wild growth. And then he gets another shield, because why not? And then he walks over, almost gets some of those honey fruit. That would have been cherry on top. We don't end up getting that. It's just a one fight. I mean, they're already so far ahead that, considering how much it took for them to kill one person, the fight
That's
was
the thing. You literally use your entire tank of gas to kill one person. You still have to deal with the entire rest of the team, who most of them have shut down now, by the way. As the lead is monumental for IG, and what a moment for this team. It's been fluctuations. It's been wondering what to do at mid lane. They have found a new mid laner, and at least for this series, it's looking like it might change the trajectory of IG in the latter half of this round 2.
I want to get excited about Nya, but I want to see more. I don't want to jump the gun, especially because his next series for this guy, you will be playing against Shanks, who I think is probably second best mid laner in the tournament right now. Unless someone else has a convincing enough argument as to someone else.
I agree.
I would
think
say
Shanks
generally
is,
that was Cream, but I know folks tonight are probably going to look at his performance, and I think that's fair. So
yeah, it
top
is, but
3
it's
at the
also
very
a
least.
caveat. Yeah, I mean, I feel like Cream is still looking pretty good. Sometimes the series is just rough, a little bit rotten. This one is turning rotten for Weibo, though. And with how important the series is for the standings as we move forward, at least we'll know in the future how important this series really does end up becoming. It's going to be Weibo looking for a play. They're trying to put it together finally. A little bit off target there, though, as it's going to be the full engage with the double bubble there. But now IG, they're forming ranks. They've got the Arcane Storm kicking. They've got a giant Croc just biting down on Weibo, and the lead is just too damn big, Alk. They've got monkeys. They've got Crocs. They've got the whole damn animal kingdom on the side of Invictus Gaming.
Well, I did say that Xiaohu is a 3-item champion. When you're playing Twisted Fate, you need the Lich Bane. That's already done. Rapid Fire Cannon, not quite on the cards quite yet. Also went really far. Can we just kill Mako instead, guys? Instead of going for Jachi, I know he's 3,000 gold up, but Lulu's a fairly easy target to go for. Doesn't seem like that's going to be the case. They still have Baron, by the way, if anybody was still wondering. It's going to be a 4,000 Baron power play coming on through for Invictus Gaming, who also now get the Soul. So, congratulations, IG. You moved up to 4 and 5.
Yeah, almost a 10,000 gold lead 25 minutes in, and you just look at Weibo, and we'll take a little bit of a look here now and probably talk about it afterwards, but how did we get here, man? How did this happen? Because this team, on paper, not only should be functioning, should find wins, but the roller coaster is alive now more than ever with Weibo.
This has happened for at least the last 3 years.
The last 3 years, maybe even 4.
Yeah, I mean, like, you would think a team that has Breathe, Tarzan, Xiaohu, Light, and Crisp, that should be a championship contending team. And hey, they made finals, right? They made finals in 2024 summer. Last year, Breathe, Tien, Xiaohu, Light, and Crisp. Had Hong at the beginning, had a little bit of Arha. Barely made top 4 in a lot of these splits. They were able to make top 5, top 6 consistently, but that's it. How do we see this downfall? I really do think it has to come from the mid. And,
Oh my god.
Elk.
Elk goes down to 1 and 3, and this might just be the herald of the end, and the herald was already used earlier by IG. As they're going to try to go for it. Oh my god, Tiachi's feeling himself right now,
Hell
man.
yeah,
he
brother.
is transcended, and he is 1. As they're going to try to get this last little tick of damage. Oh, I wonder if they can actually just take the turret with the might. They're literally killing it with the might. They finally have the minion wave on the other side as well. It's going to take this one down. Paranoia gets used. You can see where Weibo's comp could have functioned if they were ahead, but that is not the case. They do jump on the back line, and they do get 1, at least
Doesn't
for
matter.
Wei, but it's an
Game's
instant
over.
trade for 2. The Nexus is bare. IG, they finally do it. They end the loss streak, and they find a win over Weibo. 2-1.
Shout out to Wei, by the way. Throws out a little RNG emote there at the end. Some revenge for some former teammates. I'm sure that Wei and Breathe are going to feel good taking down Xiaohu. But I am just sad now. I am just sad. Every time I say I'm not going to believe in Weibo to win a series, and then for some reason, I convince myself at the very last moment to change. And for IG, good job, Nya. You got your first win, and it's in your first series in the LPL. You got to say you took down Xiaohu. That's it.
That's awesome. That is awesome. You love those little moments. And for Weibo, give him one last spotlight. Feels bad, man. Like, I don't know what's going on with Elk. Gotta figure it out. I don't know what's going on with Xiaohu. Gotta figure it out. Because time's ticking in the second round robin.
The fact that they got 4th, by the way, in Split 1 is the surprise. And that's why I think that
And it was like a late season comeback, too, that got them there.
It was just a lower bracket run. I mean, they went to 5 games versus top esports, and they could have won. They could have lost that series very handily. That was Jiachi actually on the opposite side from them, taking them down or not taking them down. For Weibo, it's not only the names on paper, it's their recent performances. If they hadn't made a last-minute resurgence into 3rd place in the regular season, maybe we wouldn't have as many high hopes. If they hadn't made a lower bracket run and made 4th, maybe this is a different team that we could have been having, or 3rd anyway. This could have been a much bigger team, but I don't know. I don't know who to blame on Weibo. I know last series I was saying or last game I didn't want to really blame anybody, but like whether it is the GMs who continue to believe that Xiaohu will get it together one of these series, or if it's one of these guys on the team, but something's got to change. Xiaohu's been on this lineup for 3 years now.
Last thing I'll say, that early part of the game needs to be studied. I don't know what happened in mid lane. I don't know why we were backing every second, but it was a tough place to be. But let's talk about the positive side of things. And obviously we talked about Nya having a great debut, but it's the pieces around him that I really love to highlight. I mean, I think Mako, his Enchanter play tonight was incredible. We were able to see a lot of great things from him tonight as well, lifting up Jiachi to be on such high precipices. 2,000 gold lead pretty much every game for Jiachi in that bot lane 1v1. But also giving some praise to Wei, who on the Wukong made it work when we were kind of doubting it as well. Breathe, having an insane performance on Renekton, finding a triple kill at one point. And it's the pieces coming together. And it might be a one-off. You can be a one-series Andy if you want for Nya, but it was a holistic team effort.
I'm just looking at that goal difference right at the 5-minute mark the game ended. Like, the 4 kills going over, that should not happen. I don't know. I feel bad because I feel like a broken record, but like, IG got handed a lot of free gimmies. It's like, oh, cool, we'll get 4 kills. Hey, we took a strong 2v2. We had the Yunar Lulu. And we were also able to win early fights. And we got the first dragon, which was incredible for us. Like, so many things went right for them that I do want to praise them, especially looking at this top side, 10 and 13 between Breathe and Wei with 0 deaths is incredible.
Yeah.
But I am struggling to see how you're going to be able to replicate some of the things that happened in these games versus the better teams.
Yeah.
And we have seen that even in the first round robin.
And that's going to be the true test for this roster. But at least at this point, expect to see Nya around more. I think I want to see what he can do with the champ pool. I just think it's so Chad that first game on stage, pick the Akali. You have one job, eliminate Elk. He does it. Still ends up losing, unfortunately. But that's his entrance into the LPL, which is awesome to see. And yeah, we'll just get the Yati highlight reel here as we get going to the end of the day.
This play, man. Oh,
Dude, Mako, he's bloodthirsty, man. Dude, we got to see Mako Lux tonight. That's awesome.
That's true. That's true. We got to see a really fed Jin.
True. That did happen.
I'm looking at the match history for Weibo right now, by the way. This happens every week. First series, first week, they play against AL 0-2. They win that game 1 versus NIP, and it's like, wow, maybe this team has hands. Maybe they... Nope, 2-0 after that. Okay, cool.
Yep.
Lose to BLG, sure, scheduled loss, that happens. They lose the game 1 to IG, and then it's like, okay, the second and third game... Good drafts. Good drafts is what was most important there. Setting ourselves up for success. Not flipping the game early. Perfect. That's what I want to see. A game 1 versus JDG where I was like, holy crap, if we get this Weibo every single day, every game, series in, series out, this team could actually perform for top 3. Then 2 games in a row where the drafts aren't great and the performances from some of our players is just bewildering.
Yeah.
And then the WE food bank came through. We got our donation. We got our +2 on the game. It's not happening. They're not winning a game.
It's happening. One game. One game. They had like 15 minutes against BLG that they did really good. No, okay, I'll break first. Fine. It's fine. One day WE. But
I will
one
give
day
you
IG.
The one WE point is that if you pause the game at 8 minutes, they're a great team.
Can we just do that?
No. Do you want to be in another pause? You want the EDG pause again at 8 minutes?
Dude, that's still one of the weirdest situations in my entire casting career. Anyways, just any last thoughts on this series, or maybe even today, even the earlier series, Alk?
Today was, I think not only today, but this week so far has been really eye-opening for breaking open the league. It started off with that AL2 over IG. It was like, okay, they're actually starting to kind of bring things together. The Weibo series versus Top Esports, which then eventually kind of got us to this now Top Esports downfall, who are on a 0-4 win streak after going 12-0 in games.
We had all these graphics ready for like the longest win streak, or like games won. No.
Yeah. And then like Thunder Talk ended up losing yesterday versus LGD, which I think was minorly surprising with how Thunder Talk looked in their first 2. The EDG series, like Ultra Prime could have won that game 3, but they came back. This is a very fun week in a league that I thought was gonna... Halfway through week 4, I was like, maybe the league is solved, and we'll just wait till playoffs. But, yeah.
Goes in a circle, Alk. It always goes in a circle. If we can bring up those standings here, we can talk about how this league is kind of opening up a little bit as well. Still a lot of games to be played in Group Ascent. Not that many games to be played in Group Nirvana. But things, starting to even keel a little bit and starting to return to maybe some of the norms, I guess, especially for AL back in Group Ascent.
Now, this is, not gonna lie, this is kind of where I saw the standings be when we entered the split. Maybe not JDG in 4th, but thinking that AL would hopefully kind of get their act together. I will admit I was on a little bit of an AL hate watch for some of the season after seeing their early
No way NIP at 5, though. That's the shocker.
I
of the
did not
split.
like the IG roster, so
Okay.
yeah, I was not a big fan, and I'm sad to see Weibo at 7th, right? Like,
Yeah.
that is a big one. But you're right, NIP has been the big excitement of this season so far for a team that is not previously of Group Ascend, but it seems like they're also starting to cool off a little bit.
Yeah, I'm very curious how these next couple weeks are going to go down. Still a lot of games to be played, like we were saying, but also those very stressful last few series for the Nirvana teams. That being said, though, what a day. Wasn't 6 games, but we at least got 1-3. This might be, I'm not super sure because I don't remember very well, but
Okay.
this might be my first game 3, which I'm happy for.
We can do the
And
math
I've had a
after
lot
the
of
series,
2-0s.
once
I've
we're
had a
off
lot
the
of-
air.
but it was a lot of fun to see at least some of the attempts of Weibo to try to stabilize things. But it's nice to see IG rise to the top with the new mid laner. We'll see exactly what happens with him in the future. But for now, that is going to be it from us today. We'll be back tomorrow with more LPL action here on LPL English. And we will see you on Summoner's Rift.
Wait, no, you got to do the
No.
read, brother. You got to do the read.
We didn't do it last night, though. so-
It doesn't matter. It doesn't
All
matter.
right,
Put the
anyways.
coffee in the bag. Let's go.
Thank you for the coffee. Elite subscribers here to coffee supporters, Aaron, Soup, and Mung. Pledge, obviously, financial contributions help so much on the daily product here. It goes towards paying everything that you see here on the brand, the package itself, but also all the volunteers that go into making this a nearly daily event going on. Obviously, we have a couple days off this year, or at least this split. But shout out to our coffee supporters. And if you want to become an elite coffee supporter, please go check out our coffee today.
All right. Only thing I have left to say before we go out, tomorrow is the last Super Day. We have 3
It
series
is.
tomorrow. Please tune in. We're going to be going live at midnight PST. Go do your own local conversion for times. All right, Lennon, let's send her home.
We're going out. We're going to see you tomorrow a little bit earlier, those 2 hours earlier, and a lot of series for the day. We'll see you there, and we'll see you in LPL.